Welcome back to Hangar 51. Look who's in the room. Rich and Matt at the same time. Wow. Jody, Randy, Eric, Paul, Spencer, Tim, Jose, Jesus. Jesus, you're new. Welcome. Sage Creek. Welcome. Another newbie. Who else we got here? JCB. Good to see you. Robert, what's up? Pterodactyl. Yeah, it's a good question, Spencer. Just finishing my dinner here, guys. Roach Coach, what's up? Nope, no wine on this show. Sorry. That's Wednesday night show, GBLynden. Dennis. I mean, how many people just send that to? That was funny. All right, guys. So how's everybody doing tonight? So I'm one of Dennis's special friends. You got her? Who? Who her? What? What the fuck? What? Hair? What are we talking about? Light socket? What? Did I miss something in a joke? Dennis, did you send out another joke? What am I missing here? I am special, Jody. Absolutely. Holy shit, light socket. Huh? Uh-oh. No, I don't want that message right now. I turned you off. Go away. So, what else we got? Look at myself. I can't see myself. Why? What's the matter? What do I look like? Something wrong? You don't like my shirt? Got my new Pilot Ryan shirt on. Look like Jeff needs to get a hold of your hair. Jeff needs... Oh, yeah? Why? What's wrong with my hair? I got a positive vibe, but you can't put your finger on it. Really? Hang on a minute. Let me adjust this for a second. Okay. Aliens from Planet X. Beehive hair. What? Is there something wrong with my hair? Well, alright, so I'll let you guys in on the secret. The reason that my hair looks like this is because I got struck by lightning on Sunday. No kidding. In a minute here, I'll put some pictures up. So I was out at the field. Thank you, George. Yeah, I was out at the field Sunday, and we saw way off in the distance. I knew it was coming, a big storm, and it was about probably 2 miles away when a lightning bolt come out of the sky. I mean, it's the biggest lightning bolt I've ever seen in my life. It was freaking huge, and we saw it hit something. I don't know if it was a house or a tree, and it was a fireball. I mean, we literally saw the impact, and the sky just lit up a big orange fireball. And I was like, holy crap. So Dwayne, my preacher friend, says, okay, that's enough for me. I'm out of here. So he's leaving, and I'm still flying an airplane. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And so I land and I start putting all my stuff away because the storm's coming. I have everything in the car but the glider. Everything else is in the car. I just got to get the glider. Got to get the wings off the glider, put it in the car. So, and then we're just starting to get the drizzly rain. Just starting. So, I get the cockpit off. I unhook the wings. I pull them out. Start unplugging the servo leads, and I drop one of the little white holders that hold the canopy on. A little plug thing. I got the glider in my hand, and I bend down to get the thing, and that same lightning storm that hit 2 miles away hits the tree I'm standing under. The voltage goes right through me. I mean, there's this giant orange everywhere. It stands me straight up and opens my hands. The glider goes flying off that way, and I'm just like, and everything's orange, and I'm like, for a second, and then I'm like, holy crap. And then I'm like, and then all the guys over there yelled over, are you okay? And I'm like, no! Because it literally went right through me. Holy Christ, guys, I'm telling you, that was the craziest thing I've ever experienced in my life. And ever since then, my hair won't. Now, okay, so I did the hair to make it funny. But yeah, so yeah, I got hit by lightning, guys. And the tree's gone. It destroyed the tree. The tree's going to fall down. It blew the tree literally apart like this. It just blew it apart. My car window was down. A ton of wood went inside my car. And we're talking chunks like this big. I'll show you when I get the pictures up. I'm waiting for them to come to my email address. Let me see if they're here yet. So it just blew the tree apart. So the tree's going to fall down. So I'm going to lose my tree. No doubt I'm going to lose that tree. I seriously doubt that's going to survive. And, yeah, so, yeah, I mean, talk about getting lit up. Light socket, yeah, this was the ultimate light socket. So I go over to the preacher's house afterwards, because he lives right across the street from the field, literally. I mean, right across the street. And I had already texted him what happened. And as I'm leaving the field, my one tire goes flat. And now it's pouring rain. So I just waited for the rain to stop. I fell asleep in the car, and oops. Okay, so let's see if the up they're here. Good. All right, let me get these pictures saved to the computer. And let me go back to while this is loading here. If I don't have any superpowers, move on. Hey, I've got the hair. Come on, Robert, that's got to be worth something. I've got the hair. Oh. BS story, go get a hair barber. Yeah. So start speaking tongues. No. I've been thinking about going to get an EKG, honestly, just to see if my heart's still in. I really feel pretty good. At first, my feet were burning. And I do have a small burn mark by my big toe on my right foot. It's very small, but it was a charred, and the skin was real hard right there. Yeah, the voltage went right through me. It was so the preacher makes a joke. He says, maybe that was a sign that you need to get right with God. And I said back to him, I said, well, don't most people die when they get hit by lightning under a tree? So the fact that I'm standing here talking to you, I think I'm all right with God. He had his chance right there. So we can make jokes about it, guys. I'm not offended or anything, but yeah, it was pretty crazy story. Wait till you see the tree. The pictures are downloaded. Any minute. So my phone changed what it allows me to do, and it will not allow me to send pictures to an email address anymore. It used to, but not now. So I have to send them to my ex-wife, and then she sends them to my email address, and now I'm getting it off my email address and downloading it. So let's see if this worked. I think it worked. I just have to figure out how to get it into OBS. Okay, yeah, that's all right. So let's see if I can get that in OBS. Let's see. Display capture, game capture. Display capture? No, probably not. Let's cancel that. Browser, display, game, image. Okay. So, let me go up here. No, that's not it. Probably in downloads. Let's look there. There it is. Okay. All right. So let me get this centered here. Almost there, guys. Let me go back up here a little bit. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay. So here's the tree after the lightning hit. Now, the green car is parked exactly where my car was. And I was standing right next to it. The other side of the tree looks like barber pole stripes almost, where it blew all the wood off of it. So that should be up in a minute. No, I haven't started howling in the dark. Yeah, that's it. Got it, Ken. The aliens changed the setting. No, my phone got screwed up months ago. Let me know when you can see the picture because I'm lagging really bad. Sorry for talking with my mouth full. It is a full moon. Well, technically the full moon was yesterday, but close enough. Or a couple days ago. Okay, so you can see the tree. Yeah, the tree's a goner. I'm not sure I'd even trust parking under it for the next couple days even. But it's definitely gonna... It's gonna fall down for sure. That was my favorite tree, guys. Really bummed. For 4 years, I've been the only one parking under that tree. And this year, for the last 6 months, everybody wants to park under my tree. And, yeah, you can see where it blew it apart. I mean, there's almost a hole right through the middle of the tree there, in that picture. Yeah, it forced me to stand up. That's what it did to me when it hit me, because I was bent over, and I instantly just stood up, and my hands went up like this as they opened, both my hands just opened, and I dropped everything I was holding in my hands, and it was just the craziest. Holy crap! Yeah, I never experienced anything like that before in my life. But that's this side of the tree. Let me see if I can get the other picture. Hang on a second. I guess I don't need this open. It's going by the... I guess. Let me look. So let's go here and download the other picture. All right, how do I close that window? Okay. Okay, pick 2. So this will be, this is a look at the other side of the tree that was right next to the car, where I can go bring it a big chunk of the wood that came off the tree. I kept it. Well, my car's full of wood, but there's one big chunk that I kept. All right, so download that. Okay. Open. Okay, so let's go see if that shows up now. This one. Okay. I don't know. Do I like that? Let me shrink it a little bit more. Okay, that's close enough. Okay, and that's the other side of the tree. That should be up in a second. Alright, so what else am I missing? This is what happens when you try to rig some lipo together. Yeah, that's it. Hey, Bravo, what's up? Yeah, Farmerman, it sure did. It saw some lightning. All right. right, so let me get down to the bottom of the chat here. Yeah, George, thank you. Yeah, it could have. I mean, we're sitting here joking about it, but it could have turned out badly. And I don't know that I don't have a heart problem now. I mean, a lot of times it throws your heart out of rhythm and stuff when you get jolted like that. So I was gonna go down, and I still might. I feel okay. My feet stopped burning about 30 minutes after this happened. It was a burning, tingling kind of a sensation. Well, Bill, what's up? GB, what's up? I was going to go down to the fire department and see if they'd hook me up for free and just see what I got. I don't know if they have that equipment there or not. I assume they have an EKG they can run on me, but I don't know. I was going to walk down there or drive down. It's just down the street. And go ask them, hey, they're the guys that got my UMX timber out of the tree. So I figured, hey guys, guess what happened to me? And maybe they would, can you see the other side of the tree yet? Did it come in? Because mine's lagging really bad, so I don't know if you got it or not. I got hit by lightning, GB. The tree picture you're looking at is the tree I was standing next to when it got hit by lightning. Yeah, Roy. Yep, I got hit by lightning. So the tree is what it looked like. I was standing right next to it. I don't know if you're seeing the other side of it yet. Yeah, I'm sure you are now because I can see it. So I don't know if it makes me a good candidate or a bad candidate for what. Oh, a conductor. Yeah, I don't either. A bad conductor or a good one. Yeah, I don't know. So anyway, I feel okay. Well, I was putting my stuff away, GB. I always park under this tree. I've been parking under this tree for 4 years. Well, going on 5. And the storm was coming, and I was putting all my stuff away to get out of there. And I had everything in the car but the glider. The only thing I had to do was pop the wings off the glider, toss them in the car, and I would have been done. Literally, I needed 1 minute. 1 more minute is all I needed. And I would have been gone. And the lightning struck, and for you guys that just got here, I was bent over. Yeah, hell, I should. I hate frickin' doctors. I hate hospitals. I just hate all that crap. So, I just really, I should, go, I should go get looked at. And I probably will. So anyway, I was bent over. I had the glider in this hand, and I was reaching for one of the canopy retainers for the other hand down on the ground because it fell out of the canopy. And as I bent over, the lightning hit. And everything just went bright orange, fiery orange. It stood me straight up. Straight up like this. And my arms went up like this. My hands opened. I had no control, and the plane went flying off that way. And then the guys over that end of the field started yelling at me, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I'm like, "No," because I didn't know if I was okay. I mean, I just got hit by lightning. At first, I thought I had shorted something in the glider, one of the battery packs, and it just scared me. But then I realized there's no battery in the glider. It didn't come from there. Holy crap, I just got hit by lightning. And I turned around, and the wood from the tree, this image, well, I took it down, but all that wood from the tree, this image here, all the bark and the wood that you see missing there is all over my car and in the car because the window was down. So it blew all that wood into the car and blew it all over the top of the car. The car was covered in wood. I was covered in wood. Yeah, hair-raising experience. So, anyway, I thought that was an interesting story I could share with you guys. You know, Dwayne knew right away, and I'm sure he'll be in here in a little bit. Because I called him, because he lives across the street. That's the pastor that started flying at our field. So he knew, and then I sent the pictures to Dave Marshall and to Dave's RC. So they're the only two people that knew prior to, and Dave RC just found out about a couple hours ago. Marshall contacted me Sunday night about doing some programming on his radio. So I called him and we chatted for several hours, and I told him in the midst of our chat that I just got hit by lightning. So thank you, Furball. Yeah, it was pretty horrifying at the moment. I can laugh about it now because I'm standing here or sitting here talking to you guys. So that's a good thing, I guess. You know, otherwise you guys wouldn't have a show tonight, and you'd all be sitting here going, "What? You know, where's Kenny?" So, yeah, yeah, roasted Kenny. I didn't smell anything. You know what though? I haven't smelled anything since I got hit by lightning that I can think of. I'll have to put that under advisement. I don't know that I can smell anything. Yeah, they almost did, Bravo. They tried real hard. It was close. So those pictures of the tree were taken the day after. The preacher man, Dwayne, and he'll probably be in here. That's his green car. You know, put that, if I can put that picture back up, I'll try. That's his green car parked next to the tree. Let me see here. Is this it? Let me put that to the top. Yeah. So now I can switch it over. So for you guys who just got here, the green car there is parked. My car was parked exactly where that car is. That's where I always park. And I was standing right next to my car. So the voltage came, I'm sure voltage came out of the tree as it blew the wood out of the tree, which probably hit my car and then hit me. So a lightning bolt probably transferred. I didn't see it. My back was to the car, but the lightning bolt probably transferred from the tree to the car to me. Because I was standing there with the door open right next to the car because I was pulling the wings off the glider to put it right in the car. That's all I had left to do. And so yeah, guys, when they tell you don't go under a tree during a lightning storm, don't go under a tree during a lightning storm. You know, it's a bad idea. Yeah, I did that to myself. It's trying to be funny. We were teasing it for quite a while. I've got too much hair, and it won't stand up. We were trying to make it stand straight up, like, you know, like I had just gotten hit by lightning, but it won't stand up any more than this. It's kind of standing up, but it wouldn't stand up. I'd have so much freaking hair on my head. Yeah, it just wouldn't stand up any more than that. So that's the best I could do. But you guys all got it because everybody was saying, you know, finger in light socket. Did I get hit by lightning? Ah, yeah, oddly enough, I did get hit by lightning. so, so, yeah, okay. I'll go get checked out, guys. I might go tonight. If you go to the ER about 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:30ish, they're usually not doing anything, so they'll have time to look at me without panicking. Um, so I may run over because the ER's right here. So I may run over there tonight and just ask them, um, you know, if they could take a look at me. I'll explain the situation and see what they say. But anyway, so enough of the lightning jokes and all that. Thank you for all your concern, guys. I appreciate it, really. I really do. All kidding aside. You know, I was afraid to go to sleep right after that in my car because I didn't know if I was all right. And I didn't know if I'd go into a coma or, you know, who knows. But I went to sleep, woke up a couple hours later. The rain had stopped. I fixed my flat tire and then drove over to Dwayne's. And we aired up my tire the rest of the way so I could get home. And the rest is history. So, okay, so we're going to start talking about the jet. A couple of you guys have asked questions about the jet. So this jet is modeled after a real airplane. There's a real Viper jet that was a home-built kit quite a few years ago. And if you go on YouTube and just type in Viper jet, there's a gold or bronze and black colored one. And it's a real jet. You get in it, you fly it. It was for sale for a while. They didn't sell too many, I guess. I'm not sure. I haven't had the time to really look up the history of the jet today. I was following it at the beginning for years. And there's a real nice video on YouTube that shows them building them. The real one, not the model. The real jet. You know, they got a big building and it's all carbon fiber and composites, everything. And they're showing how they put the wing together and everything, and then they go out and fly it. And this was built right after that came out. That was 6 years ago. I've been trying to get this jet for 6 years. And shadow. So I haven't flown it yet, guys, but if you go watch, on that same search on YouTube for Viper jet, RC Informer, you know, Rich Baker, had one of these and flew it. And he's flying the frickin' paint off of it. So if you want to see how it flies, go watch Rich's video. I think it says Diamond Hobby on it. But it's a red one. It's just like this. I wanted the green one, but trying to get the green one forever. Rich had the red one. He was flying the pants off of it. And so if you want to see it fly, go there and you'll be able to see it fly. It's a really good video. I mean, like, Rich is flying the crap out of it. And but it's a beautiful jet, guys. I love it. Now, the wings go straight out. They're not the leading edge is swept back a little bit, but the trailing edge is almost dead straight across. And it's 1,450 millimeters across. It's big. This is a big damn jet. 90 millimeter fan, 11 blade fan in it. It's a 6S, single 6S. The landing gear, I think you can get the nose gear in it. I'll just tilt it back here so we can get a good look at the nose. The nose gear, it's all the gear is all aluminum. It's really nice. Full suspension. It you know, the back of it is, and the nose gear collapses. Let me get up here. It's a little sticky. The probably needs a little dry lube on it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's what she said. Yeah. But yeah, just it's got a few imperfections in it, but guys, I only paid $275 for it. Plug and play. I mean, that was just a killer freaking deal for $275. You know, and it's all ready to fly. Radio's in it. I adjusted all the linkages. You know, everything works. Super excited, guys. Like I said, I've been trying to get this thing for 6 years. Yeah, that's what she said. So yeah, it's been a long wait for this plane, and I know a lot of you guys heard me say, yeah, I'm not buying any more jets. Well, when this came available, I had to, because I've been trying to get it for 6 years. So that one, I'm not counting this one because it was already in the hopper in my mind that, you know, I still want this jet, and so I finally got it. And very excited, guys. I'm super excited. I think it looks fantastic. I think it's going to, you know, if you watch Rich's video, it flies fantastic. So, so I'm really, really excited about it. I can't wait to take it out and fly it, which is going to happen this weekend. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know yet. But if I get finished with my other stuff tomorrow, I may go to the field tomorrow. May put the tent up. Probably won't spend the night, but at least it'll be there for Saturday. And I can come out Saturday morning and just immediately put everything in the tent. And then it'll be there for Sunday too. And then I'll take the tent down Sunday. So, there's Dwayne. Yeah. Yeah. Hairdo by lightning? Yeah. That was what I was going for. Well, bravo. Go, like I said, go watch Rich Baker, RC Informer, YouTube. Just all you have to do is VIPER Jet, and it's right at the top of the list. Just search for VIPER Jet, and it's a red and white one. It's got the red checkerboard, just like this one, but it's where this one's green, that one's red. And just go take a look. Watch him fly it. It's fast. And it's pretty efficient on. You know, he flew, I think, with a 4,000 pack and got like five or 6 minutes. And like I said, he wasn't being easy on it. He was flying it. So it seems like it's a pretty efficient setup, motor-wise and everything. Yeah, Rich talks through the whole video. Yeah, that's what Rich does. He tells you everything he's doing. Instead of my radio telling what's going on, Rich himself tells you what's going on. You know? He tells you gear up, flaps down, gear down. You know, let's go a roll. We're going to do a loop. Gear control inverted. This is wide open. Yeah, he talks through the whole video. So, yeah, GB, you probably don't want to watch it. Do you enjoy my video with the music, GB? Do you like the music? Does that help? So, Oh, Robert, come on. I'm 5'6" at least anyway. But yeah, if I was 5'8", 5'10", I don't know. Who knows? Mickey, what's up, buddy? Yeah, so yeah, it was a hair-raising experience. Definitely different for sure. Never experienced anything like this before, guys. So it was interesting. So let me close down this other stuff because it's just going to lag the trying to get. So right now, there, yeah, it's been trying to go full screen, and I've been trying to stop it so I can close this other window. Okay, so that now it should get back to. Maybe I can get the stream to stop lagging. So Jeremy votes Jermaine, I'm sorry. Jermaine votes to have me talking instead of the music. Okay. All right, good to know. I'll take that under advisement. Oh no, in heels, you know, I'm 6 foot because I wear stilettos. So. Dave, you leaving me? All right, buddy. We'll see you later. You'll be up for a pee break. We'll still be here. Yeah, well, my second video of the Dynam stuff I did, when I put the waltz music up, I left the other sound there. So, and when the plane flies by, you can hear, you know, it's you know, the music's playing through, but you can still hear the motor go by. The main video, a guy put an F-27 up that was shrilling around while I was flying, and it just made for horrible audio. So that's why I killed it on the second flight video and put music to it, because there's no way you wanted to hear that shrilling going on. So that's why I did the second video. The first video, and I canceled the sound on that one and then added the music. The main flight, I didn't cancel the sound. I just added the music over the sound. So if you listen carefully when the plane gets close and goes by, you can hear the motor as it goes by. It's very quiet. You know, the prop was balanced perfect right out of the box. I mean perfect. Not close. I mean perfect. So so I was really impressed with that. So yeah, the plane's just very quiet. Flies beautifully. You know, the PT-17 guys, really a nice airplane. You know, it's a modeler's plane. You got to do a little work. You know, no free lunch here. You know, it's got 24, 30. It's got like 30 screws you got to put on it. It's got you got to do a lot of gluing. You got to put all the decals on it. And then you got to do a little modifying here and there. Not much. So yeah, it's not your take it out of the box, 8 screws and it's in the air deal. This one takes some work. But what a beautiful flyer. Great airplane. Really nice. And it looks so good. I took some really good pictures of it. Some of them actually look like a real airplane. And I did that on purpose. What I had in the background, how far away I had from it, using the aperture to get I tried to make it look like a real airplane. And it probably, if you didn't know, in a couple of the shots, because I'm ground level, so you're kind of looking up at it, just like you would be if you were standing next to it. And so a couple of the shots came out really good. So all the pictures are on my other computer. I put a couple of them up here for you, but they're on the computer in the house, and I didn't transfer them over. Did I send any of the pictures to anybody that could possibly send them back? I don't think so. Well, that's what they say, Victor. But the tree's a goner, so and we've been making jokes about that all week. Well, you don't have to worry about the tree getting hit again. Well, that's true, but so they say. But the tree's destroyed. It would be any time now. No, Ryan, I don't think it is out of production. I think they're still making it. Because I just got it. And this, Banggood doesn't have old stock. They blow through it quick and get more. So, yeah, I think they're still making it. I know they used to come with real aluminum wheels on it. The landing gear's still all aluminum, but now it's got plastic wheels on it. But they used to have machined aluminum wheels on it, just like the landing gear. So the landing gear looks the same. I don't think they changed the landing gear, but it looks like they went cheap on the wheels. But yeah, I mean, I just got it, and like I said, I've been trying to get this plane for 6 years, and finally got it at Banggood. They had it on sale for $275, and so yeah, version 2. So. Yeah, go out there, take a look. Maybe they may still have some for sale at that price. But yeah, really, I can't wait to fly it, guys. Well, I can't imagine at the price they had this that they had very many for very long, and I think they're still showing that they have it. So I don't know. I mean, unless there was a whole warehouse full of them that Banggood bought. So Alan says they are still making it. So I've got several TAFT hobby airplanes. And I like them. So far, I haven't got a bad one. Everything I bought so far has been really good. I really like their product. It's pretty good. It's good compressed foam, super solid foam. I mean, this stuff's hard as a board, guys. This is really, really compact foam. There's no squish to this at all. It is solid. So. Don't do this one dirty like I did the Avanti. I don't know. What do you mean do it dirty? I'm not following you, GB. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you want a giveaway, you can get one. Oh, don't crash it. Oh, well, that's good advice. I'll try not to. I'll do my best. Yeah, I'll try to hang on to this one. I definitely won't overcharge the battery in it. Actually, this looks like it has the same the BEC in this plane's exterior from the speed control, and it looks exactly like the one that's in my Yak 130. So if you overcharge the battery in that plane, it won't power up. It just sits there. It doesn't beep. It doesn't do anything. You know, the lights come on, and it just sits there. Stupid. It doesn't do anything. It will not power up if it's overcharged. So, and this looks like the exact same BEC. So, my guess is that this one wouldn't fly overcharged anyway. So, looks like a bug mark on my canopy there. So, but I'm pretty excited about this one, guys. Like I said, 6 years been trying to get this plane. Finally got a hold of it. It's a 90 millimeter, 11 blade fan. I don't remember what the KV of the motor is. I think it's on the instruction sheet, but really came out of the box. You know, very simple build, guys. It's 4 screws hold the wing on, 4 screws hold the rudder on, 2 screws hold the horizontal on. That's it. That's all you have to do. There's a big ribbon strap plug that goes through the fuselage. So it's one plug wings, which power the lights, the landing gear, the flaps, the ailerons, everything are in one long plug. And you just plug it into a mixing board, where everything's plugged in. And there's 2 elevator servos and a rudder servo, and you run them through a tube. There's a small tube above the jet engine, a separate little passageway that you just run the wires all the way to the front. They all have, all 3 servos have really long wires on them. So you just run them all to the front, plug them onto the board. Really simple. Mickey, if you're using an overcharged battery, now it's not a connector issue. It's a fail-safe issue. It won't fly because you're over-voltaging it, and it checks that as just, So if you've overcharged the battery, it won't power up. You can just let it sit there and let the battery, let the lights kill the battery until it, depending on how overcharged you have it, it'll take a while. Or you can, I usually just plug one of my dischargers into it for a couple of minutes, not a minute, about 30 seconds. And then that usually is good enough to get it to power up. But yeah, I've got my high-tech drone does something similar to the Avanti. It'll power up overcharged, but it won't fly right. You take off and it loses its stability, and it just starts drifting off like this, and you can't control it, and it just flies itself into the ground. And then you go pick it up, unplug it, plug it back in. The voltage is down by then, and then it flies perfect. So yeah, my high-tech drone, that really cool one I got, it does a similar thing to the Avanti. You don't put an overcharged battery in it. It doesn't like it. So oh, it took a long time to put the biplane together, Robert. Yeah, this went together in minutes. I don't think it took me. It didn't take 10 minutes to put this together. Honestly, it really didn't. It went right together. The biplane took several days to put together. And not constant working on, guys, but like when I glued the top wing together because of the spar and everything, I let it sit on the table with the 3-pound weight on it for about 12 hours. So I glued it up about 8 o'clock at night, went to bed, well, went in the house, didn't go to bed. Went in the house, watched a couple movies, whatever, fell asleep on the couch, got up the next morning about 8 or 10, and came out and glued the other half. So, and then I let it sit there all day gluing while I was out cutting grass and doing other stuff. So that alone took quite a while. And then the rigging and everything takes time. It's not a quick build at all. Which blue Bipe did you get, Ryan? Did you get a Dynam one? Where are you? Weights in motor. No, mine weren't loose, but they will be. You know, they used hot glue, and hot glue don't work in Florida. So right now we're getting cool weather. I mean, my heat came on last night, so the weather's changing rapidly here. It's still pretty hot during the day. So if that plane sits in the car for any length of time, the hot glue is going to come loose and all the weights are going to fall out of the motor. So I'm certain that at some point I'm going to have to re-glue those. But right now the hot glue's holding. Rich's plane came and you know, all the weights were loose in his, or a lot of them. So he had to re-glue his weights, and I'm sure I will too. Not a fan of hot glue here in Florida. You know, and Rich only lives, I mean, less than an hour from me. He lives right over here, next to Fantasy of Flight. So we're real close together. And I don't know if his in shipping got hot and they came unglued or whatever, but you know, the hot glue don't work in Florida. Yeah, Roach. I mean, there's no you know, there's no hurry. I wasn't in a hurry to put the bike together, other than well, all right, yeah, I really wasn't in a hurry to put it together. I was kind of anxious. I wanted it looked so cool that I wanted to get it together. I mean, I saw a couple of guys out in the field have the Horizon version of it, the much smaller, and it looked good. You know, my friend Ben has the smaller version, and it flew great and it looks great, but it's small. And when I got this bigger one, you know, I was pretty excited to get it together. Especially, I love the fly wires that are in between the wings and on the tail. You know, just a really cool, non-necessary but cool looking, you know, scale effect that really looked good. I really liked that. That was one of the things that I liked about it, was the flying wires. Just looked really cool. So, yeah, and I wanted the yellow one. I wanted the navy version. The blue and yellow was just, I don't know. I mean, it's all right. I like it. It was just something about the yellow one with the red stripe that really got my eye. I said, man, that really looks good. And like I said, Ben, which he'll probably be in here in a little bit too. Yeah, Ben got the Horizon version of it. When he brought it out to the field, I was like, wow, that is beautiful. That really looks good. So when I saw the bigger one, I was like, okay, I'm getting the bigger one. And as you can see, I'm a Dynam fan. These are all Dynam airplanes. Everything you see here. You know, I've got, and there's a few more boxes I have. I've been buying Dynam planes. I like them. I think they fly great. Everything but the Albatross. The World War I Albatross that Ben bought. Boy, we took that up for the maiden, and oh my God, it was terrible. So I'm not sure what was wrong there. I don't know if he's got the CG wrong. If he does, he's got it way too nose heavy, not tail heavy. It was way, way nose heavy. So we're going to try it again. You know, I gave him a gyro to put in it. I hope he's going to put it in it. You know, because then we can fly it with and without, and, you know, whatever. But I know he's been doing research on the internet, and everybody says it flies great the way it is. It doesn't need a gyro. Well, that wasn't our experience. So there's something wrong with his. Either he's got, you know, it didn't fly tail heavy at all. It just flew. I mean, as soon as you cut the throttle, it does this. It just noses straight over, goes straight down. It doesn't glide. Mine glides. You cut the throttle, it glides. You know, it's not a glider, but it doesn't go straight down. It just starts descending, but it stays in a relatively level position as it's coming down. And his just nose straight over. I mean, straight over. I mean, it didn't take a second for it to just straight over and straight down. And it was just a total fight trying to keep it in the air. You know, you had to fly it pretty fast. If you pulled the nose up and the wind was getting under the wing, it'd just start climbing. And I couldn't stop the climb. And then I'd get it back to nose level. And then next thing, either the wind would get under it or over it. And if it got over it, then it would just start descending. So it was a constant... It was a constant this. It wouldn't stay straight and level. You couldn't trim it for straight and level flight because it would stay straight and level until the wind got either on top of it or under it, and it would either climb or dive. And like I said, and then if you shut it off, it just straight down. It just noses over and goes straight down. So yeah, it was not a pleasurable flight. So, but it's beautiful. Oh my God, what a beautiful airplane. So I hope we can get that fixed. But if not, it'll make a beautiful table decoration for sure, because it really looks good. It's a very pretty airplane. So we'll see what happens with that. We got plenty of time to fart around with that, see what happens. So I suspect, guys, I mean, I could put Rich's video up, I guess. We could try that. But it's, you know, after watching Rich fly it around, I was pretty impressed. I mean, it looks like it flies great. You know, I mean, and he comes right across the field inverted, you know, and just hauling ass. I mean, he's flying the wings off of it. So my experience, because I've got 12 jets, and 90s, 80s, 70s, and now the 64, because I got the Arrows MiG. The 80 seems to be the magic number, guys. You know, for best... Back to the Future. Why'd you lose the stream? Did everybody lose it or just you, Ryan? What happened? Something at your end, my end? Oh, by the way, Ryan, did you notice? Did you see? Huh? What do you think? I don't know. What do you think, huh? You forgot. Your wife forgot to pay the bill. Yeah, that must have been it. So, yeah, I missed it. You know, I don't see all the, you know, it's too hard to concentrate on telling your story about a tree blowing up when you get hit by lightning or whatever I was talking about, you know, and read. I can't do both. So sometimes stuff scrolls through and I miss it. Or when I was getting those pictures of the tree to put up, you know. So anyway, but thank you, Ryan. I you know, yeah, yes, you're welcome. You know, I think the world of you, buddy. I know you don't think so, but I really do. Um, anyway, so what was I talking about? This jet, um, yeah, the 80 millimeters, guys, seems to be the magic number as far as performance, flight time, the perfect balance for me anyway. All the jets I have, the 80 millimeter jets fly the best. You know, they have the best longevity of flight time. They seem to have the best power to weight ratio kind of thing. I don't know what is magical about the 80, but the 80s are my favorites. My 90s, I'm hoping this one proves me wrong. It looked like it might, the way Rich was flying it. The 90s go through batteries fast. I mean, really fast. So, and the 70s fly fine, but they don't have the speed that the 80 has. Even twin 70s don't seem to have the speed that the 80s have. Of course, the A10's no speed demon anyway, but if you wind up the 70s to get it going fast, again, your battery is toast. You know, you're going to run out of battery quick. So, for me, the 80s seem to be the magic number. They get the best flight time. My F4 Phantom, love that plane, and Rich does too. And I bought the plug-and-play version, so I don't even have a gyro in mine. And it still flies beautiful. And it just amazes me every time I fly that plane. Because I get it out, and I look at it, because it's kind of small compared to the other ones, by, you know, quite a bit. Wingspan and everything. Just the statue, you know, the stature of it is smaller. And I just always am worried it's gonna be a nail-biting, white-knuckling flight. And it never is. It flies beautiful and lands beautiful. And it cracks me up. Every time I fly it, I'm expecting, you know, this hair-raising flight, and it's always a beautiful flight. So I can just imagine how good that thing flies if you bought the plug-and-play version. It's got to be amazing, because it's amazing without it. You know, I love that jet. So I love, that's an 80. I love that one. The Avanti is an awesome flying airplane. I've got hundreds and hundreds of flights on the Avantis. And then, what other 80s do I have? Let me think a minute. Oh, the Havoc is an 80. I love that jet. That thing flies great. Get great flight times with that one. My Futura, that's another 80. Get great flight times with that one. Even better than the Havoc. So yeah, I just love the 80s, guys. The 80 millimeter fans are my... So that was one of the things that really interests me about the new the Gripen they came out with, because it's an 80. You know, they went with the 80 millimeter, and it's big, and it's an 80. So yeah, if I've thought about changing some of my planes, both going from 70 to 80 and 90 to 80. You know, I wanted to put an 80 in my F-22 because it flies so good on the 90, throttled back. You know, and that plane will slow fly beautiful. I mean, so if you throttle it back, because if you fly that thing at any kind of speed at all, the flight times are pretty dismal. It doesn't fly long. You know, if I can get 5 minutes out of it, man, that's I mean, pushing it. Even with what's the biggest pack I've had in? Well, I haven't. Well, did I fly it with? I think I did fly it with the 6500 in it, and that didn't help. The weight killed it. You know, it was pulling too hard with all that weight in it, so it didn't extend my flight time at all. So the best battery in the F-22 has been the Smart Pack, the 5000 Horizon Hobby Smart Battery. Flies that plane the best. That's a really good battery, guys. It's good weight, great power. It's a good battery. Very happy with that battery. So far, that's been the best battery in any of my jets. You know, so I'm really happy with that. So the 26500s, Grayson RC, what's up? The 260, the 6500 packs I bought fly beautiful in my Cessna, the Cessna 150, and the T-28, the Carbon Z. That big heavy battery in that plane, it loves those two planes. It loves the weight. You know, it doesn't affect the flight time at all. I'm going 12 minutes with those planes now, easy, with those batteries. So I originally bought them to fly the 22 with, but they're too heavy for the F-22, and they're too heavy for the airliner too. The airliner didn't like that battery pack at all. Flew okay with it, but when you start slowing down to land, boy, it did not like that. You know, so you have to keep the speed way too high with that big a battery in it. Well, at least mine, because of how heavy it is. So again, the 5000 pack. The airliner loved it. The F-22 loved it. Everything I've put that battery in has flown beautifully. So that 5000 pack seems to be the go-to battery for a jet. I mean, that's a really good battery. Time to turn in. All right, Dwayne. Hey, have a good night, buddy. Thanks for Sunday. That helped a lot. It was good to have some company. So anyway, that's just my take on the jets, guys. The 80s are my favorite. I know this is a 90, but like I said, Rich got 5 minutes out of it, flying the hell out of it. So I think I could get 6 or 7 minutes out of it cruising. So we'll see. We'll find out Saturday. It's got a pretty good looking cockpit in it, this plane. It's got a really nice instrument panel. It's very detailed. I mean, the sticker on it is a really nice sticker, you know, and it really looks good. And the seats pop right out from the bottom. So if you want to put pilots in this, it's really easy to do. You don't even have to do any cutting. The seats come right out. You just got to get a hold of them and kind of give them a little tug, and they pop right out because the back seat had fallen out in shipping. So I popped it back in, and all I did was just, you know, get it lined up and push it back in there, and it's in there. I mean, you're gonna have to work on it to get it out of there. It's not gonna fall out again. It may bouncing down the runway. It may fall out, but I mean, it's all you can put a piece of tape over it. That's all I need to do. But yeah, they're in there pretty tight, and they're not glued in. So yeah, if you want to put an FPV camera in it or a pilot in it, real easy to do. They literally set it up for that. So that's cool. God, if I could get Rafter Cam working. Let me try that again. I don't know what happened to that. I don't know why I can't get that sumbitch to come back online. I mean, it's literally on, and it worked great in the Zoom chat we had last Friday. It worked fine, but it won't work now in my stream for some reason. I don't know why. Let me see if I can get it on. Hang on a minute. Yeah, it just won't activate. I don't know what's going on with this thing. It's got to be a setting in here, because, like I said, it works fine in the Zoom session, but it won't work in this. let me try one more thing, real quick, and then maybe we'll try something else. But let me try one more thing. I really don't understand why I have to do anything. Like I said, it works in Zoom. So I know the camera works, and the computer recognizes it. Even with this camera, I had all 3 cameras working in Zoom. I kept switching from Jeff to the Rafter cam to the regular, through the Zoom session, and all 3 cameras were working fine. So it's definitely something in either an OBS or YouTube that's causing me to have issues with. So let's see, video capture device. Let's try. Let's add a new one. We'll call it 7. Okay, and then we're gonna go to custom settings and hit OK. And then we're gonna go back into it. Go back to default settings. No, let's try this. Use device default settings. Okay, let's hit OK and then go back into it, try it again. Yeah, no matter what I do, I just can't get that camera to come back on in here. In this, but it works fine in Zoom. So I don't know what's going on with it. It's weird. It's definitely weird. Yeah, it just won't come back on. I don't know what's wrong with it. Alright, so let me, let's do this. Hang on, let me make sure that's, we'll deactivate that and hit OK. And make sure this one's deactivated. Okay. And let's go to this one and make sure it's deactivated. It is. Okay. Alright. Alright, let me get old Rafter cam and bring it over here. This seems to work. So we'll try this. Let me see. How can I get? Let me go this way. Okay. Oh, sorry guys. I see I blacked you out. They killed Kenny! The lightning killed Kenny! Hang on a minute. Let me fix that. Oh no, you're alright. It's still going. Okay. Thought I killed myself. Okay. So let's go to... I gotta actually turn this on. Okay. Hit that. And then we go to Rafter Cam, and this should be active. There we go. Okay. All right. So before I switch over to that, first thing I want to show you is the canopy comes off really from the front, and it's a plastic clasp. It's not a magnet. It actually has a clip here on the leading edge, and it comes off from the front. Big heavy duty tongue and groove in the back. So so it goes on and it snaps in place, and so I like that. That's really cool. So we'll take that off, and I'll switch over to Raptor Cam here, and we'll show you the battery compartment. Okay. Pretty spacious. I got a piece of sandpaper in there, doing a little touch-up work on the... But, so this is the very back edge. There's the control board, the distribution board, where everything's plugged into. And then going forward, that's a 4500 45C 6S battery. And then going forward some more. The sandpaper's just covering up my, well, the receiver's actually right here. And then there's not, it's not covering anything up here. There's just some wires up front. And the nose gear is all in front of this. So the nose gear's in the front of the plane, and it retracts backwards, and it comes up inside where that hole is. So the nose is long enough that the whole landing gear goes forward of the battery compartment. So nothing in here, it's all just battery. And there's tons of room. I mean, you can put whatever size battery you want in there. Holy crap. It's huge. So yeah, it's got plenty of room for whatever battery you want to put in it. No problem there. So yeah, just very nice, guys. Super excited about this jet. I mean, I'm super excited, guys. This 6 years I've been waiting for this thing. I could have gotten it 6 years ago in the bronze color. Banana Hobbies sold this jet, and they had it in the bronze color for about the same price I paid for this, the 275. And I didn't pull the trigger because I didn't want the bronze. The bronze and black, I knew was going to be a problem, as far as, the heat, Florida sun, so, and I really wanted the green one, so but I wanted it so bad, I almost pulled the trigger a couple of times on the bronze one. I really did. I wanted this damn plane so bad, I was willing to just suck it up and buy the bronze one, the hell with it. But I never did. And but now I got it, so I'm super happy, guys. Looking at my Ender Pro. Oh yeah, my Ender Pro. Actually, I don't have the Pro. I just have the standard Ender, the Ender 3. Great. It's a super great 3D 3D printer, guys. I mean, that thing is, Dave. Dave has the same one. He bought I don't think he bought a Pro either, but he turned it into one. I think he modified it into a Pro. Yeah, it's got... yeah, the plate's got a failed print on it. Yeah, this was gonna be a vase. Vase, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, this was supposed to be a... So, this is the base of it. And then it was supposed to... and then all of this is what was building on top of it that didn't work. So, yeah. because I had the wrong settings, because I was honestly, I wasn't paying attention. The filament I had been using was the wrong. You know, I thought I was using the PLA all this time, and I was using the PETG. Okay, and I had no idea. I just thought I was using PLA, and and then when I got this is I think this was PLA. And it's glow in the dark PLA, by the way. You know, this is charging right now, so in the dark, you know, this thing gets, you know, green, super bright green. So I was gonna make a vase that would glow in the dark, and it failed. So, and now I've learned that the PETG uses much cooler heat than PLA. So I just need to crank everything up. I need to crank up the amount of filament I'm extruding at that time, and how hot it is, and everything. And so I got to do a little experiment. So all my settings I thought I had nailed for PLA. Turns out it wasn't PLA at all. It was PETG. So a little learning curve here. I got to go back in and change all my settings to get it to print in the PLA. But anyway, yeah. So, but that's what happens when you when you don't have enough heat. It don't stick together. It came out like this. So yeah, and then here's a smaller version of it. Then I cut it down to a littler one. So that's oh no, this is actually a different vase. But this is so, guys, this is like cloth. You know, this is flexible like a shirt. I mean, you could print a shirt, you know, and wear it, because this is, you know, soft and flexible, and you know, it's weird. So yeah, it's definitely not enough heat. But if you want to make a shirt, you know. So anyway, yeah, that was kind of funny. So we'll play with that. I got 6 rolls of filament now. 3 PLA and 3 PVC, I think, is the other one I have. And they're all glow in the dark green. That's what they had on sale. You know, I always paint over it, guys. If I want to paint it, you know, I can always paint it. So, but I figured glow in the dark would be cool. Can you imagine? Think of this. How cool this would be. So I 3D print an airplane, a jet, and then put a burner in it. You know, a fiery booty in it. And the fiery booty is going to, even if I paint the outside of it silver so it looks like a jet, it doesn't look like Wonder Woman's jet. It'll you know, while the fiery booty's flying around with that on, it's gonna charge the glowing tailpipe. So when I throttle off, you're gonna have a green glow coming out of the back of the plane from the wall, being energized from the fiery booty lighting it up. So that would look cool as shit. So so that's something we can try too. Hell, I could just make a sleeve, you know, to slide in the plane and get the same result too. So something to experiment with. Do I have a rug on my head, Roy? No, I don't have a rug. It's it's me. This is all me. You know, this is part of the joke of getting hit by lightning. You know, I was trying to, you know, Air Marshal suggested I do something. You know, he said, play it up big, guy. He said, you know, just, you know, he said, I'm glad you're all right, but, you know, yeah, during your show Thursday, you got to play it up big. So I was going to put an Iron Man, I was going to do an Iron Man light up here in my chest. I thought about doing that. And then I thought about, I was going to wear my, by the way, the Tampa Bay Lightning won the Stanley Cup. And I have a Lightning shirt. So I was going to wear my Lightning shirt with the hairdo. But the Lightning shirt's in my closet that I can't get to at the moment because there's airplanes in the way. And I didn't want to unbury it right now. So I couldn't do that. So we just decided to just go with the hairdo. which my ex said she could do, and then she couldn't do it because she told me she could stand it up, and she couldn't even get close. I had to do it myself. I mean, she helped, but she was struggling with it, and I finally just, I got it to stand up the best I could, and I just told her, all right, it was good enough. We'll just go with this. So I don't have any hair on my whole body. I am so, I look like I shave everything. I just have this tiny, tiny, tiny little, white hair on my arms, my chest. I'm just not a hairy guy except my head. I got so much hair on my head, it's ridiculous. So, and I'll be absolutely honest, and I can't grow a beard either, but, I got a full head of hair. Holy crap if I got a full head of hair. This is unbelievably thick. And I'm 60, guys, and, I'm going to be in two and a half weeks. My birthday's in 2.5 weeks, and I'm going to be 60, and I got a full head of hair. So, very happy with that. So what are you telling me, Jody? Using a magnet build surface so I can print PETG at 240 with 50-degree bed. Surface comes right off when it cools. Oh, that's cool. Pearl Jam, this was $275 shipped to my door. Or no. I think there was a little bit. I think it was $288 with shipping. And there was, they always say it's $299 shipping, and then they try to tack on insurance. And I'm using PayPal, so I don't need the insurance. So I always take the insurance off, but it's always more than $299. So, but I think shipped it was $288. I think. So it was under $300, and that was enough for me. I was very happy with that. So I got my Diet Mountain Dew here because we made a run for the border tonight for dinner. So I got my diet. I got caffeine-free diet. Raspberry, no, this is cherry. Caffeine-free diet raspberry iced tea, and then Diet Mountain Dew. That's what's in the cups tonight. So, I got it from Banggood. So, and they might still have it, but don't, listen, here's the best way to buy from Banggood. First of all, download the Honey app. If you guys don't have the Honey app, get it, because it works. So make sure you download the Honey app because it works, especially on Banggood. I bought a FMS Cub from Banggood, and I got a $25 coupon through Honey. So it was already a low price from Banggood, lower than anywhere else. And then I got an extra $25 off because the Honey app found me a coupon. So for sure, get the Honey app. And, just Google it, guys. You'll find it. It's an app that runs in background. And every time you go on any website and buy something, it automatically looks to see if there's a coupon that it can use for you. And if it does, it pops up on the screen and says, found your coupon, and then you do a search thing, and then it tells you which coupon's the best one to use, and it's free. Doesn't cost anything. It works perfect. So for sure, get the Honey app, and then just Google this airplane, TAFT Hobby VIPER. Okay, and you're gonna get, and then you hit the shopping link. Across the top of your Google page, guys, is all shopping images. There's all these subcategories, filters, and just go to the shopping one. So it's going to concentrate on just for sale stuff, and click on the shopping tab, and you're going to have a whole list of these Viper jets and who has them and how much. And if you find it there, it'll be a better deal than if you go on the Banggood and try to find it there. Just like my truck that I had on the table last week. On Banggood's site, I looked for the truck and I only found the single body for $229 and $39 shipping. And when I used this Google, I found the whole truck with another whole body, an extra body, for $245, free shipping. So they literally paid me $6 and gave me a body. Okay? They paid me $6 to take the free body, you know, by doing it that way. So, and then I got money off on top of that because of the Honey app. Are you still in here, Mickey? I don't think it's a secret. It shouldn't be. There's nothing secret about it. But yeah, Mickey wanted to know if I had the LX model. He wanted to know if I had the LX model Corsair. Yeah, there you are, Mick. No, that's okay. No problem. Hey, life goes on, man. we're second to everything here. You know, take care of whatever you got to take care of. We're not going anywhere. So no, I do not have the Corsair, the LX Corsair. I had it for a brief moment, and I had to send it back. And if you didn't hear that story, I bought it from, instead of Banana Hobbies, I bought it from General Hobbies, and it came damaged. You know, when I opened the box, I started taking everything out. Oh, it was beautiful. God, I really love that airplane. It was beautiful. In my opinion, it's the prettiest of all the Corsairs on the market. Prettiest. I didn't say it was the best quality, best flying, but I think it's the prettiest. You know, I love the color scheme on it. I love the detail on it. It's just a beautiful bird. So I'm taking it all out of the box, and the very last thing in the bottom of the box is the center section of the wing. The section where the folds happen. And you have to put the outer wings onto the mechanism for them to fold up. So this has got the gear in it, the mechanism in it, the speed control is, I think, mounted to it. Maybe not. But anyway, it was the very first piece in the box, the very last piece coming out of the box. And the flaps were broke off the left wing, the left half of the wing. They were laying in the bottom of the box. They're not foam hinges. They're the bullet style, the round with the pin. You know, you drill a hole, you stick it in, glue it, and it's got a pin, so you gotta, you know, get it indexed, you know, in the right spot, because it's round, it'll go in anyway. And they were broke. So I contacted, I'm pretty sure his name's Harry at General Hobbies. And I contacted him and said, hey, listen, you know, got a broken wing here. Can you send me a replacement? You know, just, you know, I don't care if you want to send me a unloaded one and I'll just transfer everything over, or you can send me a loaded one and I'll just send you this one back. And he says, no, he says, just fix it with tape. And he sends me a link to an Amazon seller selling the packing tape with the strings in it, you know. And he wanted me to fix this brand new airplane with packing tape. And I said, no, I'm not fixing my $400 brand new airplane with packing tape. So he said, well, then just send it back. So I sent it back. Got my money back from PayPal, and I'll never buy from him again. If that's his customer, if that's his answer to customer service, I don't need that. So yeah, so I had it on my bed, took some pictures, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I sent it back. And, you know, and then I So I'm going to buy it again. I definitely want that particular Corsair. It's just a beautiful airplane. So we're going to see how this, if the stimulus check comes out, I'll probably buy it. It's kind of waiting to, I'm holding off. I want to get the garage done first. I'm not buying any more airplanes, especially something that's not particular, unless it's on sale, which I don't think. The sale they've got running right now at Banana, I think, is just their new low prices. So we'll see. I'm going to hold off on that for right now. And but yeah, what a beautiful plane. And the quality is just like my P40. I love my P40. It's got the same landing gear in it. They're both rotating. They both retract back and rotate. So the P40 and the Corsair have the exact same landing gear in it, and I have no issues with the landing gear. They worked fine. So yeah, I didn't play with the mechanism, but I know they had a problem. Apparently, they were using the same size mechanism in the beginning for the 1200 size one and the 1600 size one. And the 1200 size one worked fine. Nobody had any problem with it. But I guess it wasn't strong enough for the 1600 size, and a lot of guys were having overheat problems. If you sit there and just cycle the wings up and down, you're going to burn it up. It'll go once, and then that's it. Go fly it, whatever you're going to do, and then when you land, you didn't get to cycle it again. But don't just sit there and keep playing with them, because you'll just burn them up. I guess they overheat and burn up. I don't know if they're still having issues with it or if they fixed that. I'm assuming, since that plane's been out for like 6 years, that they've fixed that. I would hope. So, either they made it stronger or put a better motor in the mechanism, whatever they did. But I haven't seen anybody complaining about it recently. I go there and read the reviews, and nobody's mentioned recently. It's all old. If anybody has anything bad to say about the old... Yeah, thanks, Rob. I agree. I absolutely agree. I think packing tape, for the guy that sells the plane to tell you to fix it with packing tape is insulting at best. So I'm all done. And I've bought planes from him before. This is just the first time I had an issue, and so it's the last. I won't buy from him again. Not going there. It's yeah, he shouldn't be selling the product. If LX Models knew his customer service, maybe they'd pull that account away from him and give it to somebody like me that would promote the product and sell it for him. So the Viper is 1450, and that's 1450. These wings go straight out, guys. So it's not 1450 measuring a which I don't know if they do that or not, but I'm just saying it's not a swept back wing, and they're measuring the length of the wing here and there and coming up with 1200 or whatever. No, it's a straight across wing, like a P-51. So it's 1450 straight across. It's big. This thing's huge. So yeah, it's way more than 48 inches. This is not going to fit in my wagon on the bottom. It's going to have to sit on the shelf at the window height, so that the wings can stretch out into the window area, because it's definitely not going to sit down. It's not going to sit down in the pocket down below, because that's only 48 inches and it won't fit in there. The wingspan's way bigger than that. So, but Yeah, guys, just crazy in love with this thing. I mean, I really am. There's some imperfections. It's not perfect. Listen, you know, some of the decals have some wrinkling in them. Um, not a huge deal. It's minor. It's acceptable. Um, on the fuselage here, right in here where the checkers are, it's kind of bubbly. I don't know if they used some kind of a solvent on it, or maybe they used some kind of paint, but it attacked the foam, and there's all these little like dimply pock marks coming out, not in. This part's all smooth, but right here it's got these, where the checkerboard is. So there's a little problem there, and I haven't decided how I'm going to solve that. I might go get some green paint if I have to touch it up, and then spray some clear here, build it up a little bit, and then maybe wet sand it smooth to get the pimples off of it. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I'm gonna fly it first. I'm not gonna get crazy yet. I'll wait till um, I'll wait till I fly it first, and then I'll make a decision. Same thing on the rudder back here. There's some bubbly, pimply marks on this side. Not so much on that side. That side's pretty good. So yeah, so there's some minor imperfections. Another wrinkle in the decal over here. Um, you know, Nothing I would even come close to rejecting the jet for. This is all minor stuff. Easily livable stuff. Especially if it flies good. Um, so I'm really looking forward to flying it. I'm really, really excited. Saturday's going to be a fun day. I don't know what motor's in it. It's a 90 millimeter fan, 11 blade fan. I don't know what motor, KV, or anything. I don't have the book. I can go get it. The book's right in the house. I can go get it and tell you. Um, you know what? It'll only take me a second because it's right by the front door. Let me go get the book real quick. I'll be right back. I had airplanes sitting outside. I had to go put back in the house. Starting to get a little dew on them, so I put them back in the house. So I'm back. So let's see here. So the motor is a 3541 1450 kV. So that's the motor. And then 9 grab digital and Metal Gear servos, 11 of them. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I know the gear door's 8, 9, 10. I got 10. It says 11. What's the 11th? Oh, the steering. So yeah, so there's 11 of the 9 gram digital Metal Gear servos. So that's pretty good. You know, can't complain too much about that. Hey, Christy, I didn't see you pop in here. Good to see you. Been lurking? Oh, come on. You know everybody loves you here. You don't need to be lurking. Yeah, it comes in 4 different colors and 6 schemes. So, the yellow one and the red one both come in this scheme with the checkerboards, and they also come in another scheme with no checkerboards. So you can get the yellow and red one in 2 different schemes, and then the green one and the green one only comes in the checker, I think. It doesn't come in that other scheme. And then there's a bronze colored one that doesn't come in the checkers. It comes in the other scheme. So, yeah, so there's 4 colors, 6 schemes. What else can I tell you about this? All metal landing gear. Yeah, it's beautiful aluminum. All machined aluminum landing gear. It's awesome. Love landing gear. It says the flying weight with a 5,000 pack. So they recommend a 2200, or I mean a 6S 5000 30C. That's interesting. So with that battery in it, they're saying the weight's 3050 grams. So 3050 grams. This also uses the same setup as and this part is I kind of don't like. There's a way around it. It's not a big deal, but it comes with a external BEC that you have to actually use a port on the receiver to power it, and the problem with that is that you need at least a 7-channel radio or a 6-channel with a balance port. If you're flying Spectrum, that's fine. You need one more wire, to get power. You don't need a signal off of it, but you need one more place to get power. So you can put a Y connector on any of them and pull the power from there. So it's not a huge deal, but I like it when they've got it wired where it's already wired into the battery plug. So when you plug the battery in, it already powers the BEC. And this one does, but you have to pick up the power from somewhere. So you got to add that last wire. So not a huge deal, but just a little annoying. Yep, it was plug and play. Yep, Jeff, it's plug and play. It comes with everything. Ready to go. Just add your receiver and you're ready to go. And there's provisions for, I didn't have to add an extension wire or a Y connector or nothing. I've had to do that on a few airplanes. But not this one. The only place I would have had to, if I didn't have a more, because of the radio I use, most of you guys are flying Spectrum, so you've got the bind port to get power. So it's not a problem for you guys, but I don't have that, so I don't have that extra port because my receivers don't use a bind plug. So I have to either get a bigger, a 7-channel or up receiver, or I just have to put a Y connector on the one of the anything and get the power from the Y connector. So it's not a big deal, but small annoyance, that's all. Yeah, Mickey, I really didn't look at it too closely. I mean, it's just it's the same mechanism basically that they use to open the canopy on the A10. It's just a screw jack basically, and I can't say. Listen, if you look up on YouTube, there's a Brandon Moon, who also lives close to me. He's just down here in Sarasota. He has one, and he reviewed it, and he loved it. And he shows the wing mechanism moving. He's a very well-known guy on here. Him and Rich Baker are good friends. Honestly, I'd send him, go to his video and send him a message on his video, Brandon Moon, and ask him, hey, if you have any problems with the folding wing mechanism. He's a super nice guy. He'll definitely answer your question, honestly. And yeah, give him a shout and see what he thinks of because he did a full review on it. And he weathered his and everything. You got to go check his out. He's got flights with the cameras on board, and he did a nice review on the plane. So. Listen, opinions are like assholes, man. Everybody's got one, and they all stink. So, you just have to decide whether you want to believe the guy that's telling you it's crap, or you believe the guy that says, hey, it's a pretty good model, but you're going to have to do this or that or those or whatever. It's, everybody's opinions are different. So you just got to kind of decide. That's why when I did my video on this the Dynam build and my PT, the LX, the P40 LX build, that I told you all the problems that I potentially, not necessarily problems, but I told you what to expect. You got to do this, you're going to have to do that, it's to prepare you so there's no surprises. If you buy the product, you've already heard from me what to expect. You're going to have to glue this, you're going to have to put the decals on, you're going to have to undo whatever, and I pretty much tell you everything I had to do to make a good airplane out of it. So yeah, I honestly, Mickey, I know LX models, and as long as you understand what you're going to have to do to put it together, because it's not 8 screws and you're done. You're going to have to do some gluing and some sanding and some modeling, and you're not going to have to put the decals on. Well, the only decal you have to put on is the well, that's on the P40. Yeah, I don't know if there's any decal you have to put on the LX, on the Corsair. I think they're all on it already. But with the exception of how well the wing folding mechanism works, that's what you're going to expect. Watch my LX P40 model, and it's exactly the same build. So everything about the motor box is exactly the same. It's the same motor box, goes in the plane the same way. Everything else is the same. The landing gear is the same landing gear. The only thing I can't address is the folding wing mechanism. So get a hold of Brandon Moon. Just go on his YouTube channel and send him a message. And just whatever you want to know about that folding mechanism, ask him. And, I'm going to buy it. There's no doubt I'll own that airplane. I can promise you that. Now, whether or not I never fold the wings because the mechanism is crap, I can live with that. It's just too pretty of an airplane. And according to Brandon, it flies great. He loves the way it flies. So, um, hey, Mickey, anytime, buddy. Seriously. Um, so yeah, if I have a problem with that mechanism, I'm just gonna put the wings down and leave them down. I'll just take the wing off to transport it in my car. Or when I get the trailer up and running, I won't have to take the wing off. But that's something I can live with. Yeah, it's cool that they fold. But it wouldn't be a deal breaker for me if they don't. If I just have to put them down, lock them in place, and that's it, then I can live with that. Because I'm not buying it for the folding wings. I'm buying it for how beautiful it is. The folding wings is a bonus. I mean, and it's a cool bonus for sure. But if I have to stop folding the wings because they're going to break, I can live with that. I just think it's too pretty of a Corsair, and according to Brandon, it flies great. So, if it flies like my P40, it flies great because my P40 flies great. Very similar to this, very scale. It's not a speed demon. Most of the planes, guys, listen, they're model airplanes. Just like model cars, the RC cars you buy are way faster scale speed than the real ones. Way faster. And most of these things are the same way, I mean, like this thing, for instance, just round numbers, just to say, if this thing flies 100 miles an hour and it's 1/10 scale, okay, that means that the full-size one has to fly 1,000 miles an hour. And it wouldn't. It's not even going to come close to that. 300-400 miles an hour maybe, but not 1,000 miles an hour. But this can do 100. So, it's just the models always fly faster or drive faster. Same thing with cars. I mean, if you've got an RC car that's a 1/6 scale and can go 200 miles an hour, okay, the real car can barely do 200 miles an hour. So, and this is only 1/6. So take 200 times 6. That's 1,200. So the real car would have to do 1,200 miles an hour to be scale speed. All right. So this stuff usually flies way faster than scale speed. So when you get one that flies scale speed like this and like my P40, well, everybody says it's underpowered. Well, no, not really. It's flying when it should be flying. It's just not a rocket ship like, every other model that you get. Like the new one from, the new Horizon, the 1200, the V1200. Holy crap. I mean, 140 miles an hour on a propeller airplane. Come on. Really? So, yeah. So that doesn't bother me. I don't mind that it's not a speed demon. It flies very scale. It has plenty of power to go vertical and do a loop. It flies fine. It's just not a speed demon, and that's fine with me. If you want it to go fast, well then that's not the plane for you. This one isn't either. Even Rich Baker said, it flies very scale. It's not no speed demon. But it's got plenty of power. It flies great. It's just not going to be a missile, that it's just not that kind of airplane. So, and neither is the Corsair. My P40, same thing. It's no rocket ship, but it flies very scale. It probably does 65, 70 miles an hour. I'll have to put the telemetry in it next time and see how fast it's going. But it's probably doing about 65, 70. So when you multiply that times whatever the size of it is, I don't know if it's a 6 scale or if it was 10 scale, which it would be 700 miles an hour. Obviously that wouldn't work. It doesn't go that fast. So it may be. Well, I don't know. I think it flies very scale looking. Whether it's exact or not, I don't know. We'll find out. I'll put the telemetry in. We'll find out. But other than that, it just flies very scale. So does this. Good flying airplane. So, yeah, Ethan, that's everybody likes that plane. You know, I don't particularly. I mean, I think um, it's okay. It's but that one doesn't light me up. This one lit me up. This is the one I've been wanting for 6 years. So I finally got it. When that Viper came out, I was like, yeah, okay. Not really, wasn't what I'm looking for, but um, but this one was what I was looking for. So right, exactly, Alan, and most of them don't look scale when they're flying. Um, when you're flying them wide open, which a lot of guys do, they just they're addicted to speed. Listen, I got fast airplanes, and there's plenty of ways to go faster than the way most of these guys want to do it. Jets are not the way to fly fast. There are so many prop planes way faster than these jets. So, yeah, the jets are not the way to go if you want to go fast. A prop plane not only goes faster than a jet, it's more responsive. When you throttle a prop plane up, it responds now. It doesn't take time for it to build speed like a jet. It goes from, zero to insane instantly, where the jet has to build speed. You got to take that, literally, it's got to compress that air that it's trying to suck through the front and push it out the back. So it's force feeding. So the faster it goes, the more pressure it can build, the more air it can push. A prop plane just grabs a hold of the air and teleports you. So I don't know if you guys watched Rich Baker's V1200 demo, but oh my God. He come across the field at like idle and hit the throttle, and it instantly went to rocket speed. I mean, what did he call it? Not insane. Insane? Was that the speed he called it, or something else? I don't know. But yeah, it's insane. It's fast. I've got a quarter midget gas plane that's faster. Okay, so it's, mine does 160, 180. And, so I've been there, And if I wanted to go that fast, I'd just grab that one and go back out to the field. I'm not really crazy about flying a gas power, but they have electrics going that fast. If you buy a quarter midget electric plane, it goes 200 miles an hour. I mean, just go get one. It's insane how fast these things are. So, if you want to go fast, that's the plane to get. Just get a quarter midget pylon racer. Put the motor and battery in it that they tell you to put in it. Rock your boat. You want speed, that's where the speed is, guys. Because it'll make the one that Rich was flying look like it was tied to a pole. So, yeah, just go get yourself a quarter midget pylon racer. And that'll rock your world for sure. I promise. You'll definitely enjoy the crap out of that. Alright, so I just lost my video feed. Oh, there it is. It's back now. I don't know if you're going to get the blackout that I got or not. But that was weird. Or maybe you already did, because mine seems to be lagging behind again. So I have confirmed one thing for sure, guys. This computer, both my computers, the one in the house, same thing. They're lacking the smoke to run the stream any better than I can. So I definitely have to upgrade. If I click on the emoji button down there to throw emojis up, it puts me 3 minutes behind. Because it takes 3 minutes for my computer to load those little emojis so that I can pick one to put on the screen. I'm not kidding. It really does. So that's how underpowered my computers are. Both my laptops take forever to load an emoji so that I can put it on the screen. And when I was a computer programmer for my brother's company, and they had me write that software for the automotive industry. And the original program was all emojis. There were GUI pictures on every single button and everywhere on the thing, and it took so much power to run that operating system to run your shop on that everybody was going to have to buy new computers. And I told, when my brother hired this guy and brought his product with him, and I told him that, I said, "There's no way anybody's going to do it. Car repair places are going to buy equipment to fix cars. You come in there with a product and tell them they're going to have to buy a new computer to run it, they're going to throw you out. They're not going to spend $1,000 on a new computer just so they can print postcards and whatever for mailers and crap. We got to take the GUI off. All right, we got to get rid of all the GUI. It's going to work just as good. It just isn't going to look as pretty." And he finally agreed. So we had a way to turn the GUI on and off. So if you happen to have a full Monty computer that can handle it, you could turn all the pretty crap on. But if you want it to work and you don't care about all the pretty crap and it'll do everything just the way you want it to, well, then you just turn the GUI part off, and it worked fine. And it'll work on an old, slow, computer, no problem. You just got to turn the GUI off. And that's what's going on with mine. When I click the emoji, that's turning the GUI on. And it has to build all those images. And it takes a lot of power to do that. And I don't have it. So, yeah, I'm sure that was fast. I think those are in the 220 range. The Formula, pylon racers. Yeah, they're in the 220 or plus range. So, well, if you want some speed, Alan, that's the one to grab. I mean, for the speed and it's a bind and fly, right? So, you're not gonna. I doubt you're gonna build even an electric pylon racer for less than that. So, although the other one will be faster, but it's probably going to cost you just as much to build a even an electric quarter midget or formula, electric pylon racer. It's probably going to cost you that kind of money to build it. I haven't even looked into that, honestly. So yeah, for the money, that's a fast airplane for the money for sure. So yeah, if you're looking for speed, man, don't buy a jet. Buy the V1200. Way faster than a jet. And way more responsive than a jet. In every aspect. It's going to turn tighter. It's going to accelerate quicker. It's just going to do everything better than a jet. Jets just look cool and sound cool. But the speed is not their forte. Now, that's not to say you can't make a jet go fast. I'm just telling you, the ones we're buying, plug and play or bind and fly out of the box, are not that fast. I mean, they're doing 100 plus, but they're not going to do a $140 until you start modifying them. And, and they're not going to do it instantly. It's going to have to build that speed where, this thing on takeoff roll, you can hit the throttle and go straight up. You can't do that in a jet. Not an electric jet. So yeah, you come off, the turbine, yes, but not one of these. And usually the turbines even won't, going straight up won't increase speed as they're going straight up. They'll just maintain, they'll pull, but they're not, that V1200 is accelerating while it's going straight up. I mean, it's not slowing down. It's accelerating as it's going straight up, right off a takeoff roll. So, Fred, Are you going? Are you leaving, or is Christy leaving? You're saying goodnight to Christy. Or Chris. Is there a Chris in here? Anyway, who's leaving? Good night, whoever you are. Good night. Thanks for coming by. Oh, Chris? Is that an explanation point at the end there? I can't tell. I'm too far away. So what other questions we got? Oh, Jackson. Oh, okay, now I got it. Thank you, Roy. Yeah, all right. Thank you, sir. That helped. Thank you. that cleared it all up. Roy's always got my back. Thank you, buddy. So, any more questions about the jet? Anything else you want to know about? Anything you guys want to talk about? Anything, any good news? Hey, I have a question. Did you guys get a voting card in the mail for your AMA district rep? Yeah, it was hella loud and hella fast. Yeah, well, they don't have to run mufflers on them. You know, so the noise abatement rule doesn't apply to those guys because they're only in the air for, you know, like 2 minutes. You know, a 10-lap race of the Formula One plane is over really quick. And so, yeah, they generally don't run mufflers. And if they do, you know, it's usually a tuned pipe, so they're still loud. And so do you guys have anybody you're going to vote for? Do we want to all pencil in, like, George Watts or Fred Barron? Because we could all, like, pencil that in and get these guys, you know, on you know, if all of us, you know, band together and pencil in their name, you know, we maybe get them elected if you guys want to do that. You know, I just wanted to bring that up because I thought, yeah, my district's empty too. That's why I'm saying let's you know, I don't know if we're in the same district. I don't know what districts where, but yeah, let's you know, I mean, it's up to you guys. I just wanted to throw it out there. You know, do you guys want to you know, put Fred on the ballot? Put George on the ballot? Anybody else? Any other suggestions? You know, Ryan, although I don't think Ryan's got time for it. He's got a lot on his plate, but, you know, if we all band together, I think we can get somebody elected. Oh, I'm sure if we're both in Florida, we're in the same district. Yeah, there aren't going to be multiple districts for Florida. There are going to be multiple districts for, like, I'm guessing that everything in the south east of the country is one district. So that'd be like Florida, maybe Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky. That's probably one district, I'm guessing. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that they don't have enough, because the ballot's empty, that they don't have enough people to even fill the districts if they're that big. So if they're trying to fill districts like 4 for one state, probably never happen. So where are you at, Joseph? Vote buying. I'd vote for you in a second, Fred. If you want to run, just let me know. I'll put your name on my ballot and send it in. Absolutely. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. That's awesome. Looks like I missed one earlier while I was farting around, so somebody super chatted me and I missed it. So whoever you are, I'm very sorry for that. I don't know if I can go back and find it. I will go look. It might be off my grid already. But I just noticed that I have more money in there. So somebody else super chatted me. So I apologize for that. Please just, give me a thumbs up emoji or something. Let me know who you are so I can thank you, because I really appreciate that. I'm sorry I missed it. I don't know if I was hunting down my lightning tree or getting the airplane or what, or the owner's manual or whatever I was doing, but I'm sorry I missed your super chat. I apologize. So, well, they're supposed to. So, like in February, when I crashed my plane at the event there in Newberry, where we're all going in November, the district rep was there. So he's just there to, like, make sure I know what I need to do, in the case of this crash. He said, get a hold of your homeowner's insurance. And I said, well, I don't have any homeowner's insurance. I live in a double wide trailer. It's paid for. I don't have any insurance on it. Oh, well, in that case, then just tell the AMA that you don't have insurance, and they'll, you'll have to pay the deductible, which is $250, and then they'll take care of the rest. And I said, okay, that's fine. So he was just there to kind of give me some information. He was super relaxed, super cool about the whole thing. It was clear to everybody there that the plane was out of control, because it was doing loops while we're all yelling heads up, and I'm got the radio over my head doing this, and nothing's happening. And the club president's my timer, standing right next to me, Jerry. And one of the guys said, try turning it off and back on. I did that. I had plenty of time because it was doing loops on its own. And then it finally got low enough to hit the car, and so it was a very long crash. It took a while. There's plenty of time for us to try different things, and nothing worked. It was just, I didn't have control of it. So obviously it wasn't an antenna mounted issue, because the plane was changing attitude as it was making loops. So yeah, at some point I would have gotten control of it again if it was that, and I didn't. And they all know that. Jerry was standing right there. So he was my witness, because there was some paperwork to fill out. I had to tell him, everything, where I was, what were the conditions, and then, and were there any witnesses? And, luckily the contest director and president of the club was my timer, so he was totally my witness. So, so it all went fine. No big deal. It was a very simple process. But that's basically what they do, I guess. They just, if there's an issue that they need to get involved with to make sure all the parties know what they're supposed to do or whatever, I don't think it's a big tasking job. I don't know. Maybe go to meetings, which I would assume they'd fly you to, wherever, if they have to go to Muncie to go to a meeting, I would assume that they're going to pay your way to get up there. I don't think it's a pay position, but at the same time, I don't think you're required to make your own travel arrangements. Maybe that's why there's nobody on the ballot, because maybe nobody wants to do it for free and pay their own way. I don't know. So, but we'll see. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out. There was something I wanted to mention. I just thought of it. So, yeah, if George or even maybe Dennis Farley, another one. These are some icons in our hobby, guys, that get a lot of exposure, and I'd be more than happy to vote for any of these guys. So anyway, just throwing it out there. We don't have to make a decision tonight, but if you guys think about it, we can talk about it again tomorrow night. Dave's show or Saturday Night and Ryan's show. You know, if you guys want to bring it up, you know, just throwing it out there. I got my ballot and I was like, well, God, this is weird. There's nobody on it. You know, hell, I know lots of guys that should be on it. Let's work on that. So anyway, just my 2 cents. You know, whatever you guys think. Don't know that much about it, but I just thought, you know, I know some pretty good guys that would be perfect for the job. So, you know, what the hell. So what else we got? Ryan, what are you working on? You got another crawler you're working on? You got a plane you're going to do another surprise maiden on? What do you got? You doing anything cool? Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Roy. They've got money. So, and honestly, I'm not very happy. Listen, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Flight Test is working on giving you the same insurance and everything that AMA gives you. They're looking to take over that because they're not happy that we're not getting any representation in Washington from the AMA. This whole drone thing, you know, and all the restrictions that they want to put on us. Nobody from the AMA is showing up to represent us. So, is that a question, GB? No love for the AMA? You can put a question mark. No love for GB on the AMA front. Oh, you mean, would you do it? Yeah, absolutely. Is that what you meant? Hell yeah, I'd vote for you. You want to be our rep? I'm sure you and I are not in the same district. You're on the opposite ends of the country, so I'm sure we're not in the same district. So, alright, I know where you live. So yeah, I wasn't thinking for me. I can't vote for you. We're not in the same district, but yeah, absolutely. If you want to run for it, let's talk about it. Yeah. I mean, if anything to help us out in the hobby, for sure. But I just know that Flight Test is working on it because they're pissed off that the AMA's not showing up at any of the meetings. We have zero representation at these whole drone and airplane and the whole 9 yards. And so, you know, Josh wants to do something about it. So he's looking into finding an insurance company that will take over what AMA gets for insurance, and they're gonna, you know, facilitate it, and we can all just join, you know, Flight Test's insurance company, whatever, you know, whatever he's gonna call it, and the club presidents will just have to decide that we're gonna be a Flight Test club affiliate field, not a AMA field. And that's how this is going to go down if it goes down that way. Because, like I said, you know, we're not getting any representation. We're paying, like Roy just said, we're paying $75 million a year to an organization that's not representing our place in the hobby and our ability to fly in the airspace that we already have, because they want to take it away from us. So anyway, well, technically, Joseph, you're right, but it's also not a rule. It's a what do they call it? There's a word they're using. You know, basically a recommendation. They use a different word than that, but it's a recommendation to not fly over 400 feet. And manned flight aircraft are not supposed to fly below 500 feet. That gives us 100 feet of separation at all times, no matter where you are. Because I can tell you, the sheriff's office and Bayflight, which is our, emergency transport, accident scene, hospital transport, fly over our field, not frequently, but they do fly over our field occasionally. And at, 400, 500 feet or lower. So if I've got a glider at 1,000 feet and all of a sudden, and that happened once, Bayflight came by, I was at 1,000, I was over 1,000 feet. And Bayflight come by and I was like, oh crap. So I just flew, even though I was way higher than him, I flew way off out of his flight path so that we didn't even cross. I just got the hell out of his way. I jumped out of the thermal and I flew across the other end of the field till he flew by, and then I came back over to my thermal. So, but yeah, that's kind of why. But now they're talking about, they want the low airspace for the Uber, the air transport Uber rides, because they're going to fly in low. They're going to be at the 500-foot mark or 400-foot mark, under controlled airspace. And so that's what I'm hearing is, and if you want to see that, there's a YouTube video up. They're already showing one they're working on, a prototype of an Uber ride where a unmanned, I don't know who the hell's going to get in an unmanned, it looks kind of like a bumper car. It's got, it's enclosed, but it's about the size of a bumper car. I think it seats 4 people max. It's unmanned. So there's nobody on board flying it. It just lands, you get in it, and it takes off and takes you where you want to go, right? I don't know who the hell's going to get in an unmanned vehicle like that, but it sure as hell ain't going to be me. I can promise you that. So anyway, that's what they want our airspace for. So that they can get these Uber things running around at low altitude, under controlled airspace, and not have to worry about an unmanned Uber ride flying into a model airplane and causing a crash. So that's where this is headed. I personally think it's a big flop. There's no way. I don't think the package delivery from Amazon is going to work. Ryan said it many times. All that thing has to do is land and hit some kid, cut him or what. I mean, and it's going to be over, So this whole thing is going to go away anyway because it's going to be a total failure. There's no way it's going to work. And I know none of us, if you would accept a package from Amazon flown in on a drone, would you let it? Put an emoji up if you are in favor of that. Don't put a thumbs down if you're against it. Don't do anything except if you think that's a good idea and you would accept a package from Amazon coming in on a drone. Give me some kind of emoji. Because I can promise you there's no way Amazon's delivering anything to my house on a drone. That son of a bitch comes within 500 feet of my house, I'm shooting it down. So, I can't believe anybody in the model community would let a drone that's taken our right to fly away, deliver a package. No way, And there's millions of us. So, I can't imagine, that this is going to work at all. I mean, between the people that are going to boycott it and the safety issues with it, and the second somebody gets injured, it's going to be over. So, and then I can't believe anybody, even a drunk person, I don't think would get into an unmanned drone, quadcopter, and get in it and ask it to take him home. I just don't see it, there's no way I'd have to be unconscious and they'd have to throw me in the thing because there's no way I'm going to make an intelligent decision to get in an unmanned aircraft and go for a ride. So that's just my thoughts on it. I don't see it happening, but apparently that's what they want our airspace for. The Uber, not the package delivery so much, but the Uber rides. You know, they think they're going to actually get people to get in unmanned aircrafts and fly them home or fly them to work or whatever. And they're going to fly them at under 400 feet so they're not in controlled airspace. And they don't want model airplanes interfering with that airspace. So, and I could be wrong. This is just what I'm hearing, okay? That's why they're not going to allow any new airfields. Because they're going to have no-fly zones over the existing fields for the Uber rides so they can program around them. But they're not going to let any new fields come in because then they're going to have to keep modifying the program. And they don't want to. It's too much work. They want the airspace to be theirs. So they'll take existing fields and program, you know, a no-fly zone there, and that's it. And then there aren't going to be any new flying sites. That's what I've heard. It could be totally bullshit. I don't know. But that's what I heard. But I saw the the YouTube video of the unmanned Uber ride. Ain't no way I'm getting in it. I can promise you that. Pretty much, Bravo. I can promise you I'm going to be a rebel. There's no way I'm going to abide by these rules. I mean, they can kiss my ass. I'm going to fly where I want, and I don't care. That's just the way it's going to be. The prisons are going to be full of a lot of RC pilots for whatever reason. The murderers and the rapists and the thieves will be out, and all of us pilots will be in there for flying our RC airplane, our foam RC airplanes where we're not supposed to. Yeah. Thanks, GB. Like I'm the biggest guy there is that flies RC. or better yet, I'm the biggest guy on the planet to get it that's going to want an Uber ride. But that was funny. Hey, the thing will hold 4 people, so I'll just have to fly solo, that's all. If I'm with my girlfriend, you'll have to take the next one. This one's mine. You'll have to take the next one. That's funny. Yeah, Joseph. You're clapping for what? Inquiry minds want to know. Yeah, but you won't be in the Mile High Club because they can't go that high. You'll be in the 400-foot club. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, guys. I have to keep fondling my jet because I really love this thing. Yeah, I just can't. 6 years of wanting this airplane, and it's finally sitting on the table. Yeah, I got one little tiny piece of damage. I don't know if it was packing or shipping, but the very tip of the corner of that elevator, the left back tip, has got a tiny little piece broke off. I haven't decided if I'm going to glue some, like, the best thing to fix that with would be some Gorilla Glue, and put a little dab of glue there, let it dry, and then cut it and sand it back to the shape, or just round that corner off and then round this corner to match. I haven't decided which way I'm going to go. I'm not going to do either until after the maiden because it's not going to hurt anything, but just to doll it up, get a little green paint, touch it up. It's very, very tiny. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny little corner nipped off. I don't know how it happened. It came out of the box that way, but I'm just so excited about this airplane, guys. I absolutely love this thing. I've loved this thing for 6 years, and God, I just can't wait to go fly it. So yeah, it's just exciting as shit to have it here. It's one of the best looking jets. I think it's better looking than the Avanti, and I love the Avanti, and I think this thing's better looking than the Avanti. Hamilton, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Looks like my hair all flattened down. Yeah, I don't have the finger in the socket look anymore, do I? It's it looks like it all flattened out. That's too bad. Uh, yeah, yeah. Who to save? And yeah, Mickey, you're right. That was very interesting. Fred, have you had one of these, or have you seen one in person? Well, tell me what you know. Um, I'd love to hear what you have to say about this, because I haven't seen one in person. I've only seen video. Who was struck by lightning? Oh, you were almost struck by lightning. Well, that's kind of like horseshoes and hand grenades. Almost doesn't count. uh, the only way I see autonomous cars working is if all cars are autonomous, meaning they take the human factor off the page so that they all know exactly where each other are, They all know how to avoid each other. They all know how to merge. And so if all cars are autonomous, I could see it working. But as long as the humor factor is involved, it's not going to work. There's just no possible way it can work. You know, there's too many stupid humans out there. Oh, Fred, really? Okay. Yeah, I've seen some great videos, so I've always loved the jet too. I thought maybe you had some firsthand experience you'd like to share, because I'd love to hear that. Um, Lightning McQueen. uh, so it's I just had that. Hang on. So Shay, it's got a the motor is a 3541 1450 kV. It's got a Hobby Wing 80 amp ESC. They recommend a 5000 6S 30C. And the wingspan's 1450 millimeter. And the wings go straight out, so that's not, I mean, the leading edge has a swept, but the back is almost dead straight across. So it's truly a 1450. I don't know if they measured the swept, and it's not really 1450 wide. The wings add up to 1450 on other jets, but this one the wings are straight out, so it's like a P-51. So it's a true 1450. It's big. It's got 11 9-gram digital Metal Gear servos in it. The landing gear's all machined aluminum, all of it. It's not. It's all 100% aluminum. The strut, and they're all oleo struts. So it's got full suspension, front and back, and the gear doors on the bottom, they close after the gear goes down. The nose gear has to stay open because the strut's in the way. It's supposed to weigh 3050 grams, 3050 grams flying weight. So that's with the 5000 battery on board, flying weight. And that's pretty much it. It's a 90 millimeter fan, 11 blade. So, yeah. Just, I honestly didn't really care about all that hoopla when I wanted it. I saw it fly on video, and I said, I got to have that. And I've been wanting it for 6 years, and I finally got it. So I'm super pumped. So we're gonna go out Saturday and fly it. Hopefully, if I can get my car fixed by Saturday, I should know that tomorrow. I gotta go buy a part for it. Hopefully that's gonna fix it. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just crazy in love with this airplane. I've like I said, I've been wanting this thing forever, and I finally got. And it was only $275, guys. Plug and play, 90 millimeter, 80 amp, 11 blade fan, everything for $275. I mean, a 1450 size airplane. I mean, that's just freaking awesome. That's cheaper than the FMS P-51. The 1450 P-51 is $299. This was $275, and it's a jet. So, it's just freaking awesome. I'm just so excited that I finally got it. The fact that I got it for $275 is just a horrendously cool bonus, but I got it. I finally got it. So, pretty excited. Yeah, I'm really, really, really excited. I've been, when I bought it, I kept watching for the shipped email because I was in disbelief. I'm like, there's no way they have that jet. I've been trying too long to get this jet. It's never going to ship. I'm going to get a damn email that says, "Oh, we're sorry, we're out of stock." I just know it. And then it shipped. And I was so excited, but then it just sat at the post office in California because of the fires for more than a week. So I'm like, yeah, there it is. Okay, it's not coming. This is bullshit. It's, the imaginary shipping, it's this, the whole, I'm just like, whatever. So I just was really like, whatever. And then it finally started moving again. And then I got excited again, It's like, oh, maybe it's really coming. And then I didn't hear anything. A couple days went by and I hadn't gotten an update. And then one day I just, clicked on it again. So let's see if it's moving or not. And it was out for delivery. It was coming today. Oh my God, you're kidding. It's coming today. So, yeah, it was awesome. Oh, we doing a temperature check? It's pretty cool here tonight, guys. Florida's, it was 59 degrees this morning. My heat was on. I'm like, what? Yeah, it was 59 degrees this morning. So we're having a cold front. It's 69 right now. They're forecasting 61. So it's supposed to go down to 61 tonight, but it's 69 right now. And no humidity. It's very comfortable. It's really nice out here tonight. I'm not sweating at all. I'm almost chilly. Almost. It's not chilly, but almost. I can feel the cool. Not going to get frostbite tonight. 69. We're good. But yeah, it's definitely cool. Tennessee is part of Canada now? Okay, Randy, really? Wow, did we have another war or something I didn't know about? Oh, that's hilarious. How many cats do you have now, Randy? Especially in California, yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I'm pretty certain you're talking about the autonomous car thing, and yeah, the only way it would work is everybody would have to give up their driver's licenses, and all cars would be autonomous. Then it would work. Otherwise, it's never going to work. Oh, feel like it, Kenny. No damn kitty. Oh, okay. All right, Randy. Thanks for clearing that up. I seriously don't see that happening. Not in my lifetime, anyway. There's no way we're going to have all autonomous, cars in my lifetime. It may come to that one day. Which, honestly, it'll probably be... Cars will be gone. There won't be any more cars. There'll be drones, or something, George Jetson vehicles that you fly, and they'll all be flown autonomously. And you just get in your vehicle and tell it to go, take me to work, and it'll just fly you to work, and but that's the only way it's going to work. Yeah, bumper cars, exactly. So yeah, this autonomous car crap is never going to work. Not that the car is going to be at fault. Human beings are going to be at fault, and the car is going to be a victim of, our stupidity. But of course, we're going to blame the car because there's nobody else to blame. There's nobody in the car driving it, so we're going to blame the car. We still don't have computers that can calculate anything as quick as the human brain. Situational awareness. We react faster than any computer made so far. We can react quicker. And the power of our brain. We're only using a small percentage of the power of our brain. So they haven't come up with that yet. But that's what they're striving for. There's a big discussion of the fighter jet pilots are supposedly worried they're going to lose their jobs to, autonomous jets, drones. We already have them. So what's a drone going to do in a dogfight? Well, it won the fight. They just had one. They had an F-16 fly against, I think it was an F-16, but a drone, autonomous, flight. But the rules were set up for the drone to win. Okay? The drone was over G-ing the aircraft, which our pilots are trained not to do. It was using fighter tactics that we don't do. So it was all their rules, and of course our pilot followed his rules that he was trained, and he lost. So there's going to be another one coming up. They're going to do it again, and they're going to modify the playing field and see if a real pilot can beat this thing or not. Basically, they told in the discussion, they said if the pilot had been flying it like a video game instead of like a fighter pilot, he'd have had a better chance of winning it. So now we're like, okay, so we have to retrain our pilots now to fly it like a video game. Like they're not on board and they're going to die when they start doing the maneuvers that, they want you to do. Or you're going to over-G the aircraft, which causes stress cracks and things, and then now the plane's unusable again. So, yeah, it was a virtual reality fight. They weren't using real aircraft, but the fighter pilot was still using his technique, his way he was trained, exactly, and the drone or the autonomous plane was using its own rules. So, yeah, it was a stacked playing field against the real pilot. So, of course, he lost. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you just have to give yourself a couple hours, drive time to work, Randy, but you'll be safe for sure. I don't know what kind of gas mileage that thing gets either, but, Yeah, I just saw that, Randy. I was going to pull the trigger in before I came out here tonight. When I go back in the house, I'm going to pull the trigger on 9.5. So I can get Dave's fly-in. I want to fly in Dave's fly-in. So hopefully they're not sold out of it before I go back in the house. So I'm going to go pull the trigger on that, get that on the way. I don't think it'll be here by Monday, which is a shame. But, oh well. At least I'll have it. I'll be ready for the next next flying. It just released. I got an email today from Tower Hobbies, and it was in the email. So I think it came out today. I don't know, Roy. I didn't see that. I wasn't paying that close of attention. Basically, I went to the web page, clicked on the version I want, which is on sale for $179, which is I think is their regular price. You know, it says $199 and then $179. You know, the $199 is crossed out, but that's the way they always do it. I clicked on it. It said in stock. I'm like, holy crap! So, yeah. So I want to see if I have any points at Tower, or if there's a coupon I can use or something. And if not, then I'll probably get it from Horizon, because I think I have some points there still. Try to get a couple bucks off of it. But yeah, but I'm going to buy it tonight. I want to get it on the way here. Yeah, Randy, I just don't know if that's available. Is it available now? They have the upgrade version available or not? But yeah, I got the email today, so they just came in. So I hope they don't run out of them before I, can get in there and bag it. Well, we had a lot of dropouts early tonight. My God, it's just after midnight, and we're down to 19 people. Holy crap. Where'd everybody go? Is there something going on that I don't know about? Somebody else got a show going? Or is there some kind of a presidential debate on? Or, am I losing it out to freaking Joe Biden? Oh, what are you printing, Bravo? You're printing an airplane? That's freaking awesome. What are you printing? You still unpacking, Shay? Really? Wow. I hate moving. Well, there you have it. Randy just posted up the word for word off the website. So there you go. So yeah, maybe the download is available. It should be. So you can go online and get your free upgrade. Yeah. How long did you watch it, Christy? An hour? That's an hour of your life you're never going to get back. I didn't watch any of it. Not interested. Not into politics at all. Oh, okay. Gotcha. You know, the unimportant crap that you got to put away, you know, like silverware, plates, you know, that kind of crap. We got all the airplane stuff unpacked. That's the important stuff. You know, we'll just eat out. You know, we can eat out for a couple of weeks. We'll leave that packing for the last, you know. Gotta get the airplanes out, though. That's first. You know, like I said, the important stuff. It's true, guys. I'll be honest with you. I've been here 7 years. There's 2 trailers full of crap we haven't unpacked. But no, there aren't any airplanes in the trailers. But there's 2 trailers here full of crap that we haven't unpacked. So, you know, as soon as I get the hangar / garage built, I can start unpacking that stuff. But right now, it's still packed in the trailer, and we're not touching it. You know, it's a lot of stuff that some of it we could use right now, but we can do without. Not a big deal. And some of it's just stuff I want, but didn't have a place to put yet. I've got a couple of antique soda machines. I got a couple of antique jukeboxes. I've got a desk that I had in the old house that I didn't put in this house. Didn't need it. I'll probably put it out in the garage. Just all kinds of stuff. A lot of furniture that I don't even know if we'll use, honestly. You know, if we build a bigger house, then we might use some of it. But yeah, just a ton of crap. And you know, we didn't. I packed both those trailers with the full intention of not unpacking them when we got here. You know, we're just going to store the stuff in the trailers until we're ready. And we've been here 7 years. We've had a few setbacks. All this stuff should have been done 3 years ago. I'm not going to get into that again. But anyway. But we're getting close now. If it'll ever stop raining, and if I could get all my shit working around here, I could get these last couple stumps done, and then get the concrete pad poured, and then they can put the building up. And I'm the holdup right now. You know, the falling on the jack and the jack stand and breaking my back was a big setback. That was 2 months of agony. So that set us back 2 months right there, because I couldn't do nothing. And now the weather's been a big problem. It's been raining every day. So I haven't been able to get out there and burn and do stuff that I need to do. And this whole week has been a setback. I'm trying to get my car fixed. I've got a very weird problem that I can't solve. I think I might have it solved. You know, we've eliminated everything else. I think we're pretty much the only thing left. I think the computer, the engine management computer, took a crap. It's a 92 car. It's old. So I'm going to go buy a computer tomorrow. They're $25. And put that in the car. And if that fixes it, we're good to go. And I can put the jet in the car so I can go fly it Saturday. And if not, then we're going to have to keep working on the car because I got to get the car fixed. Yeah, well, that tree's not mine, Alan. That one's at the flying field. That belongs to the field owner. And I don't know what he's going to do with it. It'll be interesting to see if he, for safety reasons, because it's a big tree. And it could fall on people. So he might take it down for fear of it falling on people. Because, I mean, it exploded. You know, it's, you know, the damage to that tree is unbelievable. So, I'm surprised it's still standing as it is. And what I suspect is going to happen is it's going to split in half and fall apart. You know, maybe not exactly in half. Maybe not just 2 pieces. Maybe more than 2. But I suspect that it's going to come apart and just topple over in different directions. And it's big enough to reach a very big area. So if anybody parks in that vicinity, they take the risk of the tree falling on them. So, you know, the owner, Bo, he might go take the tree down just to make sure it doesn't fall on somebody. So we'll see. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't think he's done anything with it yet. It just happened Sunday, but I'll ask him, you know, because I don't know if I'm going to park under it. I'm not sure I'm comfortable parking under it, because I certainly can't have the tree fall on my car or my airplanes, which would be even worse. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I was standing underneath the tree. My car was... Did you see the pictures, Roy? Do I need to put the pictures back up? Because I can if you want me to. But there was a green car parked next to the tree. That's where my car was, where the green car is in the picture. And I was standing right next to the car. So, it just lit me up, man. I mean, holy crap. Talk about getting electrocuted. I don't know why I'm still alive, guys. I really don't. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we could cut it off so the stump is the right height to be my new table. And then I could work right off the table. That's an idea. You want to see? All right, let me see if I can put the pics back up. I think I can. Let's take a shot at this and see if I can put them back up. We'll see if they're still there. Okay, so this is the opposite side of the tree. Okay, so the green car, that's where my car was parked, right where the green car is. And you can see the split going all the way down the tree where it literally blew apart. And the crack you see is where it blew all the wood off the tree. There were big chunks of wood, both directions. My windows were down. My car's full of wood. It all blew. A bunch of wood blew inside my car. It was all over the top of my car. It was all over me. The tree exploded from within when the lightning hit it. And then the electricity, I think, I didn't see it because my back was to the tree, but I think the electricity went, as the tree exploded, I think a lightning bolt came out of the tree, hit my car, and then from my car it hit me. I don't know that for certain, but all I know is the electricity went through me. You know, no doubt about that. I definitely got hit by lightning. I don't know if it came up from the ground or if it came from the tree down to the ground. I don't know. I just know I got hit. So that's the opposite side of the tree. That's my car was parked where the green one is in that photo. And then in this photo, let me get the other one. Let me transfer back to this for a second. And oh, that's the same image. Wait, why are both images on the same? Oh, they're not. I probably have to bring that one to the top. Yeah. Okay. So this is the side of the tree that my car was parked against. And you can see there's a lot more damage on this side of the tree. It went in a lot of different directions. It's kind of striped. So yeah, that's all that wood that you see missing off the tree is in my car, on my car, or next to my car, and all around my car. So that's the so yeah, that's the tree, my beautiful tree that I'm not going to be able to park under anymore. I'm really bummed. I really love parking under that tree. So I'm so bummed that that got hit by lightning. I wish it had hit any tree but that one. You know, that was my tree. Yeah, Hamilton, was a joke. I had it was standing pretty straight up at first. You know, it did what I got the effect I wanted because everybody in there, and I'm playing stupid. Like, what are you talking about? I can't see myself. What's wrong with me? And you know, there was all these comments. You know, it looks like you stuck your finger in a light socket. Looked like you got hit by lightning. Somebody said, and you know, everybody was making the comments, and that's what I was going for. You know, and then so I wanted to tell them that yeah, actually I did get hit by lightning, and this is my hair's permanently like this. But you know, because I talked the very night I got home from the field late, very late, because this happened at about I'd say about 5 o'clock in the afternoon is when it hit. And on my way out of the field, I got a flat tire, of course. So, and it was pouring rain because that's where the lightning bolt came from. Was a rain cloud, big rainstorm that came through. And so it's pouring rain, and I can't fix the. I'm not going to fix the tire in the rain. So I just pulled over at the end of our road, and parked it, and I went to sleep. And a couple hours later, I think I woke up around 7:30ish, and it stopped raining. So I got out and I got my compressor out and I pumped up the tire to the point where the compressor quit. So boy, I'm really having a day here, and I had such a great day flying. The flying was beautiful. I had a great day flying, and I say that not because the planes worked. The video camera worked. I got good video of my flights that day, of this plane, and normally the camera doesn't work. I have all kinds. That's why I'm trying to get a new camera because I'm having all kinds of problems with the camera. But that day the camera worked, so I got good video. I was like, "Oh, this is awesome," And then I get hit by lightning, and then I get a flat tire, and then my compressor burns up. Like, okay, great. So my preacher buddy, Dwayne, who was in the chat earlier, but I think he's called it a night, lives right across the street from the field. I mean, literally, he lives right across the street from the field. And so I drove over there to get some air, because my tire didn't get filled. It got enough air in it to get me to his house. And then I filled he gave me some air to get my tire aired up till I get home. Well, yeah, Alan, if I was struck directly and not through the tree, most people, listen, I mean, from everything I've read and heard on the internet and on TV is, if you're standing under a tree and that tree gets hit by lightning and you get hit like I did, you're dead. From everything I've heard. I mean, I've heard of a few people surviving. Apparently I'm one of them. But a lot of people get killed on golf courses because they run under a tree and then they get hit by lightning and they die. It happens all the time. It's very common. More people die on a golf course from lightning strikes than people die from shark attacks every year. Okay, it's just so. And even Dwayne made a joke, and he's a preacher, right? And he says, maybe you need to get right with God, And we have God talks all the time. I'm a super Christian, so we have good talks about God all the time. And I laughed and I said, well, don't most people die from lightning strikes like this? I mean, so the fact that I survived means I'm probably already good with God. And he laughed. He goes, well, yeah, that's one way to look at it, So I'm barking up the wrong tree. That's good, Fred. So anyway, so yeah, I got some air, and and I sat with him for a little bit just to, you know, calm down, relax a little bit, and yeah, go buy a lottery ticket. Oh, don't worry, that's going to definitely happen. And right, everybody was, Christy. I mean, I was a minute away from being out of there. I had everything back in the car. You know, I saw the storm coming. I put everything away. I had my glider was the only thing left to put in the car. I had to unsnap 2 snaps, pull the wings off, shove them in the car, and I was out of there. So I literally was 1 minute, 60 seconds away from being out of there, and I got hit by lightning. So, you know, for everybody that came late, didn't hear the story. So I got the glider in this hand, and I'm bent over because there's 4 little white snaps that hold the canopy on the glider, and one of them fell on the ground. So I was literally bending over to pick that one up off the ground. I had the glider in this hand. I'm reaching for the little snap with the other hand when the tree got hit by lightning, and everything went orange. I mean, bright, fiery orange, and it stood me straight up. I had no control over my motor skills at all. It just stood me up, and my hands went up, and my hands opened. Both my hands opened, and the glider just went sailing off that way. And I don't think I had anything in this hand, but that's what happened. I mean, it stood me up like this, and everything was orange for a second. I couldn't see anything but orange, and then I'm standing there, and I'm like in shock, you know, pun intended, and and I'm like, what just happened? And I thought that I had shorted the battery in the glider. You know, it was the first thought that came to my head. And then I realized, I said, wait a minute, there isn't a battery in the glider. And then it was, oh my God, I just got hit by lightning. And I turned around and looked at the tree, and I'm like, oh my God! And all this wood is all over my car, and the guys at that side of the field are all yelling over me, are you okay? And I'm like, no! So they all come running over to help me get my plane in the car and to see if I'm okay. And, you know, so yeah, that was a, you know, it was crazy. It was a crazy day. Okay, it was a sign, don't do gliders. Thank you, Bill. So I feel okay now. I mean, at the time when it first happened, both my feet were on fire. I mean, pins and needles, numb, fiery, burning sensation. I don't know. Both my feet. And I have what looks like maybe an exit on my right foot. There's a little burn mark by my big toe. You know, it's a little crispy, charred mark on my toe. It doesn't hurt, but there could have been an exit, maybe an exit burn as the lightning went through me and into the ground. I don't know. Yeah, Christy, I know. God definitely has more, because I've had several of these kind of things that God definitely, he doesn't want me to die. You know, he wants me here for something. Whatever my job is here, I haven't done it yet. So I haven't figured out what that job is, but I'm supposed to do something before I get called home. So this wasn't it. I have whatever I'm supposed to do, I haven't done yet. Well, you know, Alan, it's a funny thing you say that, because, you know, they say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. Now, I'm not referring to me, but the tree, for instance. Okay? So if that's really true and lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place, that tree's never going to get hit by lightning again. So if I've got the same residual energy that the tree has, then I shouldn't get hit by lightning again, technically. Now, that's not to say if I'm not under a tree that hasn't been hit by lightning yet, that tree isn't going to get hit. And of course, I'm going to get hit because I'm standing under the tree. But I mean, but if I'm just standing out in an open field, you know, am I likely to get hit by lightning? You know, am I going to have some kind of energy that's going to draw the lightning to me? Or am I going to have the energy that the tree has that's going to repel the lightning so it doesn't hit again? I don't know. You know, I don't know. Honestly, I'm just, you know, spitballing thoughts in my head of how this works and what would, you know, what's the likelihood of me getting hit again. Oh, that's it? That was the message. I'm supposed to send this plane to Roy. That's the message. So if I send you this plane, I get to go home? It's on the way, buddy. I'll put it in the mail tomorrow. If that's all I have to do to get off this planet, man, I'll put it in the mail tomorrow. Holy crap. Wow, Fred, really? Do you want to share, or and it's fine if you don't. That's okay. But you know, is it? Are you going all right? Are you good? Wow, that's you know. Sorry to hear that. You know, that's you know. Yeah, you just never know what the Lord has in store for us. It's you know, so I certainly wasn't expecting to get hit by lightning. Now, the reason we were in such a hurry for that is because, like, 15 minutes prior to me getting hit, that storm was about 2 miles away. It was moving very slowly toward us. So it was about 2 miles away. And the biggest lightning bolt I've ever seen in my life came out of that storm and hit something, because we saw the fireball. You know, so whatever it hit, a house, a tree, I don't know what it hit. But it was this giant fireball. Okay? We saw the lightning bolt come out of the tree and hit whatever it hit. And Dwayne, the preacher, saw that. I saw it too. And I was flying at the time, and I just happened to be in that direction when it hit. So, you know, I actually looked at that for a second instead of my plane when I saw it, because, man, you can't help but see it. And then Dwayne just kind of laughed and said, "Okay, that's it for me. I'm out of here." And, you know, that's all I needed to see. And he got the hell out of Dodge. And, you know, and I was almost there. Like I said, I was 60 seconds away from being out of there. If I could have just got the wings off the plane into the car, everything else was in the car. I was ready to go. And I missed it by that much. So, oh, I get you, Christy. I was trying to figure out I got it. Okay. Yeah, well, and like I said, I've been caught in the rain so many times out there because I push it too long. And I finally stopped doing it. I'm just tired of being soaking wet. The planes are soaking wet. You know, I actually, the motor in my glider is making all kinds of racket because it got wet, and there's rust in the bearing. So it's, you know, and it's getting better. I sprayed WD-40 in it, and I keep running it, and it's cleaning itself. I need to flush it out again, but, you know, it's getting better. But, yeah, so it kind of ruined the motor. Not to the point where it doesn't work. It still works fine, and it's getting quieter again. But we used to be whisper quiet. And now it growls because of the bearing, the rust in the bearing. Because it got wet, you know. Got caught in the rain, it got wet. And I'm just tired of it. So now, when rain's coming, I'm done. I'm packing my stuff. I'm getting the hell out of there. And I missed it by 60 seconds. So, Wow, Fred. Man, that's terrible. Sorry to hear that, man. You know, God bless you. Hope for the. We'll send some prayers your way for sure. Um, yeah, yeah. That's the kind of stuff. Comes out of nowhere. Just like the lightning for me. I mean, damn. You know, I mean, I guess I could say I saw it coming because I did, but did I think for a second I was actually going to get hit by lightning? No, I didn't. But I was trying to get out of there, and I really wasn't trying to get out of there because I was worried about getting hit by lightning. I was just worried about getting wet. The lightning thing never even crossed my mind. I wasn't the least bit worried about getting hit by lightning. My concern was I wanted to get my airplanes out of there because I don't want them to get wet. So that was what I was focusing on. I just wanted to get out of there so I didn't get wet again. And yeah, for sure, Roy. I'm with Roy there, Fred. You know, glad to hear at least things are going in the right direction. It looks like so. You know, but yeah. So anyway, yeah. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to get hit by lightning. That wasn't my fear. I just didn't want to get wet again. I'm tired of being soaking wet. Have to put my planes away wet. Have to drive home soaking wet. I'm just tired of it. So when I see rain coming, I start packing up immediately. And you know, missed it by that much. But yeah, I guess I keep thinking about it. Even though I feel okay, I really need to go get checked to see if I'm all right. To see if my heart's missing a beat. If it's if I have any kind of internal damage from the lightning. I don't know. It's a lot of voltage, so um, literally it stood me right up. I mean it's crazy. Yeah, exactly, Dave. And then whack! Yeah, I got hit by a lightning bolt. Yeah. Yeah, I will, Roy. I'm not going to go to the doctor. I'm just going to go, listen, I just need to be hooked up to an EKG machine and see if my heart's beating okay. If everything's okay there, then we're good. Um, I don't think I need a full MRI, the whole bit. Um, Usually the only thing that happens to someone that's been hit by lightning is their heart starts beating at an irregular beat, and they usually just zap you again to get it back in sync where it's supposed to be. So I don't know. We'll see. Baby steps. I want to see if I can go get an EKG first without having to pay any kind of because I don't have money for this. I'm unemployed right now, and you know, they just want too damn much money for this crap. So, yeah, 440 for sure. Yeah, that'll take the wind out of your sail for sure. Uh, so, Fred, tell me, are you married? Do you live alone? Is there somebody there helping you out, taking care of you? You know, how's that situation? Yeah, Christy, I actually it took years for me to get qualified for the Affordable Health Care Act, because you have to make enough money. You know, if you don't make enough money, which has been my situation for a few years now, you don't qualify for it. So last year was the first year that I qualified, so I got it. So I finally have insurance now. But before that, I didn't qualify because I didn't make enough money. And this year, I'm making more money in unemployment than I made it on the job. So I'm going to stay qualified this year only because they're paying the stimulus checks, and my unemployment checks are more than I make. So this year I'm okay. Next year, who knows? You know, if I'm going to get another job or not, I don't know. Who knows? You know, jobs here are so hard to get, and they don't pay anything. You know, nobody wants to pay anything here in Florida. It's minimum wage, just over minimum wage, part-time. You don't get any benefits, and literally, if you make less than minimum wage part-time, you aren't going to make the 14,500, I think it is. 14,400 or 14,500 is the minimum to qualify for the Affordable Health Care Act. So if you don't make that much money, you can't have the health care. The only thing Trump did different than Obama is Obama made you pay a penalty if you don't have health care. So let's see. You can't afford health care because you don't have a job, so they're going to penalize you for not having health care and make you pay money that you don't have. Makes perfect sense to me. Let's go with that. So Trump took care of there's no more penalty now. If you don't have health care, you still have the affordable health care, but if you don't have it, you can't afford it, you don't get penalized for it. Yeah, Roy, it's actually just over 14,000. It's, you know, because you know, when I applied for it last year, we were calculating how much I was going to be short working it last year, and I told her that I'm going to get my boss to give me enough hours to make it up. I had to work like an extra, I think I had to work an extra 4 hours a week for the next 3 months or something to get me where I needed to be to make the minimum. And it was just over 14,000. So, all right. Thanks, William. We'll see you later, buddy. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. And so anyway, but yeah. So I haven't been making any money for a few years. You know, I was, you know, when I had the car accident, my foot was messed up. I couldn't work. And then I just haven't been had any luck finding jobs. There aren't any jobs available, and the ones that are don't pay anything. So now I've already called Disney, and I can go back to work to Disney, and start next year. They're paying $15 an hour, which is way more than I was making at my jobs here. I was making less than $10 an hour. So, worst case scenario, which isn't bad, is I'm going back to Disney. My daughter's tag team me to visit me while in the hospital, and my youngest and family helps me around the house when I got home. Okay, good, Fred. Okay, and you went back to work today? Really? Wow. Well, good for you, buddy. That's awesome. You know, I hope things keep going good for you. I hope this works out. All right, Heli Thunder. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. Uh-oh, so now Tara's going to bug out too. Hey, before you go, Jim, listen, I got your question about the receiver, and I really don't know the answer. I bought a bunch of receivers on the old protocol because I don't know what's coming. I don't know if they're going to continue to support the old protocol. I'm not updating my radio to the new protocol because I have like 40 receivers on the old protocol. So I'm not going to update and to go to the new stuff and lose all the old stuff. I just bought 9 more receivers, and I'm just going to live with that. I'm going to. That's more than enough airplanes. If I have to start swapping out receivers, I need to sell a couple airplanes. It's that simple. I'm going to just start selling off some stuff, get the receivers out of them, and put them in the next plane I buy. Right now, I still have a handful of receivers that aren't in anything yet, and I'm just going to have to start selling some airplanes to keep this in check. So I don't know exactly where FR Sky, Free Sky, however you say it, is going to do this. From what I understand, and nobody knows for sure, everybody's just speculating, is that if you update your radio to the new stuff, your old stuff's not going to work. And I'm definitely not doing that. So we'll have to just wait and see how this goes. I'm not sure. So I wasn't ignoring you. That's why I called you. And So anyway, if you're still here and heard all that, great. If not, then I'll tell it to you again when I call you. I got you. All right, Joseph. So the 70 millimeter, is that the free wing one then? Yeah, so since it's an R plus, I'm guessing it's a free wing Hawk. Is the one you got. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. There's a couple of guys that have them at the field. It's a nice bird. I like it. Um, I kind of have my as far as the Hawks go. I either want the FMS one, um, or the free wing 90 millimeter Gosh Hawk. You know, I really love those two birds. So if I'm going to get a hawk, it's going to be one of those two. Um, I know, Ryan. You're absolutely right. I would like the 80 more for sure because A, it's an 80. B, it's just an awesome bird. That's the one I want. So That's why I haven't bought the free wing one. Is I want the FMS one. I want that 80 millimeter bird, and I know you have one, Ryan. So, yeah, that's the one I want. So I'm kind of, and I'll be honest with you, if FMS hadn't screwed me over on my pits, I'd already have it because I got a 10% coupon that I was going to use to buy that bird and the F7F. It's going to buy both of them together and use my 10% off coupon. The coupon's no good. They sent me a coupon that's no good. So, didn't get my planes. Um, so anyway, yeah, but I'd already have it if the coupon had been good. Because I really want that bird. Been wanting it for quite a while. I really, really love that airplane. You know, I love the Hawk, and it's either going to be the 80 millimeter FMS or the 90. And yeah, I'm leaning way more toward the 80 for a couple of reasons. But yeah, so that's the one I want. I want that FMS 80 millimeter. That's the one I want. I've always loved the 90 that you did years ago. And I know you still have it because you made the I guess you finally finished it, but you haven't tested it yet, right? The 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 hook. You you were going to make the hook functional, you know, to do a carrier landing. And have you ever tested that yet? I'm pretty sure you said you finished it, but I don't know. I never heard you say you tested it. Oh, so you haven't finished it. Oh, you have finished it, not tested. I got you. Right? Is that what you're saying? It's finished, but you haven't tested it. Yeah. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I definitely hope you get that on video. I want to see that. That's going to be cool. That was a great idea. I love that idea. Yeah, same here, Joseph. I'm completely out of room. You know, honest to God, two airplanes were sitting out in the driveway. One was on the hood of my car. Okay, so one was on the hood of the one car, one was on the roof of the other car while I was doing the stream here. Um, so when I went and got the book for the VIPER, I put those two planes in the house, and one's sitting on the couch where I sleep because I don't have any room to put it anywhere else. I'm completely out of room. I just don't have any place to put any more airplanes. So that's why the garage, you know, because I don't have any more room in the house for airplanes. This one was a total unexpected buy. I had to buy it because it was finally available, and I've been wanting it for 6 years. So I got it. And, you know, my car being broken right now is part of the problem because there's usually airplanes in the car, which gets them out of the rain, out of the house, out of the rain. You know, I store, you know, I usually keep whatever I'm going to fly the weekend coming up. It's already loaded in the car, so it gives room for something to go in its spot. You know, I keep shuffling them around. And right now the car's broke, so the planes aren't in the car, and, you know, and this one was in the house. And what I'm probably going to have to do, the plane that's sitting in my spot on the couch is the biplane. And I don't think the biplane will fit on the box where this was. Just because of the way it has, you know, I can put the retracts up on this, and then I can put it back on the box in the house where it's out of the way, and then I can bring the biplane back out here and put it back on the table here. So when the show ends tonight, that's what's going to happen. You know, I'll put this back on the box, then I'll bring the biplane back out here and put it on the table, and then I can sleep. The other one that's on the floor is easy to move because the wings are off of it. So yeah, I got to do a little shuffle before I can sleep tonight. Not a big deal. You know, I'm making it work, but I'm completely out of room. So I really can't buy any more airplanes right now. At least nothing big. You know, I can buy something little or something that's like for instance, I was looking at it, didn't buy it, and I'm probably not gonna. It's not on sale, so I'll probably wait. But I want that paramotor from Hobby King. You know, because we have paramotor guys that fly at our field, and it's just going to be fun to go out there and fly over them and around them with them. When, you know, when they're flying, I can fly my paramotor with them, and it'll just. And one guy was doing it, and he died. So we lost Bob at the field, and he had one, and he would fly it with the guys, and they got a big kick out of it. They thought it was hilarious. And yeah, GB, I sleep on the couch. I don't sleep in the bed because um, I have an issue that the doctors cannot figure out. It doesn't happen every night, but a lot of nights, if I sleep laying down, I can't pee the next morning. It's not my prostate because I have prostate medicine that takes care of that. This was happening way before I needed prostate medicine, and even though now that I'm on the medicine and my prostate's fine and I can pee normal, I still have this issue when I sleep laying down that I can't pee in the morning. And the doctors have no idea what the hell that's about. So, yeah, so I've been sleeping on the couch sitting up for almost 10 years now. Because I can't, this started 10 years ago and the doctors don't know what it is. They don't have a cure for it. And then I developed a prostate problem that was easily taken care of with a pill. And so that I can pee fine as long as I don't sleep laying down. So I sleep sitting up, which is fine. It's a recliner, and it's very comfortable. And I've been sleeping that way for 10 years now. Not a big deal, but it's just one of those things. I have no idea why, and neither do the doctors, why I can't pee the next morning if I sleep laying down. So, I have no idea. Yeah, maybe I need... Now, well, that would help me with stool, not pee. The butt plug doesn't help me pee. It helped me poop, but I don't have any problem in that department. I poop more than regularly. So, I'm good there. Yeah, Fred, we're actually renting until the garage is done, we're renting a space right now. Because my ex, when she left and came back, she had bought all new furniture when she left. And so now all the new furniture's in storage until we get the garage done. So that we can move all the crap that's in the house out in the garage, and then she can put all of her new furniture in the house. So we have a storage unit. And there's a little bit of room down there. I've actually, and it's air conditioned. So I've actually contemplated taking a few airplanes down there to make some room. And so that might happen here very shortly. It's going to be very temporary. I'm hoping to have it done before Thanksgiving, but I'm really shooting for Christmas. I'm hoping the hangar's done, the hangar garage, whatever you want to call it, is done by Christmas. I'm really hoping it's done by Thanksgiving, but it just depends on how fast I can get these tree stumps, which have been... It's always something. Like right now the car's broke, and then I bought new chains for the chainsaw, and they shipped the wrong ones. So I can't cut the stumps to burn them. I'm going to burn them where they are, but I got to cut into them so that it'll burn. Because if you just try to light a stump on fire, it's not going to burn. But if you cut it, it'll burn. All you got to do is cut it, through the middle, like in 4 pie sections, okay? And that's all you need. And the fire will get into the stump and burn it from inside out, because it's going to burn off of the cuts you make are going to burn down in the cut, and it's going to burn out from the cut on each cut and down as it goes, and it'll burn it completely out. It'll burn for days like that, and it'll burn itself to the ground. But if you just go out there and try to light a stump on fire, even if you pour something on it, it ain't gonna burn. It'll burn for a little while, but it'll go out. But if you cut it first, it'll burn itself out. I've done it many times out here. I mean, I just took out 14 trees to put the garage up. And I burnt half of those, and I burnt trees. For 7 years I've been cutting down trees that got hit by lightning. I'm the lightning capital of the world, literally now. I lose 6 trees every year to lightning strikes. And so I've got 2 dead ones out there right now I got to cut down. from lightning hits. But I'm going to get the garage up first because they're nowhere near anything I got to worry about. So I'm just going to let them stand there dead until I get the garage done, and then I'll go out and cut them down. Right now they don't need to be bothered with, so I'm just leaving them to sit there. Yeah, so how, are you sleeping okay in the chair, Fred, in the recliner? I don't have any problem sleeping in it. It's very comfortable for me. I don't mind it a bit. You know. Yeah, yeah. I'm a lightning magnet for sure. I never thought it would actually hit me, but yeah, I lose a lot of trees every year to lightning. It's amazing how many times a year I got to cut trees down because they keep getting hit by lightning. So yeah, I've now with the 14 I just cut down, I've probably cut down, I'd guess at least 50 trees on this property. And there's still another 100 on the property to go. But yeah, I've lost a lot of trees since I moved here. And, which is okay. I mean, I'd cut them all down if I could. Well, I might leave a couple. But yeah, I'd really love to get rid of all of the trees. Um, Trump's got the corona. What, did you just hear that on the news, Roy? So how in the hell did he catch the virus? Probably from Biden at the debate Monday night or whatever night that was. So, yeah. I didn't watch the debate, but I heard it was ridiculous. You know, so um, yeah, or Chris Wallace. Yeah, does Chris have it? Wow. So now we're getting the corona report from everybody. This is great. Everybody switched on the news. I never watch the news. It's too depressing. Yeah, that's the last thing I ever turn on is the damn news. I have enough going on in my life with just life. The last thing I need is all the bad news in the world. So I don't ever watch it. That's why I live under a rock, and I never know what's going on. From Dublin, Ireland. Wow, Joe. Welcome to the show. That's cool. So tell us all about yourself, man. What do you fly? What do you do? So, and just to let you know, I'm coming live from Florida. It's just after 1 a.m. here. 1 a.m. Friday morning. So, I have the marathon show, is what I've been dubbed. So we started at 9 o'clock Thursday night, and we're still going because there's still 15 people in the room. I don't keep it going; they keep it going. You know. And now you're here from another part of the world. What time is it where you are? You know, because I have some guys from Australia that pop in. Well, one's here now. Mickey's still here, I think. So yeah, I get a rotation. We just keep the stream going. Because I just love talking about this stuff. A nitro buggy? Okay, that's cool. Listen, if it's RC, it's for me. I love everything RC. Mostly planes. I started in planes, been doing it for 47 years. But if I've got cars, I've got boats, I've got helicopters, I've got hovercrafts. I mean, if it's RC, I've got it. I just love anything RC. So yeah, anything you want to talk about here is cool. If it's RC, it's for me. Okay, so you're a health nurse, cool, and 6:09 a.m. Friday morning, I'm assuming. Okay, cool, Joe. What's an MA1? You say you're flying an MA1. What's an MA1? I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah, I've never gotten the flu shot, guys. I just don't. They oh, a Mavic Air. I got you. Cool. Yeah, they're cool. You know, it's amazing what that little copter does. That little, for lack of a better word, I'm going to call it a quadcopter, although it classifies as a drone because it's autonomous. But yeah, they're cool. I'm a fixed wing guy mostly. I mean, I have plenty of quadcopters. I have racing quadcopters. I have a couple of drone quadcopters. I have it all. But yeah, they're cool. But my love is winged, fixed wing birds. That's my love. That's my, and mostly warbirds and anything scale. Um, yep, me too. I probably have a dozen and a half RC cars. Some gas, some electric, some toy grade, some hobby grade. I buy the toy grade stuff too. I'm not ashamed of it. Yeah, I they have some really cool toy grade shit out. And when I see it at Walmart, I gotta have it. So yeah. So I got a lot of that. Um, Oh, that's cool. So you've been flying a flight sim. Well, that's cool. Well, there you go. Then you should pull the trigger and get a real one. Jump in the water. Get your feet wet. Get yourself a plane, and do the real flying stuff. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean it's not like we don't talk about the other stuff too. And I just got a new crawler I had on the show last week. Um, but yeah, we are mostly airplane, fixed wing airplane. But we still talk about all of it. And then sometimes we don't talk about RC at all. We get into we got a couple submariners guys, military, and then we just talk about submarines all night. One time, no subjects really off topic here. We talk about anything. So, but mostly it's RC airplane. But we talk about everything. So yeah, well, yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, you can fly a drone from anywhere. Planes are a little more, you know. No, GB, you're the midget stripper king. You keep putting that on me, but that ain't me. I'm not a midget stripper. I don't do midget strippers. You know, I fly quarter midget pylon racers. You turn that into the midget stripper. um, Listen, for a beginner plane, honestly, Joe, you can't beat the Mini Apprentice. That's a great little starter airplane. It's not too expensive. The batteries aren't expensive. It flies fantastic. Very easy to learn to fly with. Um, I don't know what the Euro exchange is, but it's less than $300, ready to fly. So it comes with radio and everything. Battery, charger, everything you need for less than $300 US. So I don't know what that equates to in euros, but um, so that gets you everything you need to get in the air. That's funny, Joseph. That's hilarious. Yeah, probably, Joe. The RC Sailors have reviewed most of the stuff, So yeah, you probably did see a review on it. You're not going to get the most in-depth review from them. I mean, they're all right, but they a lot of times don't even bother to read the manual or anything, so they don't really even know what they're reviewing. And Nate's kind of guessing, you know, and that's okay. You know, I used to watch their show a lot. I kind of don't watch it anymore. But yeah, so Joe, you can go watch my channel. I don't really have... I never had an apprentice. I've flown them a bunch for guys. You know, teach them how to fly. And just some information, GB. Two of my friends went to Hobbytown to get mini apprentices, and they talked them in at the store to buy the champs. And both the champs flew away. Okay? They lost them. So, not a fan of the champ. Don't think it's anything near what the mini apprentice is as far as learning how to fly. Just for the record. I know you like it. You like that little stuff, the UMX stuff. But I don't think the champ is the best choice. Okay? So they both of them ended up buying mini apprentices, and they both learned to fly on them, and they both still have them. So, just for the record. If price is a big deal and you want to do it for under $100, well then champs might be the way to go, but I wouldn't call it the best choice if you're trying to learn how to fly RC and have a good time at it. They went back and had a word with Hobbytown for sure. They were very pissed that they got talked into buying these airplanes, and they flew away. So, just my perspective on it. Matt, what's up? You're back. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, they didn't have, you know, back in 1973, we didn't have simulators. I had to learn the hard way. We didn't have any kind of stabilization, no safe, no hell. We didn't even have dual rates, and well, no, we didn't even have dual rates or mixing. We just, you know, we didn't have any of that. We just had to learn to fly. You know, pass the transmitter back and forth. Later on, they started coming out with buddy box capability, but not in '73. So, there's Mickey. So, Mickey's from Australia. Or, no, wait a minute. Are you from Australia or, what's the other one? You're in Australia, though, right? You're not in, where's, Bruce from? Simpson. I'm drawing a blank here. Just off Australia. What the hell's his name? Yeah, you're from Australia. That's what I thought. Yeah. You used to live where I'm thinking, right? And then you moved to Australia. What am I thinking of? New Zealand, right. Right. Didn't you used to live in New Zealand and then you moved to Australia? Am I getting that wrong? Yeah, Roy got it. Yeah. Fred got it. Yeah. See, these guys all have my back. You know, when I can't remember shit because I'm old, you know, these guys got my back. So, okay, it'll be our little secret, Mickey. Yeah, I could have sworn you told me that you started there and moved to Australia. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Anyway, so Mac, that's you know, so that's how we stay on all night and all the next day, because we got people from everywhere coming in, and in a few minutes here, John's going to show up. He's in the United States, but he gets up early, so he's going to show up to have his morning coffee, and he'll pop in here. So he's my day crew. So, yeah, this show goes on for a long time. Sometimes it's gone as long as 12 hours. That was not me. That was Mickey and Dave Marshall were chatting about Australia and the military and submarines until, I don't know, it was damn near 9 a.m. the next morning. That wasn't even me. That was those guys. We were having a ball talking about Dave and the military and in the submarines, and it was crazy. It was a lot of fun. So, yeah, I'm not the. I'm not. I'm just the host. You guys run the show, and if you guys want to keep talking, we'll stay here all night, and we have. But usually I'll cut it off once we're down to like 9 people, and 8 of those 9 people are sleeping, and they just left their show running, and it's just me and another guy or whatever, or it's just me and nobody's answering me anymore. then I'll shut it down. But until then, we're going to stay here and chat about whatever you want to chat about. So yeah, that's how we do it here. So Joey, you still with us? Dana, what's up? Wow, you're getting here late. Where you been? You missed all the fun. You missed my great hairdo. It's all flattened down now. It was all poofed up like this before, So you missed that. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, there. He's still here, but yeah, I guess he's still at work. What do you do, Joe? What did you say you do for a living? Where do you work? Making a cup of tea. Do you go to a job site or you work from home, Joe? Oh, the midget strippers were keeping you busy? Oh, there you go. Oh, God. No, not you, Joe. You're retired, aren't you? We got a new Joe from Dublin. Just popped in the room. Oh, that's right. Mental health care. That's what you said. That nurse. Right. Are you literally at work right now, or are you a home nurse kind of guy? Are you at somebody's house? Are you at your house? Where are you at? What are you doing there? I need some mental health. Oh, no kidding. Wow. So have you caught it? Working that close to people with it? Gotcha. How long you been doing that, Joe? How long you been a nurse? Oh, 30 years. Wow. Wait, see, you answered my question before I asked it. Look at that. We must be like connecting here. That's funny. Yeah, 30 years. Good for you, man. That's awesome. That's freaking awesome. Oh yeah, yeah. So you haven't caught it, thank God. Yeah. Well, that's good. Good for you, man. Glad to hear that. Dana, this is the Taft Hobbies VIPER. So I'll give you all the specs again since you just got here. I've had to do this a couple times, but I don't mind doing it again. Love talking about this airplane. Been waiting 6 years to get this thing, and I finally got it. So I'm super excited. So let me just give you the rundown because it's awesome. So it's a 90 millimeter ducted fan, 11 blade. It uses a 3541 1450 kV motor. It has 11 9-gram digital Metal Gear servos. Has a 80 amp Hobby Wing ESC. It's a 6S 5000. They recommend batteries 30C. The retracts, it's got beautiful all aluminum retracts, all machined, all oleo suspension, so it has a decent suspension on it. You know, you can the front gear's kind of, I think I'm probably gonna have to oil it or something. It's a little stiff in the front. Chris, he's the third time through this. Yeah, Chris. Well, you stay on my show a long time. Thank you for that because I love having you here. So yeah, so I love talking about this plane because I'm so excited I got it. It's been trying to get this thing for 6 years, and it was $275, Dana. So holy crap, what a great deal! Plug and play, comes with everything. Just put your battery and receiver in it. You're ready to go fly it. It's freaking awesome. I love this thing. So yeah, that's my new bird. Hey Ronnie, what's up? Ronnie. Now my hair's like this on purpose. You know, you guys missed the joke, which isn't really a joke, but thank God we can make a joke now. I got hit by lightning Sunday. So I came out here tonight with my hair standing straight up like this, you know, and everybody said, "Oh my God, what'd you do? Stick your finger in a light socket? Did you get hit by lightning?" So how funny you should ask. Yeah, I did get hit by lightning. So anyway, so I have pictures of the tree that got hit that I was standing under when I got hit. You know, anyway, but yeah, so back to the jet. You know, making jokes about the hair. That was on purpose. You know, Dave Marshall's the one that put me up to it. He told me, "Yo, man, you got to play this up big. You know, you got to do something." And my ex-wife's the one that came up with, you know, I should just puff my hair out. And I was like, "Hey, that's a great idea. Let's do that." So, but anyway, so yeah, I've been trying to get this plane for 6 years, and Banana Hobbies was always out of the color I wanted, which was the green. And I almost pulled the trigger. It comes in a bronze and black scheme, and I almost pulled the trigger on that one once because I wanted it so bad, and I couldn't get the green one. But I didn't do it, and for years I regretted that because I really wanted it. And then finally Banggood had this for $275 in the green, the color scheme I wanted, the checkerboard scheme, and so I pulled the trigger and I finally got it. So I'm super pumped. Haven't flown it yet. Nope, Joe, but just, you know, it showed up Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. So I just got it, and yeah, Tuesday. So I put it together. And I'm going to fly it this weekend. But yeah, so I've gone. It's got lights, it's got retracts, flaps. Um, full 6-channel feature, 90 millimeter fan. It's just yeah, gotta love Banggood. Yeah, I don't particularly love Banggood. They haven't been good to me over the years. But if they've got what I want, like for instance, right now we're in a battle because the drone they sent me is broken, and so we're battling over if they're gonna replace it or what. Because you can't. I don't know if you guys know this or not. You can't send anything with a camera or a camera by itself to China. It gets stopped at customs and they don't let it in the country. So even though you can buy a camera from China, you can't send them a camera. So I sent a drone back from Banggood about 4 years ago, and customs stopped it at the border. It was returning it, and they wouldn't let it in. It got sent back to me. It was missing for 4 months in the mail. And then when the mail finally delivered it back to me, it was destroyed. The box had been run over by a truck or something. There's a big hole in the side of the box. One of the arms was sticking out the hole in the box. It was completely destroyed. And I paid for insurance on it, and they wouldn't pay the claim. They wouldn't pay me for the damage. They said it was my fault. So I went round and round with the post office and Banggood over that one. So I tend not to buy from Banggood. GearBest is a better place to buy from. They carry most of the same stuff. But when Banggood's got something that I want, then I buy from them. And this was one of them. This and a drone they had. And that crawler truck, I think, came from Banggood too, right? Yeah, that came from Banggood too. So recently I've spent some money at Banggood. But normally I don't. But it just so happened that they had a few things, including the jet of my dreams, for lack of a better word. It's been, like I said, 6 years. They had it, so I bought it. And so far everything works, so I didn't get a lemon. Everything, the gear goes up and down, and all the servos are working. The fan seems to be okay. I spooled it up once, and it seemed okay. Yeah, we all love to bang good, Roy. Right, Christy? But anyway, yeah. So, I used to be able to get these at Banana Hobbies, which I deal with, and I just bang, just one bang, then sleep. Oh, come on, Mickey. You're way too young to be doing it once. Come on. Yeah, so anyway, um, yeah, it's just a jet I've wanted for a long time. And I'm so excited I finally have it. So looking forward to flying it. Can't wait. Um, we'll see. I'm sure it'll have it back on the table. Okay, well, let's hope that I have it back on the table next Thursday to talk about how great it flew. And that it didn't crash and burn and bad things happen. Let's pray for that, because I really don't need this plane to crash as badly as I've wanted it for as long as I've wanted it. I do have one little issue with it I got to fix. Very simple. I'm not upset at all. The flap hinges are glued on from the bottom, not like slid in. They attach flush on the bottom, and one of the hinges is loose, and I'm going to have to re-glue it. No big deal. That's a simple fix. Not at all upset about that. Piece of cake to fix. Just going to kind of pull it loose and put some new glue on it and put it back on. It'll be fine. That's the only thing I found wrong with it. Everything else is good shape. None of the None of the foam hinges are splitting or tearing loose. Everything seems to be working really good. Um, so yeah, I'm super happy with the plane. Fast as lightning. Yeah. Let's hope, Fred. Let's hope. I mean, It's so good that you've got a sense of humor with what you're dealing with, buddy. I'm telling you. You know, that's awesome. You know, I'm so glad that you're in good spirits. You know, that makes me feel good that you're feeling good. So, and I'll be more than happy to be the butt of your jokes. I don't mind one bit. So, Mickey. Oh, you're a real ladies' man, aren't you? That's hilarious. Might be it, Ronnie. And since I've had 3 of the Avantis, I'll know. We'll see how it does. I can't lie. The Avanti's an awesome jet. You know, it really is. Yeah, that's why I bought in on the first go around with that thing, because um, the it had the landing gear that was perfect for grass. It was an 80 millimeter fan. It's got great low speed characteristics. There's just not anything I can say bad about the Avanti. I absolutely love that jet. Um, if this one is even close to as good as the Avanti, I'll be thrilled. And if it's better, then I'll just be ecstatic. So, um, oh, Christy, you didn't have to delete that. It was funny. It was cute. Um, so yeah, but yeah, no argument there, Ronnie. The Avanti's an awesome airplane. Yeah, we'll see whether or not it's better. Um, I'm not going to be at all upset if it's not better but close, because to be honest with you, I haven't found anything yet that's better than the Avanti. I've got some good jets. I got 12 now, so I've got some good jets. But um, overall, to say I have one better than the Avanti, I can't say that. The Avanti's just an awesome airplane. That was a home run, and I knew it the second I saw it. I got on that list immediately. The second I saw that thing fly on Motion's, new release video, I was all over it. So, um, but yeah. You quit smoking, Dana? Yeah, Dana, I really did get hit by lightning. Um, here's the. I'll put them up again, just because I can and because you're here. These are the pictures of the tree. So this is. I was parked right under. Well, let me do the other picture first, because it makes more sense that way. Hang on. Let me get over here so I can see my images. Okay, so this is the tree that got hit by lightning, and it completely blew the tree apart. As you can see, the big crack going up the tree is where the tree blew apart. I can't believe the tree's still standing. But my car was parked where the green car is in this photo, and I was standing right next to the car. And yeah, the lightning bolt went right through me. No kidding. Um, Shock of my life. Pun intended. I mean, no shit. That was something. So, So that's exactly where my car was, where he's parked. This is my preacher buddy Dwayne's car. He went back the next day to take pictures of the tree. I was at his house that night because he lives right across the street from the flying field. So literally he's about a mile from this tree where he lives. So I went to his house after the episode, just because I needed somebody to talk to and kind of calm down. And I need some air in my tire. I got a flat tire, and then my compressor broke. It was a great day of flying and a bad night going on the exit. The exit was horrible. You know, I couldn't exit it. I couldn't have gotten out of the flying field in any worse condition in my life. Okay, so now this is the opposite side of the tree. So this is where the car, standing where the car is now, looking at the tree. That's what this photo is. Right here. And all the pieces that came off the tree were either in my car because the windows were down, on my car, all over my car, all over me. It literally exploded, and as the lightning bolt went through the tree and went through me. And so the fact that tree's still standing is a miracle. I don't know how the tree's still standing, and I don't know what they're going to do with the tree. I don't know if Bo, the owner of the field that owns the tree, if he's going to be worried that it's going to fall on somebody and take it down, or if he's just going to leave it there and you take your own risk if you want to park anywhere next to it. I don't know what he's going to do. You know, he was there when it happened, so he saw the lightning bolt hit the tree, hit me. He was over there with the other guys off to behind where the car was. If you went straight out from where the back of the car was pointed, there was a group of guys over there, about 6 or 7 guys over there, including Bo, the owner of the property. And they all saw me get hit by lightning. And they yelled over to me if I was okay. And I said, no, I'm not. So they all come running over to see if what they could do to help me. And it was electrifying, to say the least. And honestly, I'm making jokes because I'm still alive to make jokes. So I'm going to do it. The fact that I'm still alive after that, we can make jokes. So that's what I'm doing. The preacher made a joke right away too. And I don't take offense. I don't get mad. Everybody here says I have a really thick skin. I'm a good sport, and I am, because I enjoy laughing. I enjoy making other people laugh. I enjoy laughing myself. So I try very hard to make other people laugh, and even at my own expense. And that's good, Mickey. So yeah. So Dana, yes, I really did get struck by lightning. We saw the storm coming. I had a plane in the air. Let's see. I drove by a tree like that once, and lightning hit the tree, and as I passed the tree, the bark just blew off the tree and hit my windshield, and I floored the gas, hoping lightning wouldn't strike. Yeah, same thing, Dana. All the wood blew off the tree. I've got a big chunk of it that I brought home. that was on the car. It was on my trunk lid. Giant piece of wood. So I brought that piece home, and then the inside the car is a bunch of little pieces. I mean, little, just, you know, the tree shredded, literally. That's how I know the tree's probably not going to keep standing. It's going to fall down because it's just shredded. It's like if you took a, God, what would, you know, like, I'll tell you how it would be. Shredded wheat. If you grab that shredded wheat and pull it apart, and it's all that fibery, that's what it looks like. The whole tree now looks like that fibery, stringy wood. You know, and I've got pieces of it all inside my car and on my car, and it just blew it apart. I mean, literally. I don't know how the hell it's still standing. I know it's going to fall down. It's just a matter of when. So, do I glow now? Now, and that was the other thing, Joseph. That's funny you say that, because that was going to be the gag. I was going to have all my hair standing straight up, and I was going to put LED lights in my shirt. I was even thinking of doing the Iron Man circle around my chest here, and I was going to be glowing and all kinds of craziness. And so we did the hair, and I stopped there. I was going to do all the lighting stuff too, and yeah, but my hair has absorbed the strike. So when I came out here tonight, it's all flattened down now, but my hair was standing up pretty good, you know, and it accomplished exactly the joke I wanted, as everybody was laughing and saying, "What's going on with your hair? You look like you stuck your finger in a light socket." And then somebody else said, "Looks like you got hit by lightning," and you know, and all those kind of comments were coming in, which was exactly the response I was trying to get. And I kept putting, "What are you talking about? What's wrong with my hair? I'm sorry, I can't see my camera right now. What are you talking about?" And I'm playing it down like, you know. And then I told him, "Yeah, I got hit by lightning." So, you know, and when I told the preacher that, he made a joke right away that maybe I need to get right with God. And then I made the joke back that, you know, well, most people, when they get hit by lightning standing under a tree, usually die. So the fact that I'm standing here talking to you, I think I'm all right with God. Because he had his chance, and, you know, he didn't take it. So we're, you know, we're all making jokes in a near-death experience, for lack of a better word, because I got through it and I seem to be okay. I do need to go get checked out. I need to get an EKG run just to see if my heart's okay. And yeah, it was a hell of a noise. So I started to tell you, I was in the air when it happened, and it happened about 2 miles. The first strike was about 2 miles away, so we saw the storm coming, and a bolt of lightning come out of that cloud, bigger than any I've ever seen in my life. It was like a gigantic around lightning bolt. It was huge, and it hit something because we saw the flash, the fireball. It hit something, and there was this big fireball that came off the strike. And the preacher guy that I went over to his house afterwards, Dwayne, he saw that and says, "Okay, that's it. I'm out of here." He says, "That's all I need to see. I'm out. I'm gone." And he got in his car and left. And I was like 3 minutes behind him. I mean, I was literally 60 seconds away from being out of there myself. I was putting my last airplane in the car. Everything else was in the car. I was ready to go. Just had to get this last airplane. And all I had to do was pull the wings off. It was a glider, and the wings just slide off. No screws, just 2 snaps, unplug the servos, and I'm out of here. And I dropped one of the little canopy retainer clips. So I had the glider in this hand, and I bent down to get the little retainer. And as I was bent over, the lightning hit. So when the lightning went through me, it stood me up like this. I mean, violently. I stood up, my hands went up, my hands opened up, so the glider went flying that way, because I didn't have control of my motor skills. And I lost, for that second, I lost everything. So it stood me up and opened my hands, and it just threw my arms up in the air, kind of like, you know, and then it was over. Big orange flash, big orange fiery flash, and it was over, and I was standing there like, what the hell just happened? And at first I thought I dead shorted something in the glider, and then I realized the battery wasn't in the glider, so that didn't happen. And then it's when I realized that the lightning hit me. And I looked over at the tree in my car, and there was wood all over my car. And the tree, well, you see the pictures of the tree. So, so that's what happened. So I came out here with my hair all like I got hit by lightning, and we're making jokes because I'm alive and I can still be here to make jokes. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, you're right there, Dana. So my feet were on fire for about 20 minutes. Maybe 30, I don't know. But yeah, it felt like my feet were burning a little bit. Like kind of pins and needles, but at the same time, hot. I don't know. It's hard to explain. But both my feet felt like that. And there was a small burn mark on my right foot. Um, just a small, like, charring, that wiped right off. But the skin right there feels kind of like scabby-ish. But it was like a charred mark that you could wipe right away. And because we took my socks off, and my ex looked at my foot and said, "What's that? Is that a burn mark?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And so we think it is, or was, or whatever. But anyway, um, so anyhow, that's what happened Sunday. So yeah, Mickey, I'm definitely going to buy a lotto ticket. There's no doubt about that. I usually buy one for either a Powerball or a lotto, because they pull that on uh, Saturday night. And so yeah, I'm gonna probably go get one tomorrow. Um, while I'm out, I got to go get a computer for my car. So yeah. Um, right. Exactly, Dina. I lost all muscle control. So I assume that what I felt was very similar to a taser hit. I've never been hit by a taser, so I don't know if the lightning is more intense than the taser or not. I have no idea. Um, I would assume that the lightning bolt is more intense because people die from those, and I haven't heard too many people dying from a taser. I know that it does happen on rare occasion, but um, I think a lot of people have died from lightning strikes. So anyway, I know more people die from lightning strikes than shark attacks. So it's way more common than getting bit by a shark. So yeah, I was probably 5 feet away from the tree, not in my car, standing next to my car, with the door open. So I was inches away from my car, and about 5 feet away from the tree. And so yeah, wood was flying everywhere. I mean, if I didn't have the good sense because it was starting to rain. I was trying to get all my last plane in the car and get out of the rain myself. And with the disorientation of the whole thing, I didn't think to grab my camera, my phone, and take a picture. I don't know if one of the other guys did. Maybe, I guess I'll probably find out this weekend. Um, but it was an experience. Now, knowing the guys I fly with, because we're a bunch of pranksters, so it wouldn't surprise me if they've got something set up around the tree. All kinds of gag stuff. Police tape, chalk outline of me on the ground, that kind of stuff. Because these guys are hilarious. So they're probably going to do something like that. It wouldn't surprise me a bit. So, good morning, John. How are you? Thank you. I seem to be okay. I think I am. I'm going to try to go get an EKG and see if I am really okay, but we'll see. Sort of, Mickey. People think that you're insulated because of the rubber tires. That's not entirely true. Okay, just because you're wearing rubber gloves doesn't insulate you from electricity. That's why, guys working. Guys working on the power lines over your house, the high tension power lines, aren't wearing Playtex gloves that you wash dishes with. This is super thick, heavy-duty rubber. So, can voltage transfer through the rubber? You bet your ass it can. So that's why they've got those big, super heavy, thick rubber gloves on. Because a set of Playtex gloves that you wash dishes with ain't going to cut it. So, you're talking about steel-belted radial tires. There's not a lot of rubber between the steel and the tire, and the ground. There's a little bit of rubber there. So depending on how bad a strike you have, it could transfer through the car, which would mean you're not grounded. So every circumstance is going to be different. Of course, the kind of tire you're on is going to make a difference. So I'm merely saying that just because you are on rubber tires doesn't automatically make you safe from a lightning strike. But yeah, it's I can tell you it was a big hit. It was very, very big hit. A lot of voltage in that one. A lot of energy in that one. It was probably just like the one we saw way off in the distance when I was flying. I imagine it came out of the same cloud. I imagine it was the same intensity that it was over there, which was a big one. It's the biggest one I'd ever seen. And so anyway, yeah. So the funny hairdo tonight was, again, trying to take a bad situation and make fun of it, and make light of it, because I'm lucky to be alive and grateful. For the most part, I mean, I wouldn't have been upset if God was calling me home. I'm all for that. But obviously, He still has work for me to do here. So I'll just keep working toward whatever it is He wants me to do, and we'll go from there. But in the meantime, we're gonna make jokes. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna enjoy life. And I'm here to narrate the fun, for lack of a better word. So, but yeah, so that was my weekend last weekend. After the jet came, I've pretty much forgotten all about the lightning strike, because I'm just too excited about the jet. So, but yeah, when we finally shut down tonight, it'll be late enough. I'm going to probably run over to the ER over here and just walk in and casually say, listen, kind of have a funny story. I got hit by lightning. Any way I can get a EKG check out just to see if my heart's in a rhythm, or some kind of a rhythm, arrhythmia. How do you say that, Joe? Arrhythmia? Is that as if I got it right, Joe? um, and thank you, Mickey. Um, yeah, I agree. I'm very lucky. Obviously, God didn't want me yet. Um, Still happy to be here. Still happy to have my show, and still happy all you guys are here with me because I really, really love having this show every Thursday night. Yeah, that's funny, Dana, because my ex talks about that all the time. What am I going to do with all these damn airplanes? I said, sell them. You make a lot of money. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, how do you, I mean, and that's exactly how I'm going to approach it, Mickey, when I go into the ER. I'm just going to say, listen, you know, funny thing happened to me. I'm just going to listen. I got hit by lightning the other day, and, you know, is it going to cost me anything for you to just hook me up to an EKG and see if my heart's doing anything funny, or, you know, can we just kind of like keep this on the down low, and God likes jokes. Well, he obviously, because here I am. I'm the biggest joke he ever made, probably. um, all right, Joseph, you have a good night, buddy. Explains your previous relationship. Oh, Mickey, you're hilarious. uh, oh, God. Yeah, he definitely has a sense of humor. So, but yeah, so, and my hair is really funny because we were putting all kinds of crap in my hair to try to make it stand up, so it feels really weird. Saturday for sure, possibly tomorrow. Um, okay, well, maybe. Uh, oh, God is great. Um, if I can't, if I can't get the wagon running right, this has been the weirdest problem I've had with a car in ever. Um, so if the computer fixes the car tomorrow, then depending on what time I get it fixed, I may go fly it um, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, but I get the car fixed Saturday for sure. If the car's not fixed, I don't think I can get this in my other car to take it to the field. I don't think it's going to fit in there. Um, Possibly, but the problems with it is the 1450 wingspan is not good, and this gigantic tail. Um, that combination is going to make it hard to get it in the car, in a regular car. No problem getting it in the station wagon, but get it in a car is going to be tricky, to say the least. So if I can't get it in the wagon, we may not be going flying tomorrow or Saturday, for that matter. If I can't get the car fixed, so we'll see. But my plans are definitely to go fly it Saturday, for sure. That's my plan. Dave's RC is back in the house. He's got his 2 a.m. P call, right? You do that, Dave. I would love to watch that, man. I'll even hold it for you while you punch it in the face. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, really? Do you have 4 of them? Do you have the orange one? The Hans car? What was that? Was it a Mazda? What the hell kind of? I have that one, the orange one that he had in the movie Hans car. I don't remember what the hell it is now. I just knew it was cool as shit and I had to have it. I saw it at the store. You know, that orange and black and yeah, Toyota. Yeah, a Supra. Yeah. So I have that one. 10th scale, I think. It's pretty big. Um, I haven't played with it yet because I haven't had a nice smooth floor. But when the garage is done, yeah, we're gonna be playing with that baby out in the garage for sure. All right, Dave. We'll see you tomorrow night. Maybe I'll still be going live and we'll just drift right into your show. So which ones do you have, Dana? Yeah, like I said, planes are my go to love, but I still love the RC car stuff, man. I just can't get enough of it. You know, I can't get enough RC. I just love all of it. You know, planes, helicopters, cars, boats. You know, I don't care what it is. If it's radio control, I love it. I gotta have it. So I'm just, you know, that's my addiction. You know, I never had a cigarette, never drank alcohol, never done a drug because I've been addicted to RC since 1973, and all my money goes there or to full size cars. When I turned 16, I started racing cars. Not trying to be professional, just SCCA kind of stuff. You know, drag night at the drag strip, you know, time trial stuff. No professional anything. You know, the SCCA stuff is the closest thing to professional, if you want to call it that. But I've done that for a lot of years too. But my main go-to's been RC since '73, and so that's my drug. I just can't get enough of this. I love it, just absolutely love it. Yeah, I don't know which four you're talking about. I think there were more than four cars in Fast and Furious over the years, so I don't know which four we're talking about. And you haven't mentioned what size they are either. So give us some details, dude. I'm excited. I want to hear. You know, I love this stuff. So yeah, tell me what you got. What size are they? 24th scale, 18th scale, 10th scale. Okay, cool. 10th scale, cool, cool. Okay, and which four do you have? Are we talking about the Honda, the Supra, the what was the other one? Uh, the Skyline, right? There's a Skyline in the movie. Did you get a Skyline? The Charger. You know, what are we talking about here? Which cars are we talking about? Tell me. I want to know. I only have the one. I got the Supra. You know, that's the only one I saw at the store that literally jumped in my cart. What did I have in 73? I had this radio right here. This is a 1970s series craft radio, 3-channel. This is my very first radio. This is what I learned to fly with. And all you have is a throttle over here, and aileron elevator or rudder elevator. No dual rates, no mixing, no more than one model, none of that crap. Yeah, we didn't have all of that back then. So this is what I started with. This is my very first radio, and yes, I still have it. And then this is my very first airplane. This is the plane I learned to fly on. It's called Dick's Dream. I didn't make up the name. It was supposed to be a rudder-only single-channel, and I turned it into a 2-channel. I don't know why this is stuck on Velcro. It's just a steel. So, balsa. It's a balsa fuselage, foam wing. Here's the foam wing. Okay. It's got landing gear on it. I don't know if you can see the wires, but the wheels are off of it. I don't know what happened to the wheels. I don't know if I took them off or if they rotted off. I don't know. But this is the plane I learned to fly with. This was my very first airplane. And then I graduated from this right into pylon racing. Right from mastering this. To the point I was bored. Okay, I mean, I was flying this thing inverted, and you know, just doing everything I could do with what I had to work with. It had a Cox 049, you know, no throttle. Just, you know, you start it up, it runs wide open until it runs out of gas, and yeah, the gas tank. Well, that's right. The gas tank was on the motor. It only had that small little gas tank on the motor that bolted here. And, yeah, so it only ran for like 2 or 3 minutes. And then it was out of fuel. And then you just glide down and land. And then you fill it up and go up again. So that's what I learned to fly with. Then from there, I got quarter midget pylon races and Quickie 500. So the quarter midget's in the house. And it's still a complete airplane. I do need to recover it. All the covering's coming off. But just like this one. You know, this has got... They had a product back then called solar film, which was like monocoat, but it was much lower heat. Okay? So, it wouldn't melt the foam wing, because this is a bare foam wing. And it's not EPO foam. This is like hard foam you buy in a block, and then you hot wire cut it. Now, it came already pre-cut, but a lot of guys were cutting wings back then with a hot wire. But this is solar film, and like right here, you know, it's coming off. It's rotted, and it's coming off. You know, just like that. So this wing needs to be recovered. The quarter midget in the house needs recovering, and I've already got the monocoat. It's actually right here. The 3 rolls of monocoat are laying right here. Green, purple, and yellow. Because that's the colors of the Voodoo Reno racer. Well, was the color of it. It's white now, but it was the color of it. So I bought the decal sheet because I had that plane. Rock Hobby had it. I bought it. It's about the same size as my quarter midget. So I'm gonna redo the car, my quarter midget in the Voodoo scheme, and yeah, I may or may not go fly it one more time. I haven't decided yet. I may. So then I went to a Quickie 500, which I have 2 fuselages here, a front half and a back half, from 2 crash survivors that I'm going to glue back together and make one fuselage again, and then and then I just have to build a constant chord wing. It's a straight chord 500. That's why it's called a Quickie 500, because it's 500 cubic inches, I think. So this is the front half of the plane. And it's just basically a box, you know. And then this is the back half, less the rudder. I got to put a rudder on it. So I'm just going to glue these 2 halves together, like that. And that's going to make a brand new fuselage. Once I, glue that back together, put a rudder on it, and then I'm going to build a wing for it. And that'll put this plane back in the air. Now this is 45 years old, guys. 45 years old. So is my quarter midget. So, and then of course that's 47 years old, because that's the plane I started with. So, and then honestly, those are the only airplanes I ever had back then, because that's all I could afford. So I couldn't afford to crash them. I think I had another Quickie 500 that didn't, or maybe that could be one of these actually. I had one. I was dating a girl and I was teaching her to fly it, and she got it too far away, and it went down, and it took me a week to find it. And it might be one of these. It's probably the back half of this one, because it went in straight in. So the back half of the fuselage is probably the one of that crash. And the front, I don't know what happened to the other one. I don't remember, honestly. But other than that, I had one more quarter midget that I crashed, and because I had 2 of those, and when the first one crashed, I got the second one, and the second one I still have. And those are the only planes. Well, and then there's well, this was later though. I didn't get this glider till the 80s, early 80s, when I moved to Florida. I moved to Florida in 83. And that's when I got the Gentle Lady glider, which is laying right there. And then I've got another glider back here. I've got a pattern ship I never finished building that's 40 years old. There's a big sailplane, a hard fiberglass body, some kind of composite wings. Well, it's balsa and composite, I guess. Has spoilers, ailerons, no motor. It's strictly a high start launch. And what else do I have from back in the day? There's a couple more planes around here. I can't put my finger on at the moment, but and then when this foam stuff, this electric foam shit took off about 7-8 years ago, holy crap. I just went crazy over this stuff. Man, I just love the electric. I got into the electric right after they started using lipos. I guess prior to the lipos, they were trying to fly these things with the same batteries that we drove the cars with, the RC cars. NiCads. And of course, they're way too heavy for an airplane, so that didn't work with shit. And at that time, I was traveling around the country racing RC cars. Um, okay, Dana, those are cool 4 cars. I like those. Very cool. So, yeah, when I moved to Florida in '83, I was trying to find pylon racing because that's what I love to do, and there wasn't any racing down here then. I mean, it was all pattern flying. Um, Mostly pattern was what the clubs down here were doing, and some glider stuff, and that's about it. Well, I like racing, so I got into RC cars really heavy and started racing cars. I still have my planes, and I still go out and fly them once in a while, but I was really heavy in the cars for quite a few years. And I was on the cover of Car Action magazine. Well, my car was on the cover of Car Action magazine in '89, and I've got hundreds of trophies, and I'm not exaggerating. Hundreds. I lost count at 200. All over the place. There's some on the shelf back here. Some of my really precious ones are in the house. There's one right there on the table over there. There's a refrigerator out front of my garage here. It's got like 30 of them on there. There are boxes out in the barn. They're in boxes out in the garage. They're everywhere. They're in my trailers that I haven't unpacked yet. I just have trophies and trophies and trophies. Um, and Yeah, I did that from probably 80. I'm trying to remember what year I opened the hobby shop. I think I opened the hobby shop in '86, somewhere around there, and got into cars heavy. And we were traveling all over the country. I got some sponsorship help. Went to races in Texas, West Virginia, Kentucky, Georgia, of course, Florida. I was racing all over Florida. Um, I still have, Ronnie, the engines I was mostly using were Super Tigers. I still have a few of them. I have a couple of OS motors as well. That's pretty much the only two I was flying, was either OS or Super Tiger. The quarter midget was on a Super Tiger, and so was the Quickie 500. Um, the Quickie had a Super Tiger 40 on it, and the quarter midget had a 15. And those were my go-to. I really liked the Super Tiger, so that was my go-to motor for then. I've got a couple of OS motors. They're all in a box over there under my. There's a workbench right there with a lathe on it, and there's a box under there. It's got a bunch of motors in it. There's one motor up front, an OS 90, that was going on this pattern shit that I started building and never finished. It's a. I think it's a Super Chaos, if you remember what that is. Um, it's a scratch build. It wasn't a kit. I scratch built it, and it's 90% done. The wings totally built, and I fiberglassed it because I wanted to paint it. So it just needs a final sand, and then I can start painting the wing. And the fuselage is all done except for glassing it, because I was going to glass and paint it. And I haven't glassed the fuselage, but it's all built. And all the surfaces are there. I don't think I've glued them on yet. I think I was going to wait till after I glassed it to glue them on. But I think they're still hanging in the hinges on it. And I got into car racing. So I put all the plane stuff on the back burner. The only planes I was flying were the ones that the quarter midget was still flyable. I mean, it's flyable right now. So I take that out and fly it now and then, but I was really into the cars heavy. Lightning sticks, Vic. Yeah, Victor. No, that. My hair looks like that because I got struck by lightning. You know, it's all puffed up. You know. So, have you not been here all night at all? Are you just getting here now? Yeah, I said quickie. Yeah, Randy, I did say you're back. Hey, okay, a bunch of you guys are coming back. Yeah, I said quickie. It was called a Quickie 500. It was a class. I have a brand new in the box still, sitting right over there. A Scat Cat Quickie 500. That was the brand name, was Scat Cat, and I have one of those brand new in the box. I still have to build it. It's a foam wing, so there's nothing to do on the wing. Maybe balsa sheet it. I can't remember if that had balsa sheeting or not. I think it does. So I'd have to balsa sheet the wing, and then the fuselage is just a box. You know, it's a square box. It's very simple to build. And then now with the CA glues we have now, oh my God, I could build it in an hour probably, being a foam wing. But yeah, so yeah, that Scat Cat kit's 45 years old. You know, I've got a Sturman kit right here too. Great Lakes Trainer. That's 45 years old. That's still in the box, although the box is falling apart and all the wood's falling out of it. But yeah, it's right there. I got one of those too. I've got a Carl Goldberg Mirage right there in the box. That's a all stick built airplane. Kind of like a gentle lady with a motor on it. It's got a brushed, small brushed motor on it. So that's new in the box right there. That's 40 years old, easy. So yeah, I got a bunch of old stuff. But I've got way more new stuff. And then the cars, I still have all my RC cars. I've got an RC-10 on the floor right there. I've got my four-wheel drive oval cars sitting right there. That's the car that was on the cover of Car Action magazine in '89. And I have that issue of the magazine in the house. So if you guys want to see that, I can get that and show it to you. And yeah, so like I said, RC, man, it's just been in my blood since 1973, and I'm never going to grow out of it. I can tell you right now, I will do this till I die, for sure, because I love it that much. There's no way I'm ever going to stop, playing with this stuff. And I'm just a big kid. I buy toys. I buy all kinds of toys. Listen, if I have to go to Walmart for anything, I don't care if it's plumbing supplies or gardening or whatever, the first place I go is the toy department immediately. Every time I go there, I have to go straight to the toy department and see what's new in RC that they've got that I can't live without. And 9 out of 10 times I end up buying something on the shelf, that I just can't live without. Toy grade stuff, but I gotta have it. So some of it's still new in the box. Some of them I haven't ever taken out of the box yet. Not because I'm trying to keep it for, it's going to be worth something one day. Kind of none of that. Just because I have it, I want it, I got it, and I just haven't had time to play with it because I have so much of it. So, but one day, like my Fast and Furious car, I'll play with that one day for sure. And I have what the hell is that car called? The fastest car on earth. What do they call that damn thing? A Bugatti. I finally got an RC version of that. I wanted one of those forever, just like this jet. And I finally found one that I wanted, and I got it. It's about a 10th scale. So I got one of those. Always wanted that car. Got it. Still in the box. I haven't taken it out of the box. Yeah, a Bugatti Veyron. Yep. So I have one of those in the box, 10th scale. Big red and black. Beautiful car. Gotta love that thing. Tons and tons of... I have way more toy grade cars than hobby grade. I only have a few hobby grades. I got the RC10, the SRP1. I've got a Schumacher. And then two Serpent gas cars, 8th scale gas cars. And I think that's it for hobby grade RC cars. No, I'm forgetting one. I'm forgetting at least one. What else did I have? I know there's another RC car, a hobby grade RC car that I'm forgetting. Well, I have a brand new RC10 in the box still. You know, it's brand new in the box. When they went to the graphite chassis. Because the one I have here has got the aluminum tub. For you guys that are familiar with that. Right, Dana. I think that's where I got my orange Supra. I think was at... I was probably at Walmart buy, because that's mostly where I go. It could have been a Target. I might have found it at Target. I don't remember exactly. I just knew when I saw it I had to have it. I did buy a car. I've got these giant 6th scale Dodge Chargers up here. I got 4 of those. But I found a 24th scale Charger Daytona, just like this one, but it was in this lime green. It was a metallic lime green. I looked at that, I said, oh, they never made a real one that color, but it was so beautiful. I had to have it. So I wasn't even in there to look at car stuff. I was there for something else. I don't even remember what I was in there. I think I went there to buy a movie. I think. A new movie release. And I went to the toy department, and that car was screaming at me, take me home! So I did. No kidding. It was gorgeous. Yeah, it's a thing. They make them in all scales. I have a gigantic F1 car. Open wheel, Europe F1 car. 1/3 scale. It's freaking huge. It's like, I don't know, like this big, and it's low profile. It's only about this tall and about that wide, and it's gorgeous. It's plastic toy gray, but it's so freaking cool. And I saw that. I was at the Daytona 500, and we always run through the vendor area after the race, because forget about going out and getting in your car and trying to drive out of there. It's nuts. So we always go over to the vendor section, see what they're selling over there. And I come across this 1/3 scale F1 car, and I'm like, okay, I gotta have that. That's going home with me. So I grabbed that, and so yeah, it was it's huge. I've got it on top. It used to sit on top of my big screen TV. So I've got a 70-inch TV that I put a shelf on top of, and it used to sit on top of that. But, well, it was on top of that when it was a 65-inch TV. When I went to the 70-inch TV, it barely fit up there, and now it doesn't fit. So I had to move it. So now it's on top of my china cabinet. So there's 4 little poster stands that it sits on to keep the tires from going flat spotted, because it just sits there. And so it sits on these 4 little pedestals, and it's on top of my my china cabinet. And it's I'm not kidding, man, it's huge. So it wouldn't fit on this table. It might fit on it. Actually, if I took the 3D printer off and everything the tires would overhang the width because it's wider than this table, but lengthwise it would fit. So it would fit lengthwise. The tires would only be about half on and half off. And the tires are like this wide. So, yeah, it's just huge. I had to have it. So it was like $100, I think. So I brought that home. And I brought home the little green Charger because I had to have that. And most of my impulse buys on the toy grade stuff is, I've got a Dodge Magnum down here, 6 scale, a Chrysler 300, 6 scale, a Hummer H2. Yeah, it's a Hummer H2, 1/6 scale. That thing's huge. Christ, that thing's this big. That's down here. I've got a Mercedes. It's 10th scale. There's another Dodge product down here. What's the other one? The Magnum, the 300. Maybe not. Maybe. And then, like I said, the 4 of the Chargers, they're all 6 scale. Got a 6 scale Camaro, the new version. That thing's gorgeous. It's sitting right there, beautiful. Love that one. So yeah, I've got tons of this stuff. Listen, you guys that smoke and you tell me you're addicted to cigarettes. Listen, I'm addicted to RC. I cannot get enough of it. Yeah, I'll bet they do, Dana. Yep. A 1/9 scale. Why not a 10th scale? Somebody probably makes a 9th scale one. The one I just got might be a 9th scale. It's 9th or 10th scale. And it's a Toyota. Maybe a copy of an SR5. But it's been lifted. It's got big wheels on it. Not cartoonish looking at all. This is definitely somebody turned it into a crawler. I just got this one in the mail. I had it on the show last week. Did you see it? I had a lot of different stuff on the table last week. I brought, I took one thing off, brought something in, and I kept moving stuff around last week. But I just got this thing. It weighs 14 pounds. It's huge, and it's all metal. The body's hard plastic. Not the clear Lexan that you paint. It's a hard plastic body with all the details. It's got the grills and the bumpers and the headlights and tail lights and all that. And but everything underneath is metal. All the the extension. Sway bars, control arms, the both it's 4-wheel drive, the front differential and the rear differential all metal gears, metal pumpkins, metal, it's all metal. It's got real leaf springs, steel leaf springs. It's got steel drive shafts with universal joints, both ends, forward and back. It's awesome. It's got plastic wheels. They're chrome, though. They're beautiful. It's an awesome truck. And I bought it because... Right. 9th and 10th is negligible. That's why I asked you why you wanted 9th. So I think this truck, even though it's this big, probably this wide, and it's pretty tall because it's got big tires on it. I bought it because it was it's scale looking, which is, you know, I'm big into scale. You'll never see me with an ugly stick, for instance. Okay, I hate that airplane. I don't care how good it flies. I got plenty of planes that fly good, that look good. I'm not going to buy an ugly stick because it's ugly, and that's just not what I want to fly. You know, the Quickie 500 is the ugliest thing I'd ever owned, and it wasn't ugly. It wasn't scale or anything, but you know, it was fast, and it was what you had to fly if you wanted to fly in that category. So that's the only plane I've ever bought that isn't scale looking. Even my quarter midget, it's a P-51 Mustang. You know, I have another quarter midget right here. It's called the Little Tony, which is a real airplane also. That one's fiberglass. I've never flown that one. They crashed it. It's not broke that bad. It's repairable. I just haven't repaired it. So one day I'll repair it and maybe fly it. I don't know. But that's another quarter midget I have. That one's 45 years old. But yeah, so this big crawler I bought it because A, it was scale looking. B, it's got a 3-speed transmission that you shift from the transmitter. You can either put it in 4-wheel low, 2-wheel little higher low, but it's a little higher gear than the 4-wheel low, in 2-wheel low, and then in 2-wheel high gear. And you can switch it from the transmitter. So it was just cool. And it's beautiful looking, and it'll do all its... Listen, it's no race car. It's not super fast. It's fast enough to drive it around, have some fun with. You can slow it down and go crawling on stuff. You know, it's not... It's the jack of all trades, but it's not going to be great at any of it. It's just going to be good at it. And that's all. I'm not going to go compete. But it's just exactly what I wanted. It was $200. Actually, it was $245 shipped. But it came with an extra body. So I got an extra body for free. Actually, they paid me $6 to take the extra body. Because of the way the package I bought. But anyway, so I love that truck. It's beautiful. And, you know, I haven't had a chance to really go out and run it. Been too busy with critical stuff right now. Getting my car fixed and getting the grass cut and just a bunch of stuff. And so I haven't had a chance fixing the chainsaw, getting these last 3 stumps out of the ground so I can pour the concrete slab for the garage. So I just I haven't gotten a chance to really play with the truck. I wanted to take it to the field the other day, and I had a spot in the car and everything, but it was the wrong car. You know, I was ready to load it in my wagon because I was going flying, and I was going to take it to the flying field with me, and then I realized, wait, the wagon doesn't run right now. Crap, I don't have room in the car for it, so I couldn't take it. And I've been too busy around here to just take it out and run it. I should just take it out and run it, but I've been just too busy. I just like looking at it. It's so cool looking because it's so real looking. But, so that was one I had to have for some god reason. I don't know. I've never had a crawler before, but I had to have this one. And it was the combination of the price. It's actually a direct copy of the Tamiya Bruiser that was back. They released that back in the 80s, and then they brought it back again. And it's an exact copy of the Bruiser. Yeah, they call it a clone. But the Bruiser's $800, and this one was $200. So I'm happy with the clone. That's perfectly fine with me. I don't have to have the original. But with the 3-speed transmission that you shift on the fly, and how cool it looks and everything, I was like, it was a no-brainer. I had to have it. So I bought that. I bought a 2S 7.4 volt. Yeah, its mod packs are all 7.4 volt. 4,500 milliamp. 100C. Wow. So a couple of guys at the field have bought those 100C packs to fly their planes with. Their jets. I know what you're talking about. I know the battery. But they're 6S. But they're 100C. So you haven't actually tried yours yet on those batteries? You've seen a video, but you haven't physically tried it yet? Is that what you're telling me, Dana? We'll be here, Mickey. We're not going anywhere. That's how I ended up with the hovercraft. I saw that. I bought that online though, but I saw it somewhere, and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta have that. That is so cool. So I bought this toy grade hovercraft, and it's cool as shit. It's super fun in a swimming pool. Um, I took it out to a tennis court one day, and holy crap, is it fast! But it was windy. Not real windy, but any wind at all catches the hovercraft and blows it the wrong way. You know, whatever way you're trying to go, it's going downwind, period. You know, you just can't get any traction at all. So if there's any wind at all, it's just going to go whichever way the wind's blowing. You can turn it around and try to fight the wind, but you ain't going to win. It's just not stable enough or strong enough to fight the wind. But when it's calm, you know, no wind, it hauls ass. It's fast. You know, nothing touches the ground. It's hovering, and it goes. It goes good in a pool too. I had it at my buddy's swimming pool, and it did great in there. So it was really cool. So I'm really glad I bought that. It's toy grade, but it's cool. I'm not ashamed to say I buy toy grade. And when I take this stuff to the register, and the girls, oh, is this for your son? Nope, it's for me. You know, I got no problem, you know, admitting to the fact that I play with toys. I'm perfectly fine with that. And it doesn't even have to be RC. I just like toys in general. When the movie Toy Story came out, I bought all of the toys. All of them. I have the RC car, which is an RC car. I have 2 Woodies, 2 Buzz Lightyears. I have the anniversary edition one, and then there's the regular play with one. I have the 2 of the dinosaurs. I have Mr. Potato Head. I have Slinky the dog. I have 3 of the little spacemen that were in the claw machine. The claw. I have 3 of those little guys. I just have shitloads of toys. You know, I'm just a big kid. And I don't care who knows it. I mean, I'm proud of it. Listen, I'm not going to grow up. I have to grow old. I can't do anything about that, but I don't have to grow up. So I choose not to. So, yeah, I got a shitload of plastic models. Die-cast. Oh my god, hundreds of die-cast cars, trucks, haulers. Tons. Tons and tons. NASCAR stuff. Ugh, tons. I'd be careful with the 3S, Dana. You know, that's another 3.5 volts, you know, over what it, you know, was designed for. That, you know, may put it over its limit. It's being its toy grade. So the 2S, not so much. It's a little more voltage, but you know, within reason. But another 3.5 volts over that is pushing it. So don't believe everything you see on the internet. A lot of these guys lie just so you'll go home and burn your shit up. They think that's funny, you know. So they'll tell you, "Oh yeah, I put this 3S in, it's fine," and then they're lying. and then you go home and try it and burn your shit up. So, beware. Yeah, Mickey, I've been making plastic models my whole life too. Planes. I got a P4. The P40 I have in the house is 50 years old. More than 50 years old. I built two of them. It's partly a couple of pieces have fallen off of it. I got to reglue them, but it's 99% all there. I have. I'm trying to think of all the plastic models I have. Some of them are put away. Back when Don Prudhomme and Tom McEwen, Snake and Mongoose was drag racing way back in the 60s. I had all their models. I still have them. They're wrapped up in t-shirts right now from the move. They're still in a box wrapped in a t-shirt. I haven't unboxed it because I don't have any place to put it yet. So they're staying safe in the box. I had a couple of Richard Petty's old Roadrunners back in the 60s. Those are plastic models I built. Built mostly airplanes. But most of them didn't survive. But the P-40s, because that's always been my favorite airplane, those survived because I made sure they survived. Trying to think of all the other stuff I have. Some of it's in my display case, but I really can't. I have an F-14, but I didn't build it. It was one of those hardwood carved, all painted up on a stand. I bought it at the Pensacola Air Museum here in Florida, and so that's in my display stand. But that's not a plastic model I built. God, what am I got in plastic models still? I can't remember all of them. Problem with those, they get damaged. You try so hard to keep them from getting screwed up, but mine always get damaged. And some of them I'm so proud of. Like the P-40s. I mean, I was 10 years old when I built that thing. And I hand did the camo paint scheme on it and everything, and when I was 10. And it looks, right now, I could go in there and look at that, and I still think it looks good. Even for a 10-year-old, I did a damn good job on that thing. It really looks good. Yeah, Mickey, I've never bought anything like that for an investment. I take care of the stuff, but I always take it out of the box and play with it. I'm just not a buy it and then one day it's going to be worth something kind of guy. I buy it because I want it. I want to play with it. So, yeah, I have the giant Millennium Falcon. Um, the big plastic one that you could open up, and they got the little, the little droid thing that flies around that Luke is fighting blindfolded. That's inside it. The chess table's in there, and it talks. It makes sounds. It does all kinds of cool stuff. And it's huge. It's this big around. It's a big son of a bitch. It's this thick. The whole engine in the back lights up. Makes the go into warp or whatever light speed sound effect, and it's cool as shit. And apparently that thing's worth a lot of money if you still have it in the box. I have the box. I think it's sun faded a little bit, but it's not in the box because I you know, I used to play with it. I haven't played with it in a long time just because I don't have room to play with it. It's on a stand right now that, you know, I can't take it off of. It's because it's bare. Hell, there's an RC airplane sitting on top of it. A really lightweight. It's a Cessna 150, but it's almost a paper. It's a thin plastic, real thin, and I think it's no, I think the wing's hollow. It's all thin plastic. It's got these super tiny, like, I don't know, 2-gram servos in it. You know, it's got a small little brushed motor, but it's you know, the wingspan's about this. It's about the size of that thing actually. My first plane. It's almost the same size as that. It's very close. But it's real scale looking, and all the scale marks on it are just drawn on. You know, it's not a foam airplane. It has the molded rivets and all that. It's a plastic airplane with a sticker on it that's got the panel lines for the doors, but it's just kind of cool. I like it, so I bought that. You know, super cheap, and I haven't flown it, but I put it up on top of my Millennium Falcon, so it's sitting in my bedroom on top of the Millennium Falcon. You know. Yeah, I know, Mickey. You know, I know, but you know, at the same time, you're thinking it might be worth something one day. So I know you're going to be on the fence about building it. When you finally get around to wanting to build it, you're still going to have that in the back of your head. You know, if I leave this thing in the box, it's probably going to be worth a lot of money. Been there, done that. I usually don't take it out of the box. I usually can't leave it alone. I do have a couple of, you know, I do have a few pieces that are still in their boxes. Not so much because I think they're going to be worth something one day. They just have a lot of meaning to me, and I don't want to screw them up. So those particular ones I'm not going to take out and play with. A couple of die cast, like the Cadillac GP cars, the Cadillac CTSs that they were racing about 10 years ago. They're black with the Cadillac logo in the side of it, painted on the side of it. So I have, you know, I forget the drivers' names at the top of my head. Corell, I think, and God, what are their names? I got the cards, you know, that they signed at the race. I have those two. But yeah, it's so those are a couple of them. I bought a third one. I have had the third one out and played with it. That one, you know, the windshield got broke. Something fell on it. I forget what. Cracked the windshield. And boy, was I pissed. Damn, I was pissed. But the other two had never been out of the box. They're still in the box. Yeah, I've never had any Battlestar Galactica stuff. I love the show. I used to watch it all the time, but I never bought any of the toys, you know, the models or anything of Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, yeah, I didn't follow that one close enough. Star Wars. I've got an X-wing fighter, and I have Vader's wing thing, whatever they called that damn thing. And then I've got that. That's not a model. I mean, it's a model, but it's not a build model. It's a plastic model of the Millennium Falcon that you interact with, because you can remove panels to get inside it, and then inside you can take Luke and C-3PO and R2-D2, and you move them around, and you know, it even has the secret trap door that you can hide somebody down in the floor, and it has all that crap in it. It's really cool for a toy, you know, to play with. You know, I don't do all that crap, but I do if I'm showing it to somebody, I will show them all that stuff because it's just cool features. It's got the shuttle bay where that little shuttle pod comes out the side of it. And it has that, and Chewie, so Hans and Chewie came with it. They go inside you can open the cockpit area from the outside, stick them in it, and then close it. The windscreen comes off and goes back on. So that's it's like I said, it's just a cool toy. I had to have it. Now, when all this stuff came out, guys, I was a grown man. I mean, I wasn't a kid at any time during all this stuff. All this stuff came out, I was already in my 20s. So, it's like I said, I've never grown up. I love toys. I still buy toys. I mean, if I went in the store right now and saw a Toy Story figure that I had to have, I'd buy it. I mean, it's, I don't have Woody's girlfriend. What was her name? Shit. I don't have her yet. And one day I know I'm going to walk to the store, see her, and I'm going to buy her. I just know it. I can't think of her name right now. So what's everybody's next RC airplane purchase going to be? What are you guys looking at to buy? Any of you? Yeah, we're still going, GB. We're waiting for who's coming back. Somebody had to go finish. Oh yeah, the ladies definitely love me. Somebody was going to finish their work and then come back. Who was that? They had to go set up a camping something or other? I forget. Was that you, Mickey? Oh yeah, I watched that one too. Starbuck was a girl in that one. But yeah, I watched it. I watched the shit out of that. It was good. I mean, it was all right. It was a redo that was I don't know. It was good. I watched it. It was really good. It was different than the original. Listen to the fighters they had and stuff were way better than the original. It might have been Joe. I can't remember, GB. Somebody had to go do something for a customer, and then they were coming right. No, it wasn't Joe, because it wasn't a customer. Was it you, Mickey? Were you doing something with camping gear or something? You had to go set something up for a customer. You'd be right back. You were going to clock out and then be right back. Was that you? I forget who said that. Yeah, Dana and I've been hashing over all kinds of toys, model kits we've built, and die casts and RC toy grade cars and stuff like that. We're having a lot of fun with that because we have all the same stuff. Oh, you don't do the outdoors. I can't remember if it said camping. I think it said camping something or campaign. Maybe it was something campaign. I don't know. Something for a customer. He was going to be right back. He's going to clock out and be right back. So I don't remember who it was. And Dave's RC was in here a minute ago. GB, you missed Dave's RC. He was here for his two. Oh, well, that was an hour ago. It's 3 o'clock. Yeah, he came in at his 2 o'clock P time. So. Yeah, it was part of my lightning strike fun. We teased the shit out of my hair to get it to all stand up and try to look like I got hit by lightning. And it worked because when I got out here, everybody thought exactly that. They all were saying, "What did you get hit by lightning? Did you stick your finger in a light socket? What happened to your hair?" You know, and that was exactly what I was trying to get. But now it's all falling back down, and you know, so now it just looks stupid. it, you know, it looks like, listen, it's all been poofed up. I really don't need a haircut. I just trimmed it. You know, it's pretty short when it's laying down right. But now it's all poofed up because we put mousse in it and hairspray in it, and to try to get it to poof out. And it's still kind of poofy. No, I've got it's a 7 or 8. We were at 15 a second ago. We just had a bunch drop out. Yeah, right, exactly. A bunch of lightweights. Yeah, so we're at 7, which is pretty low. But Dana's still going strong. We're having a good time, and Mickey's still in here. He's I think Mickey. I don't know. Are you getting tired, Mickey? Dana's. Yeah, see, Dana's still wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. He, you know, so we're having a great conversation about toys. So, which you're a toy guy, you might enjoy this. Oh, Mickey's beer number. Yeah, it's 5 p.m. there. You know, Mickey's just getting off work. Yeah, so we were just talking about Battlestar Galactica and the remake of it, and you know, the second round with, you know, when Starbuck was a girl, and I haven't had a chance to buy one of those yet, GB. I have to buy a Marshall shirt first. So my next unemployment check, I'm going to get a Marshall shirt, and then you're the next one. So oh, you're working on the FW1. Which FW190 are you working on, John? I keep looking at that one that Dave's RC has, the one he got from Hobby King. Man, I like that model. I was just looking at it again last night. It's on sale right now, but it's only on sale for 30 bucks off. And I know it was cheaper than that when Dave bought it. So I'm kind of waiting on that one. But I do like it. I really like that one. It's 1600 millimeter. It's a good looking airplane. I really, really like it. So I keep looking at that one. I want that one. I already had this one. I don't. After the crappy one that Marshall got, you know, I hate to say it because I do like Dynam, but boy, that one was so screwed up. I would have never kept that one. I'd have sent it back. Got another one. That was ridiculous. Everything was wrong with that airplane. Everything. And I mean everything. Christ. They even had the lights in the wrong wing. They put the red light in the right wing and the green light in the left wing. I mean, they had everything wrong in that airplane. When he told me everything he had to do to make that plane fly, I was like, dude, you are insane. I would have never kept that one. I mean, everything about that thing was wrong. So it really scared me off wanting to buy another Dynam plane because I still want the Waco really bad. But I ended up getting this one first. It was more new current. You know, the Waco's been around a while. I know they gave it a facelift because it's got new lights and stuff in it, which I'm really excited about. I love the new lights they did. But Dana, you're gonna go make a wine rack? Like right now, you're gonna make a wine rack and grab a beer? Okay. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I know, Mickey. I want that Waco really, and I really want it now because the lights work. You know, they with the new light, the new light module that came in the plane in this one is the same one that comes in the Waco, and it's got beautiful lights on it now. So yeah, I'm really, really wanting that one. That's going to be the next one, I think. Um, I grabbed this one because it was new, it was on sale, and I wanted to do a full review on it. Um, Trying to give you guys something current. I can't keep buying all the old crap, and reviewing it because it's too old. I want the David Korsh plane. Who's that? What's that date? What is that? David Karish? Karish? Is that what? I don't know what you're saying, Dan. GB. Who is that? Oh, well, now we're gonna do the Waco taco. Okay, potato, tomato. You know, we could play that game all night. Are they spelled the same, GB? Waco and Waco, aren't they spelled the same? Oh my god. For the rest of you guys, GB's my phonetic coach. When I mispronounce words, he corrects me constantly. I guess it's a second job for him. I bought two. Oh, so you got two of them, huh, Dana? Yeah, I keep looking at it. I haven't pulled the trigger yet, but I keep thinking it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. GB, he calls himself a butthole. That's hilarious. Oh, that's funny. Full time job. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh god, that's funny. So both of yours, Dana, are the Hobby King one, the big 1600 one. Is that what you're saying? You have two of the 16. Where'd you get? You said, what did you do? Buy them at a swap meet or something? Because you said one was new in the box. So I'm assuming the other one was either fully built, partially built, maybe crashed. What's the story there? This came in the mail today. My I Love RC shirt came in the mail today. I was trying to decide what shirt to put on, and I'm looking all over. You know, I was looking for "You're an Idiot" news break. You're an idiot, but I couldn't find it. And then Deb said, "Why don't you put your new shirt on?" I said, "Oh, great idea! I didn't think of that." So. Yeah, I ordered this shirt like 3 weeks ago. It took forever for this one to come in. When I ordered the Boozer shirt, the first one, and it came in. It was quick. I mean, it wasn't even 5 days. I don't think. So I'm guessing it was a really popular shirt, and they already had it printed. And this one, not so much. So. Well, back up to 11. Look at that. We were down to 7. We're back up to 11 in the room. So that's cool. We're still going strong. It's almost 3:30. So we're at 6 hours and 22 minutes so far, guys. You guys are a riot. I can't believe you guys want to stay in here this long. It's hilarious. I love it. And I'm having a pretty good night tonight. Bad hair and all. I'm not tired at all. I know I've been yawning a couple times, guys, but really I'm wide awake. Although it probably going to hit me like a ton of bricks here all of a sudden. You know, all of a sudden I'm going to be like, boom, I'm out. And then I'm going to say, all right, guys, good night. But not yet. I'm fine. Right now we're good. Keep talking about toys, talk about airplanes. So any of you guys going to buy the Ryan likes to call it the Big 29 instead of the MiG 29. Any of you guys gonna buy that thing? Yes, two 1600 millimeters. They're both brand new. One is open on my table to build. The other is still in the Hobby King brown box, never opened. I gotcha. I don't have the Freewing 262. I have the Dynam 262. I never had the Freewing one. It's too expensive. You know, this thing flies amazing. I mean, this thing really flies good. It's a trainer. I mean, it's just rock solid. you know, on rails, flies, fantastic. The issue with it was, for me anyway, the 4-cell pack to fly a twin fan plane is stupid. So that was a big no-no. It needs to be 6S. They put the speed controls in the fuselage right together, so they're literally lighting each other on fire. And there's photos, there's video on YouTube of guys with these catching them on fire midair. One went in, you know, the guy got to it in time to put the fire out before it ruined the airplane, but the whole inside of the airplane was charred. When you take the, you know, when you take the battery cover off, it's all brown charred inside, or you know, black and brown charred. But it didn't disform it. When you put the lid back on, the plane looks fine. So that one's probably savable. It'll probably still fly okay. I think that one is okay. The other one burnt to the ground. By the time he got out to the crash site, the only thing left was the motor and I think part of a servo. There was nothing left. It all burnt up. There was nothing left of it. He found the motor, and I think a servo, maybe part of a servo, and I think maybe like the circuit board of the speed control. That was all that was left. Everything else burnt up. There was nothing left. A big brown hole in the ground, you know, where the fire was. And yeah, it was nothing. It took too long for him to get to it. It just all burnt up. There was nothing left. So what I did is I put different fan units in it. I took the 5-blade fans out of it, put 12-blade aluminum shroud, and I've got one more right there. It's a red aluminum shroud. So I put 2 of those fans in it, and I moved the speed controls. Well, first of all, I replaced the speed controls. It came with 60 amperes, and I put 100 amperes in it, so I could fly it on 6S instead of 4S. And I moved them out into the nacelles. So the fans are in the nacelle now, not in the fuselage. So, and they're behind the fan unit, I think. I wanted the air blowing on them, not sucking up to them, I think. So I think the fans, I think I put them behind the fans. And then I put the Avanti landing gear in the plane, because the stick gear it had was no suspension, and you know, and I thought, well, I've got a whole extra set of Avanti landing gear, why not? So I stuck my Avanti landing gear in it, and so it's almost ready to fly. I mean, it wouldn't take me long to finally take it back out of the rack and finish it. But right now I got too many other projects going on, so I haven't finished it. But when I'm done, I think it's going to fly much better for much longer. Now, I was already flying it on those fan units, so I know the fan units are fine. Now, that was the first thing I did, is change the fan units, so it would sound like a jet instead of that shrilling 5-bladed bullshit that they come up with. But I haven't flown it on 6S with the new speed controls. So that's next. I'm your speaking coach, damn it. Oh, okay. You're hired. What German planes do I have? Okay, so I've got the Dornier 27, I think it's called. It looks like a Storch. It's you know, it's got this roll around windshield. You sit in it side by side, not tandem. But it's a high wing observation type airplane. It's a TAFT Hobbies plane. It's another TAFT Hobbies plane like this. Beautiful airplane. Really well. I love the color scheme on it. Just a beautiful. Did you watch Tuesday night, Dana? Did you watch Flght Club? Were you in their show on Tuesday night? They had an OB-10. background that they were displaying while they were chatting. Did you see that? Boy, it's getting cold out here. What's the temperature? $65. Yeah, it's getting chilly out here. I mean, I'm not going to catch frostbite at 65, but, you know, it's starting to feel a little chilly. Well, anyway, I don't know if you saw it or not, but that was the paint scheme. That's the paint scheme my Danya 27 has. You know, it's got these orangey yellow wingtips and a stripe on the tail and fuselage, I think, and it's camo, and it's got the not swastikas. It's got the German cross that flares out. You know, not the straight square one, but the flare out German cross. It's a really cool looking airplane. So I like that. I've got a BF 109. It's a kind of a Arctic camo scheme. It's white, yellow, and green, and black. They discontinue. They still make the plane. All right, Caroline, thank you for coming in here and saying that. That's awesome. So we got firsthand knowledge of how it flies. That's cool. Yeah, I've been wanting this plane for 6 years. I finally got it. I haven't flown it yet. Gonna maiden it Saturday, but yeah, I've been trying to get this plane for 6 years. I finally got it. How long have you had yours? So what other Germans? I got the 109. So they discontinued this scheme. They kept the brown one, which I think is butt ugly. You know, it's an FMS plane, 1400 for a 14. I think it's 1400. I don't think it's 1450. Yeah, it's 1400. They had the two schemes, the camo one and the brown one, and they decided to keep the brown one and drop the camo one. And the camo one was beautiful. You know, it's like an aqua color blue on the bottom. The whole bottom of the plane's like an aqua blue. And the top of the plane is camo green, and the top of the wings, I think, are off green and maybe the aqua blue again. I can't remember. And then some white, and then the fuselage is mostly white and green with some yellow on it, and it's just a beautiful airplane. And Rich RC Informer had one. He might still have it. He had two, actually. The first one burnt to the ground. And then he got a replacement one, and I think he still has that one. Where is it? It's in my rack in the house. I took a picture of it. Here, I can show you this. Because when the Flight Club guys they had that OB10 up, and it's the same paint scheme as mine. So let me bring it up here. I'll show you. So I took a picture of mine in the rack, and I sent it to Jeff. I don't know how well you'll be able to see that, but that's it there. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be flying this one off grass. This is the plug. This was a full plug and play version. It came ready to go. Just put a receiver in it and a battery. It was only $275, plug and play. So not only did I get it at a great price, but I got the green, which was the color I wanted, and just super excited to get it. I've been wanting this plane for 6 years, and I finally got it. So I'm super excited about that. Yeah, it's I mean, I can get the camera up closer or the phone closer so you get a better view of it, or I can send you the picture, Dana. But yeah, I can't actually go get the airplane right now. It's buried. I mean, you can see it, but I can't actually put my hands on it. It's buried in the back of the room, and I can't get to it. So, that's why I took the picture. So yeah. So I've got the 109 and the Danye, and then the 262, and what else do I got in German planes? I think I have another German plane. Oh, I've got I think that's another 109, a Park Zone 109. The old Park Zone. I don't know. It's like 900 millimeter, I think. 980. I got one of those. Well, I have the T-33, the free wing T-33 in the German scheme, but I changed it. I made it an American plane before I crashed it. So what I did is I painted all the decals, the German decals, and put American decals on it to make it a US. And then I added brown, or a tan, so it was only gray and green. So then I added the tan right here, and I think it's tan out here. No, I added gray over here. This was solid green. I didn't like that, so I added no, that's the tan. Yeah, so I added the tan out here, the tan here. It's gray here. It's tan through here. Right through this part here, it's tan. Then it's gray, and then green again. And the lights, I put lights all over it. It had 9 lights on it, which look really cool. And if you go to my channel, there's a 15-second video of this sitting on the ground with all the lights flashing, because these blink. The wingtip tanks had dual lights in them, steady on nav lights, and then white strobe lights. It had lights on the landing gear, on the nose gear, light in the belly, right in front of the fan unit where there was a cheater breather hole. I had a light in there. So yeah, so this was German, that's the way they intended it, but I switched it. I made it American, but it didn't survive. We had a BEC failure, I believe, on the maiden. It was only in the air about a minute and a half, if that, and I lost control of the control surfaces. Yeah, it's a Rec T-33, yeah. And so I lost control of the control surfaces, and but I had telemetry. I still had radio contact with it, but I lost the servos wouldn't work. The throttle worked. I throttled back and it took that, but I couldn't steer it. So it went in, and we've been in a fight with Motion for about 5 months now, trying to get it replaced. They don't want to replace it. They've turned into a modern day Hobby King. You know, this is the kind of crap I went through with Hobby King. Every time I had a defective airplane from them, and never crashed one of theirs, just, you know, I get it out of the box and it's got bad servos, or, you know, just like today. I mean, they're still doing it. The one Ryan got, remember the, I don't know if you saw that or not, but Ryan got a MiG-17 from Hobby King. And it had 2 defective servos. The landing gear wasn't even screwed in. They didn't even bother to put the screws in it. They just, like, stuck them in there, and then they glued the little plastic covers over it. So the first time Ryan tried to fly it, I guess, the landing gear just ripped right out of it because it wasn't screwed in. And, you know, stuff like that. So when you call Hobby King and want them to take care of this stuff, they just, you know, call you everything but a white person. You know, you're a piece of crap, you're lying, you're a bad pilot, you don't know what you're doing. You know, I mean, it's just a big fight. And now that's exactly what I'm experiencing now with Motion RC. This is something new that just started, and I don't know if it's Motion's or Andrew, this new guy that they hired, Andrew. I don't know if Andrew's the one that's, you know, taking it upon himself that he doesn't want to warranty anything, or if this is the new policy of Motion RC. I don't know which. I can tell you they're losing a customer. You know, they don't want to replace this airplane because I won it on Dave's show. That's the big thing. They keep bringing up that it was a gift or it was a lottery. Well, they've used lottery, gift, and they call it one other thing. So they don't even want to talk to me because I didn't buy it. And, you know, and we don't even show a record of you buying one. I said, no, but you have a record of you sending me one, right? Look at your records. Oh, yeah, we did send you one. Okay, well, there you go. So what difference does it make whether but you didn't pay for it. What difference does that make? So Dave had to get involved because he bought it. And now I had to fill out a 10 questionnaire today and send it back to Dave so he could send it to Motion so that we can try to get this plane replaced that they don't want to replace. So I won't be buying any more planes from Motion for a while. I can promise you that. I'm all done with them. I spent $6,300 with them so far, and they don't want to take care of it. So I'm over it. You know, there's too many other companies out there that want my money. So I'll just happily give it to somebody else. I have no problem with that. So yeah, same thing. General Hobbies. I don't know what kind of dealings you've had. I'm sure you heard my story from General Hobbies. Why, Mickey? Did you crash? Did you get the big 29 and crash it or something? And you gotta get replacement parts? What happened? Oh, I gotcha. Oh, that'll be cool. Okay, we gotta get some pictures of that. I want to see that. Do the wings fold on a MiG? Oh, so you're... Oh, wow. That's... Okay, Mickey, that's kind of cool. But do they have one that has folding wings? No kidding. Now that's cool. I didn't know that. Wow. So you want to make a folding wing MiG? That'll be cool as shit. I don't think you can buy the mechanisms by themselves, though. That's the problem with LX models. You can't buy parts. They are so hard to get parts out of. All they want to do is put kits together and sell kits. They, the whole plane. They don't want to sell parts. Oh, AliExpress has parts for the... Oh, no kidding, really? Wow. Yeah, Banana Hobbies never has parts. So I'll have to check AliExpress because I'm trying to get my canopy mechanism to work on my A10, my LX A10, and I would really like that to work, and it doesn't work. So yeah, I'll have to check into that. Yeah, I've had a hard time getting parts for LX planes. It's not easy to find parts. Yeah, the other 10 people in here watching are all sleeping. So, well, Dana's not, but everybody else is asleep. They fell asleep and left the stream running, so they're, if they're letting the ads run, well, they shouldn't be getting any ads. I don't have ads running in the live stream. Well, I'll tell you, that's ambitious as hell, Mickey, because that plane costs so much just by itself. And now you're going to add all this extra money to make it more scale. Dude, you're out of your mind. It's going to be awesome, though, but you're out of your mind. Yeah, it's 8:45 in the UK. Okay. Friday morning, I'm assuming. It's 3:45 here, a.m. Friday morning. Yeah, we're working on 3:45 right now. We're going on 7 hours. This stream's been running almost 7 hours. We started at 9 o'clock. So, last night. So yeah, we're still going pretty strong. Oh, John's still in here. All right, John. Just having your coffee and enjoying the show. There you go. That's my John. That's funny. So there's at least 4 of us awake. So we got Dana, Carolyn, John, Mickey, and me. Right? That's all we got right now. Oh, so that's what they call it, a MiG-29K. Wow, you know your MiGs, man. I wouldn't have known that. I've never seen one. I've done some MiG searching. When I bought the MiG 29 from Arrows, I did a search to see, but basically I was looking at paint schemes. I wanted to see how accurate that one was to the real one, and I never came across a photo of a folding wing MiG-29. So now I'm going to have to go look for one. I had no idea they had I didn't even know Russia had carriers. So there you go. I learned a couple of new things tonight. I wasn't aware that Russia had carriers. I know China does. The UK does. Oh, okay, Michael. So we have another lurker. That's cool. Good to know. All right. Well, hey, just enjoy the show. Not a problem. I just didn't know we had. Now we're up to 13 people. Got more people coming in. So that's cool. Wow, that's cool, Mickey. Oh, I know all about. Well, come here. Listen, I'll go get it. It's right here. The Jado toys. Oh, I love their stuff. Let me see. Wait till you see this. Hang on a second. It's right here. I had this on the show about a month or so ago. I had it on the table. It was all cleaned up. Now it's all dusty again, but it'll look good on camera. Love this thing. This thing's cool as shit. So here's a Jado toy grade for you. Look at that bad boy. This thing's freaking awesome. I love this car. It's the lights work, turn signals work. I can't remember if this has sound effects. Oops. I keep banging this damn winglet. It's staying glued though. Boy, that glue's holding really good. The wing just flexes and it's staying glued. I don't think there's a battery in it. Let me look. No battery. Uses an old Tamiya plug. A lot of my stuff has that in it. So a lot of the battery packs I have are interchangeable from car to car. But yeah, you can turn. There's different. I think there's sounds. You can either have sound on, off, or intermittent, and then the on-off switch. But yeah, this thing. I love this car. And this is a Jado, 1/6 scale. This came out the same year the car came out, the real one. So I actually went to I guess it was a delivery party at the dealership. So I was working for Allstate at the time. And I went, and so I knew the body shop manager at the dealership right down the road here. And he let me know that they had a red one, just like the exact same color as this, that they were going to deliver like Friday night. They were going to have a big party. There's going to be food and everything, and he invited me to it. And I said, okay, it's cool, I'll be there. So I brought this with me. So the car's sitting out front, covered up, and the owner of the car that's waiting for the big, hoopla unveiling, and I'm out there driving this around the parking lot. It was like a staged event kind of thing. And so I'm driving this thing all around the parking lot, and it was very cool. Everybody loved it. Man, they thought this was the coolest thing since sliced bread. It really is beautiful. It's a beautiful car. This thing's so cool. And they were really this color was very popular because the Dodge Magnum, that's the station wagon. If you don't remember what a Dodge Magnum is right here, and it's the same color as this. It's just candy red. I think think the horn works. I think you can honk the horn. The turn signals work. The lights work. The brake lights work, which is really cool. Yeah, so it's like I said, man. If it's RC, it's for me. I just love this stuff. I can't get enough of it. You know, I couldn't buy that car fast enough. When I walked past that thing, I'm pretty sure that was at Walmart. Might have been Target. Target was pretty big back then. I think that was like 06, maybe 9, somewhere around there. Target was really big in the New Bright stuff. This stuff. That's a Jado, but the other ones I have are New Bright. So I was going there quite often to see what they had at Christmas time. I would always go in there and see what big RC car they had this year. They never came out with a Challenger. I couldn't believe that they didn't build a Challenger. They built a small one. I've got one right there, and I have another one just like it in the house. And it's really nice, but it's only 10th scale. You know, it's not this big giant 6th scale. And I was so bummed they never made a 6th scale Challenger. Because, man, I wanted that. Every year I go in there looking for that damn car. God, they got to build one of these. They've got to. And they never did. If they did, I never saw it. If they did build it, I missed it. But I got plenty of smaller Challengers. I got 18th scale, 12th scale, and 10th scale Challengers. Hell, I've got an RC20. What size is a Hot Wheel? I have an RC Challenger that's the size of a Hot Wheel. Just remembered that. And it's really good looking too. I mean, it's the detail on it's really good. So here is Tracy Loft. Front undercarriage looks good. On VIPER, what's the price in stay? Can't see my screen. It's too far away. Status? Is that what you're saying? Okay, it's all aluminum landing gear. The mains are the same way. All aluminum. Machined aluminum's beautiful. They're oleo struts, so you know it's got suspension and front all three, and $275, plug and play, 90mm fan, 6S, and I got this one at Banggood. Been trying to get this plane for 6 years, and finally got it. And I got it from Banggood. So that's where I think somebody else had it, but it was a lot more money. I can't remember who it was though. Just make sure you're getting the plug and play version, because they're trying to sell the kit version that doesn't come with the motor, speed controlled servos, or any of that crap for the same money. You know, they've got to advertise both ways, because Banggood likes to do that. They're so good about doing that. So just make sure you get the one that says P&P, plug and play. Don't get fooled into buying the kit version one for that kind of money, because I wouldn't pay that for the kit. But the full-blown Mac Daddy plug and play, yeah, that was a great deal. Would I get this as a first jet? No, absolutely not. What are you flying now, Tracy? A P40? Okay, which one? The FMS P40? The 1400 size one? Which P40 are you flying? Oh, an old 1600. Really? What brand? Who made a 1600 millimeter old other than the LX model one? Uh, Kaios? Hmm, not familiar with that one. That's interesting. So is it a 4S bird, 6S? You know, what size? 10 years old? Okay. Yeah, so what batteries do you have? 6S, 4S, 4S. Okay. So we need to get you a 4S bird. Um, God, you know, I think the Arrows Marlin is exactly what you'd want. You know, it's a nice bird. I go to Arrows RC or Hobby Zone. Either one, you know, you can go either place. Same guy owns both companies, so it doesn't matter where you go. So go to Hobby Zone or Arrows RC and look up the Marlin. It's a 4S jet, real nice one. I'd look at that, or you can also go with the. Do you fly Spectrum? Are you flying Spectrum? What radio are you flying? Okay, so you are flying Spectrum. So you might look at the VIPER, the E-Flite VIPER. Now it flies. From what I've seen, it flies really good, but it's the landing gear is not great, and it's kind of hard to land. Um, People seem to have trouble with it. I've never flown one, so I don't know for sure. But it does come plug and play, and it has safe. It has safe in it, and AS3X. So there's that. Now, if you buy the Marlin, you can put a gyro in it. You know, it doesn't come with a radio. You know, it's not a plug and play. It's a bind and fly. I'm sorry, it's not a bind and fly. It's a plug and play. So you'd have to put a gyro in it if you like the AS3X stuff. Um, but yeah, a 4S jet. I don't know if that VIPER's 4S or 6S, to be honest. I think it might be 6S. So yeah, for sure the best. I think the best 4S battery jet would be the Marlin. You know, that seems to be a really good jet. I haven't flown it, but I've seen it fly, and I've had everybody talk about it, and they love it. So I would go with that. And if you need a gyro, then you just put an aftermarket gyro in it. Um, but yeah, that seems to be a really stable, nice jet for good money. It's not expensive. You know, it's a very very nice price. Um, there's a new one out that the Habu, the new Habu that Horizon just came out with, but I think the only way you can buy it is ready to fly with a radio and everything. And it's $400. I don't know if you want to spend that. Um, and I'm not sure if that's 4S or not. Come to think of it, it might be a 6S bird. So yeah. So yeah, just give the Marlin a good look, and then check out those other ones I said, the Viper, the Horizon Hobby Viper, and the Habu. And if either one of those are 4S, might consider those. I mean, I know they fly good. I know people had a lot of trouble with the landing gear on the Viper. Of course, I haven't seen anybody land it very softly either. Everybody's stick it in the ground like a dart. I don't know what the hell, if it's just hard to land or what. I don't know. But it seems like people are having trouble with landing it. It flies good. And then the Habu doesn't have retractable landing gear. It's fixed gear. I think the Marlin's fixed gear too. It's got flaps, the Marlin, but I don't think it's got retracts. I think it's got fixed gear on it. But it's a real stable flyer, and it's 4S. So and it's cheap. It's like $199 or just over $200, I think. Which is a pretty good price for a jet, and it's a 4S jet. So, and it's a really stable one. So it's a good trainer. It's a good first jet. This is definitely not going to be a good first jet. Trying to think what else. And this is 6S. Yeah, that's what I would look at. Those would be my go-tos as far as first jets. I'm trying to think what else is out there that would be a good first jet. Yeah, that's. I think that'd be what. I think I'd just go with the Marlin. Um. Okay, so I think it's still 4S. I'm not sure. The Dynam 262 is a 4S bird originally. This one was. I don't know if it still is. They might have upgraded that. Yeah, super easy to fly, and super easy to land. But it's 4S, but the flight times are terrible. You're lucky to get 3 minutes. I mean, and you got to be just milking it to get 3 minutes. But it's super easy to fly. It flies really, really good. So if you're okay with a 3 minute flight on a 4S pack, and it's even a big 4S pack, because it's just not efficient on batteries, so it's a quick flight. But yeah, you could do that. That's a good one. It flies great. It's a super easy flyer, and it's got retracts and it's got flap. No, wait a minute. No, I don't think it has flaps. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've flown it. I don't think it has flaps, but it has retracts. So yeah, if you want to go that route, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it flies really good. It's super stable. It's on rails. It flies really good. I just didn't. I've modified mine. I turned it into a 6S bird to get more flight time, because the 2.5 minute mark flight was just not cutting it for me. And I had it throttled way back, and it still was only 2.5, 3 minutes, and I didn't like that, so I changed it all around. I put different fans in it. I put bigger speed controls in it. I moved the speed controls from inside the fuselage to the pods, so they get more air, because they overheat in here really bad. So there's a lot of little modeling problems with the 262. Plus, it's a modeler's plane. You gotta build it. It's not 10 screws or 8 screws and then you're done. You got to put all the decals on it. You got to glue the cockpit. You got to glue the seat into the cockpit. You got to put the decal on the instrument panel. You have to glue the canopy on it. There's a lot of work to it. It's a model, what we call a modeler's plane. You got to work at it. No free rides. It's cheap, cheaper than others, but you got to work at it. You got to put a lot of stuff together. You got to put all decals on it. It's just more work. But flight wise, it's great. It flies fantastic. I love the way it flies. The landing gear's not particularly great. It's just solid steel wire with plastic cladding on it. Kind of cheesy. And it worked most of the time. I had a gear up, one gear up landing one time, and I didn't know it. And I didn't even, after I touched down, I still didn't know it because I was landing in grass, and the engine pod was so close to the gear height that it just slid on the motor and on the engine on the one side and the wheel on the other, and it landed fine. I didn't even know until I tried to taxi it back that the one gear didn't come down. It wouldn't taxi, so I'm like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walk out there, and it's, the one landing gear's knocked down. I'm like, well, that's why it won't taxi. And it didn't even damage it. So yeah. So yeah, if you like the 262, I'd get it. Yeah, it flies like it's on rails. Now I haven't flown the free wing one, and it's a lot more money. It's at least $150 more than this one, or close to that. So, and I have no idea how good it flies compared to this. I know how good this one flies, but I don't know about the free wing one. But yeah, if you like warbirds and you want a first jet warbird, yeah, this is a good one. Yeah, I would do that. You won't be sorry with that. Like I said, the flight times suck. I'm not a 2-minute egg. I don't like that 2.5-minute crap. I don't know what this one's going to do, but if it's like the Avanti, I was getting 10 minutes. And that's not wide open. I don't fly it that way. It's, it flies 100 miles an hour wide open. It flies like 80, 85 miles an hour at 40% throttle. And it's a 3.5, 4-minute, 100 mile an hour plane, or it's a 10-minute, even 12-minute, 80 mile an hour plane. So you decide. You want flight time or you want fast. So, but yeah, it's a good plane. Yeah, I've never flown a Vampire. I have heard that it flies good though, so that might be a good. Is that a 4S bird, the Vampire, or is it 6S? Now I know the Freewing 262 is 6S. So if you want to stay with 4S batteries because that's what you have, then this is the one you want. Unless they've upgraded this to 6S also. I don't know. I know Dynam's redoing a lot of their stuff, upgrading stuff. So they may have changed this. I don't know. So it's 4S. Okay, cool. So that's an option. The Durafly Vampire is a good option then. Gotta say, man, about a dog. Yeah, we always see a man about a horse over here, but but I get it. All right, Mickey, we'll see you, buddy. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, thanks for being here, Mickey. I always love it when you're here. You're a blast. So you have a good night. We'll talk to you later. Well, you can't beat that if it's cheap. I'm in if it's cheap. So, yeah. it might have been Joe. Joe, are you still in here? Mr. Dublin? Alright, guys, first, I gotta take a second because I gotta go see a man about a horse. Because I've been in here for 7 hours and 15 minutes, so I gotta go see a man about a horse. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. So what else we want to talk about tonight, guys? What do you got? Anybody got any new airplanes coming? Any new stuff on the horizon? What LX models do I have? I have the B2 Spirit. I have the P40. I have the A10. I just got the YF23. That's brand new. I haven't even put that one together yet. What else do I have? LX. I think there's one more. I had the Corsair briefly. I guess that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. So I have the four, the B2, the A10, the P40, and the YF23, and then I had the Corsair, and I had to send it back. $250 gram. I'm working on Lithium-ion batteries. iNav. Good for more than an hour's flight from it. No kidding, really? Wow. That's cool. Yeah, one of the guys at my field has, I think, has that plane, that Zolo, whatever, 250. That's that little. Does it have a V-tail? Is it or a twin boom tail? Oh, that's the other one I got. The LX. I just got the B-25. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Crap. Yeah, I just got the B-25 from LX. Yeah, I knew there was another one. I couldn't think of it. It's still in the box. That's why. I took the YF-23 out of the box, but I haven't put it together yet. I haven't taken the B-20. I took it out and looked at it, and then I put it back in the box. Yeah, I got the B-25. I'm looking for the PT-28 or the T-28. The one you left. Looking for larger scale slip wing off get back car. I'm not sure what you're saying, Tracy. Are you using a phone and talking into it? Because I don't think that's coming out the way you're trying to say it. I love the auto fix on phones. Man, they really screw it up. Oh, the swept forward wing. Yeah, I don't have one of those. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, I don't have that one. Yeah, Data. God, I forgot all about my B-25. That was an exciting get. I've been wanting that plane forever, too. And they finally had it on sale where I could, it was a price I could afford. So I snatched it up. So, yeah, that came, I've only had it a couple of weeks. Huge box. Oh, my God. I think it's enormous. The plane's enormous. It's a big airplane. So I have a few T-28s. I have this. I don't know if you can see it in the photo here. There's an airfield box here. It's a 1450 size T-28. I have two of those. And then I have the giant Carbon Z T-28 from Horizon Hobby, the E-Flite one. That's my favorite airplane. Out of everything I own, if I had to sell every airplane except one, that's the one I'd keep. I just really love that airplane. I just like T-28s, first of all. Second of all, I love the color scheme on it. It's the red and white one, the orange and white one, however you want to, it's a closer orange red than a, hard red. And it's so big. It's big. It's just really big. And it has such a presence in the air because of how big it is that I just love that airplane. So yeah, and they're out of stock again, but they're going to come back with it. And I strongly suggest that if you want that airplane, grab it when it comes back, because they're selling out of them as fast as they can make them. They was out of production for years. I mean, probably 4 years, I'd say. They haven't made that plane. And everybody kept bickering, you got to come back out with this plane. We want this plane. We want this plane. So they did. But they did a very limited run of it. And they sold out of it in a week. I mean, it wasn't even a week. It was gone. They sold everything they had. So they went into a second run. Which I believe might be in the store now. You might be able to get that plane right now. I think they have it back in stock now. And I don't know how many they did this time, but it's just an awesome airplane. Yeah, the auto text with voice mode. Yeah, it's great. um, yeah, I know which one you're talking about, Caroline. I don't have it. Um, I think it's on the. I've got my P40 box right here, and they've got all the pictures on the side of the box. The SU-47. That's what it is. Yep. Yeah, twin tail wings swept forward wings. The SU-47. That's what they call that thing. Yeah, LX makes that one. Wow, they have 3 different. I didn't even know that. Wow, they have 3 different MiG-29s. LX Models does. I'm sure it's just 3 different paint schemes. I didn't know that. Same thing for the F-18. They have 3 different paint schemes on the F-18 too. Huh. Wow. Interesting. I didn't know that. They have 2 F-22s and 2 F-16s. Wow. I did not know that. That's interesting. Yeah, Carbon Z. That's the one that's my favorite. The yellow and gray plane? No. The Carbon Z is T20 is the. Oh, God, I wish I could. It says navy on it. The nose is orange reddish. The tail is orange reddish. The rest of the plane's white, and then the wingtips are orange reddish. It's a trainer scheme. Okay, it's a navy trainer, orange and white. I call it orange. A lot of people call it red, but red is dark red. This is not dark red. This is orangey red. So I call it orange. I don't know. It might be closer to a red, certain reds than others, but it's not this orange, okay? I mean, if you set that next to it, then it's red. But if you set something red next to it, regular, like apple red, then it looks orange. So it's that in between orange, red. I call it orange. I think it looks more orange than red. Yeah, that's the Carbon Z comes in that scheme, and both my 1450 size one from Airfield are the same color scheme. They're the orange and red, or the orange and white, scheme. I just like that scheme too. But yeah, that's now FMS has a 1450 sized T28 that's yellow. That's their new trainer scheme. It's 1450, and then I think Hobby King at one point was selling like an 1100 millimeter yellow one, but I don't know if they still are or not. They had a yellow T28 for a while. I don't know if they still do. So came out pretty damn good. There was a little imperfection in the foam here, and I filled it with some that damp Fast and Final wall spackle, and then sanded it smooth. It came out really good. It looks good. Little foam. I have some foam colored white paint. Yeah, I actually took a piece of foam to Lowe's, bare foam, and had them put it to the camera and mix me up some white paint that was that color, the same color as the foam, which is not white. It's an off-white. It's pretty white though, but it's an off-white. So if you put regular white paint on it, it shows up. But if you use the foam colored white, it matches and it disappears. And so yeah, I'm really happy with how that came out. That was a good idea I had. I'm really happy I did that, because it seems like everybody's foam is the same color white, so it works on everything. It's just a slight off white that matches beautifully. So I'll be able to touch that up with my paint, and it'll disappear. So that'll look cool. Boy, that's a tough one, because Tracy, there's a lot of chargers out now that are you going to be just charging 4-cell packs with it, or are you thinking down the road like 6-cell too? Well, boy, I'll tell you, man, it's tough. I've been, you gotta be charging it AC, or, in the wall, or are you gonna charge it off the car battery? You talking AC or DC? Or both? You want a combo? Mike SS is lurking? What? What do you mean you're lurking? Oh my god, it's 4:30? Holy crap. That's hilarious. Wall. Okay, so you want an AC charger. Boy. Maybe the Venom charger. Just picked one of those up used, and it's working pretty good on the wall. I was going to suggest the high-tech one, but the high-tech one does not do well on the wall for 6S. It's fine everything else, but it's not good on 6S. And the Venom one worked pretty good. This used one I picked up. So I'm thinking, yeah, it's 9:30 a.m. where you are. Yeah, it's 4:30 here. Oh, that's amazing. That last hour flew by. You're off. You should be working. All right. Well, thanks for stopping in, man. It's good to see you. You know, we'll. Yeah, I may. I don't normally I don't usually record my maidens, but I might with this one. If I'm doing it for a review like this one, I do record the maiden, but I don't know that I'm going to do a review on this, so because I don't know how available they are, and I don't want to waste my time doing reviews on planes you can't get anymore. So I don't know how available this is. So we'll see. I got a couple days to think about it. We'll see. I may video it. We'll see. Yeah, Dave's RC is starting soon. I know. Dave was just in here a couple hours ago. It's about time for him to stop back in, honestly. He might pop in any second here. Yeah, because he gets up at 2 and then again at like 4:30 to go pee. So yeah, it's about time for him to go pee again. So I would expect to see him any minute. See you later. Thanks for stopping in. So, gosh, I don't know. Yeah, that's a tough one, Tracy. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one. I don't want to steer you the wrong way. I'm not a big Venom fan right off the bat, but this charger seems to be working all right. But I want to make sure that I'm remembering that it was charging at like 4.5 amps on the wall. I just got it, so I bought it used. A guy out at the flying field died. His brother was out there selling off all of his stuff, so I gave him some money for some stuff to help him out, and I bought this one, and I plugged it in the wall, and I did use it, but I can't remember what rate it was charging at plugged into the wall. So I'm gonna charge a battery, and I'll get back. So stop back in. You either go to Dave's show tomorrow night, you can catch me there, or stop back next Thursday. Or you can catch me in Ryan's show on Saturday night. Listen, if you go to my channel and go to the About page, there's a whole listing of who's on what night and what time. So you look down the list and and I'm almost in everybody's show every night. So if you want to get a hold of me, that's the easiest way. Or you can just, all my information's there as well. But so you can get a hold of me, email or something. But yeah, so go check out who's on what night, and then come in that show and ask me again. And in the meantime, I'll charge another battery on that thing, another 6S pack, and see what it does. Because I can't remember if it was working right or not offhand. Like I say, I've only charged 2 batteries on it since I bought it, so I don't know. So let me find out, and I'll get back to you. Because I want to look online and see what else is available. It's the biggest problem if you're charging on DC, you can get a lot more kick out of it. But it's the power supply they put in these AC/DC chargers, or the AC chargers only, that aren't strong enough to do a 6S at more than 2 amps. They just don't have a big enough power supply in them. So I want to make sure that that one does, or that I can tell you a different one to go to. I can tell you that the ones I bought work fine, but they just didn't have enough smoke in them to do a 6S pack at like 4 or 5 amps, which if you've got a 50C battery, then you got to charge it at 5 amps, and you know, it won't do it. It would only go to 2 amps plugged into the wall, but now it'll go to 10 amps on a car battery. So let me do a little checking on that. I'll let you know. I don't want to steer you the wrong way. I want to say that Venom did it, but I can't remember for certain. I don't want to tell you it did. So what else we got? Mike, are you still in here? Did you just get up? Did you just get up to pee? Like Dave? Just checking to see if I'm still on, still online, and God, he's still on. Holy crap. Man, I keep banging this thing. I'm going to knock it right off. Man, it seems to be glued, though. That glue's holding really good. Just woke up. Now, do you normally get up this early, or you just couldn't sleep? What's your story? Because you've been in my show a lot, but you've never been in my show at 4 in the morning. Not that I remember, anyway. So, just curious. Oh, I gotcha. Are you working today? Or are you one of those that gets Friday off like my ex? She doesn't have to work Fridays. It's just Monday through Thursday. Had to check on the wife. Why, is she barking at the deer? You're usually checking on the dogs because they're barking at the deer. Wow, so you're online with me while you're driving your truck? You're on the scales? Wow. That's cool. So what's for Oh, you're on vacation. Oh, that's cool, Mike. Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to call it. I want to get some sleep before I have to go out and work on my car some more today. Um, I hate to do it. God, I love doing this show. Yeah, I figured you were working. Yeah, that's cool. So you're probably on your phone then, right? You're watching our stream on the phone. Uh, yeah, Dana, of course, because at that price, everybody was going to buy them, right? So, yeah, you were going to buy 10. Everybody else bought 10. Yeah, they sold out. Yeah, it's very possible. That's what happens. Listen, when you see a deal like that, you can't hesitate. You got to pull the trigger now. I blew it on the last Christmas. Horizon had a truck on sale. Actually, it was Tower Hobbies had the truck on sale. The Arma, the truck I ended up buying, they had it on sale for, I paid $85. They had it on sale for $75. But I couldn't find the page. It was a special page that wasn't searchable. You had to get it in an email, and then you could click the link and get to the page. So I didn't pull the trigger right that second when I saw it. I hee-hawed around, and then I couldn't remember how to get back to that page. I couldn't find it. I kept searching it, and it wasn't there. And I'm like, where the hell is that damn page at? Damn it. So I finally figured out that it was the email link. I clicked the link, went back to the page, all sold out. So I was like, son of a gun! Because I could have got it for $75. If I had just pulled the trigger when I saw it, I'd have had it for $75. But no, I had to go do some research and see if anybody had it cheap, or I don't remember what the hell I did. But I screwed up. Because if I'd have just pulled the trigger, I'd have saved another $10 on it. So, but yeah, they had a limited quantity they were going to sell at that price, and they sold out. So, and that's probably what happened with the Rhino batteries. They probably still have some, but they were going to say, okay, we're only going to sell this many at this price. And they hit that number quick because it was such a good price. And that's it. So they might still be available, but they won't be at that price. So, or they could have just sold out for real. I mean, at that price, they probably sold them fast. So, okay, night, morning. Yeah, Mike. Same to you, buddy. I guess it's morning for you. You just got up. So it's good morning to you. You're going to go snack? Yeah. I'm probably going to do the same thing. I'm not going to go to bed. I'm going to go buy that. I'm going to go buy the real Flght 9.5 right now is what I'm going to go do. So I'm going to get that on the way. No, Michael, a single 80 would have been fine. That plane would easily fly on a single 80. And that's what they should have made. The 90 is a battery sucker. But if they'd have put the 80 in it, the same power plant that they had in the Avanti or the T-33, the plane would still fly amazing, but it would get long flight times. And that's the only thing I don't like about that plane, is that even throttling it way back and cruising, I can't get more than 5 minutes out of it. And that's just a little short on time for me. I like my jets to fly, well, I like them to fly, 10, 12 minutes. And I've got some to do, but not that F-22. It just, man, it's just a battery eater with the 90mm fan in it. So, but with the 80, I bet it'd do really well because it's light and it's light wing loading, so it doesn't need, a tremendous amount of power to fly. It'll fly on a low power setting. So, I don't even think it would work as good with twin 70s in it. I think a single 80 would have been the perfect, but everybody wants to go fast. So they're all these planes they've discontinued, they bring back in a high performance, version, which has got a bigger motor in it, and maybe one less blade. It might have gone from a 12 blade to an 11 blade fan with a bigger motor, and I don't know, but I'm sure the mods they're making the high performance are not extending the battery life. which is what I would want. You know, I'd much rather fly at 80 miles an hour for 8 minutes than at 100 miles an hour for 3. So, you know, because 80 and 100 is not that big a difference from your perspective on the ground. It doesn't look any different. You know, 80 and 100 look exactly the same when it comes screaming by. So, but you get, you know, 3 minutes or 10 minutes. That's a big difference. So that's why I like the 80. You know, the 80 just seems to work the best. So what do you ask? How do I set phone when on live? Miss some lives. Well, you just have to go to my channel and click the, you know, click the subscribe button and then ring the bell. You got to put the bell on notification. And then, I don't know, my phone brings the, you know, because I'm subscribed to a lot of streams, and every time they post something, my phone, I get a notification on my phone because I subscribed and rang the bell, you know, to all. You know, you know, all, you know, if you click the all button when you do the notification, when you subscribe, then every time I go on, if I put up a video by itself or go live, you'll get notified. And it should come on your phone. It does on mine. So yeah, just make sure you subscribe, you know, and hit the bell, you know, and set it to all, and you should get notified anytime I go live. Oh, you forgot the bell. Yep, I know. I did the first time too. I didn't know there was a bell, so I subscribed and I wasn't getting notified. And I'm like, why am I not getting notified? I know I subscribed to this channel, and that's how I found the bell. So yeah, just put the bell on, and you'll get notified on your phone. Yeah, it works on mine. I probably have, how many notifications I have? Well, I have 2 right now, but I just cleared them. But I have a notification for FOAMBOY RC, who went live just before I did. So, and then I have another one for that guy in China, the FNRC, the guy that's pre-launches almost every new plane that comes out, because he's in China. I guess he has access to the shit instantly, so he sees stuff that they haven't even released here yet. So I put him on notification just to see what he comes out with, and you know, I saw a few releases that we hadn't even gotten here yet. And he was already doing a review on it. So it's all in Chinese. I can't understand anything he's saying, but at least I get a look at the airplane. So, yep, that Mike, you're right. The new big thing now is the in-runner. Everybody wants the in-runner. I don't know. I think the only in-runner version I had might have been the T-33, but that flight only lasted a minute, you know, a minute at the most, so I don't know. I hope Motion's finally going to give me my airplane. If they don't, then I guess I won't know. I don't think my FMS Futura is an in-runner. Maybe it is, but I don't know. And the Havoc I don't think is an in-runner either. And those are the only 2 that I have that could be in-runners. And I don't know if they are or not. I know everything else I have is an outrunner. Oh, there you go. All right, Dana, that's good. So now you got the bell on. That's cool. You won't miss any more of my shows. Really, John? So, did it tell you exactly where he was all the time? I mean, you actually knew, like, on a radar screen, like, how far away he was, where he was? Or, I mean, or did it just when he came close to your house, you got a notification that he's, 100 feet away? How'd that work? That's interesting. I'd love to hear that. How did you get a tracking collar on him? You can, like, hand feed him and shit? I think it'd be cool to have a pet deer. I would love to have a pet deer here. Maybe a couple of them. I wouldn't mind that a bit. I've been on your channel, John. I'll go there again though. Now that you see that, I want to go watch that. But yeah, that's interesting. I mean, if that's a wild deer and you got a collar on him, then he must be pretty used to you guys. Yes, Motion still takes PayPal. Yeah, I've been kind of pissed off at Horizon that they're not taking PayPal, but we'll see how that goes. I know they're losing a lot of business for sure. So, but yeah, Motion still takes PayPal. So yeah, you're good there. Yeah, Michael, I'm liking that FMS FL. I'm seriously, I can't wait to see what kind of price tag they're going to put on it. I hope it's cheap, like the planes they've come out with lately. Like the Pitts. That 1400 Pitts was awesome. Man, I love that airplane. It was 279. Oh my God, that was a screaming deal. That really was, man. And it's such a beautiful airplane. Flies great, looks great. Yeah, I love that thing. So yeah, if um, so I can't wait to see what kind of price tag they're going to put on the Rafale. I hope, by God, it's cheap. You know, these $500 and $600 airplanes they're coming out with, man, that's just too much. Even the 409 for the Griffin is too much. You know, they need to keep it in the $300 range. They just I just can't spend that kind of money. So if that Rafale comes out at under $400, I'm gonna buy it, even if it's $399. I mean, as long as it's in the $300 range, I'm gonna buy it. Um, so yeah, I like it. I want that the best plane out there right now is in an 80 millimeter is the BAE Hawk from FMS. It's only 349. It's 80 millimeter. It's an in runner. It's got great run time. Good flight times. Fast. It's just a good airplane. And so yeah, I'm that one's been on my radar for a while. I really want that plane, but I got to get rid of a couple of jets first. I don't. I just can't buy another jet. Wow, that's fantastic, John. but you're kind of implying was. So, did something happen? Did he get killed or something? Or are you still in contact with him? Oh, man, that's sweet. He'd swim the creek to get to you. Wow. Tom, another new one tonight. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah, I would I'm anxious to see. You know, I think they're going to release it this month. I think it's going to be late this month, and I'm very anxious to see. Um, it looks good. I mean, we saw the sneak peeks videos, and you know, I'm pretty excited about it. They made you take the collar off. You raised it. Why? That doesn't make sense. I mean, if you kept it in your yard, are you allowed to keep a deer as a pet? I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I have no idea. Is that allowed or no? Do you still can you still find the deer? I mean, have you seen him since you took the collar off? Does he come around still, or when you call him? God, that's a great story, John. Holy crap, I like that. That's cool. I have a parrot that was wild, and he came to me, and he's mine now. I kept him. He came to my house one day and was on my shoulder and just hanging out with me, and he didn't want to leave, and so I said, "Okay, you're mine," and I've had him for about 10 years now. But he was a wild parrot. He might have been a tame one that got away, but I don't think so because this particular bird does not make a good pet. And you got to be a bird lover first off because this guy's he's a pistol. He really is. He he's moody. One day he bites you, the next day he wants to be your buddy. He always wants attention. Oh my God, you can't do anything without him wanting your attention. Squawking and carrying on, banging his door, whatever he can do to get your attention. He is good about sleeping, though. If he sees me with my eyes closed on the couch, because he sleeps right next to me, he's right there. He won't say a word. He's quiet as a mouse as long as I'm sleeping. So he at least respects that. He's smart. He's not an idiot. But he's a pistol. So, and the I didn't know what kind of parrot he was, so went to a pet store and asked them, "Hey, I found one in there." I said, "What kind of bird is this?" I forget what he called it. He told me what it was, but I don't remember what they call it. He says they're not particularly good social birds. Yeah, you can say that again. Um, oh wow, really? You haven't seen him in a couple of years. Oh, that's too bad, John. Wow. So you don't even know if he's still alive then. Because you don't have a collar on him anymore, so you don't know nothing. That sucks. Do you go out and call him and see if he'll come? See if he shows up? What'd you name him? Hummingbirds and roadrunners, because couldn't get pictures of them. You have to go meep meep. Then they'll come run over and you can take your picture. That's funny. Which plane costs $375, Dana? This one? The one I have on the table? Or are we talking about the LX model one? Bucky. Huh. Wow, John. Yeah, that's sad. That's too bad. Yeah, I paid $275 for it. I don't know, where did you find it for $374? Because I only paid $275 for this. That's why I bought it. I mean, been trying to get this plane for 6 years. And when I found it for $275, I did not hesitate. I bought it right then. I hit the button. You know, at $275 plug and play, I was in. So that was it. I bought it, and I'm so happy I did. Not disappointed at all yet, man. This thing's just cool. I love this gigantic tail, man. That just looks cool. The shape of the body and the cockpit area. It's just a good looking jet. I really like this thing. I've always liked this thing. So yeah, I'm so glad I got it. I can't wait to fly it. My luck, I'll take it out, put it underneath the tree that got hit by lightning, and the tree will fall on it. You know, that'd be my luck. Tom, where are you at? What does 42.99 mean? Is that in euros or something? Are you in another part of the world? Oh, 2.99. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, I bought it at Banggood. It was on sale 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? About 2 weeks ago. It was held up in California. For some, I didn't know Banggood had a warehouse in California. I knew they had one in New Jersey because I ordered an FMS plane from them and it came from New Jersey. So I assumed that's where this was coming from. So I got a shipping notification that it had shipped, and it was at the what do they call it? Their shipping partner or whatever, and it sat there for a week, and I was like, what the hell is going on with my plane? Why is it not moving? And then I got the message about the wildfires are preventing a lot of stuff in California from being shipped. So I assumed that's what the problem was. So then the next week, it came Tuesday, this Tuesday. So the next week it came, first thing in the week, first part of the week. So yeah, it sat in California almost 10 days, I'd say, without moving. And then it only took like 3 or 4 days to get here once it started moving. So, but yeah, it was $275. $299 still a good price. If you've already done the research on this plane and that's the plane you want, I'd pull the trigger at $299. Yep, Dana, I agree. This, a plug-and-play jet with a 90 millimeter fan, all aluminum landing gear. I mean, this is a good quality product here for under $300. That was because even the Avanti when it first came out was $329, and that was I thought that was a good deal because it was an 80 millimeter and it had great landing gear, and so $329 was, I thought, a great price. So to get this for $275, I was smoking all over it. And now, hell, the Avanti's up to at least $255. I think it's higher even now, isn't it? Isn't it like $289? I'm sorry, $389? I think $355 or $389 now for the Avanti. And because it's the new high performance version. So yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping this flies as good as the Avanti. If it does, I'm going to be so happy that I have this jet now. Because man, I'm telling you, I really love this jet. I can't wait to see how it's going to fly. So. Yeah, Tom, actually it's only 2 screws per wing and 1 plug. So you pull the plug, it's got a distribution board inside, and the wing has 1 big plug. It's got like 8 wires going to it, the single plug. The plug looks like a balance lead on an 8S battery, I would say. Okay, a little bigger than a 6S. And that's that's your lights, the aileron servo, flap servo, retractable gear, and the gear doors, because it's a servo operated gear door. So you're talking about the door, the gear, the flap, the aileron, the lights. So that's 5 functions. Am I missing something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so, and it's 1 plug. See, just unplug that 1 plug, take out 2 screws, and the wing will slide right off. So yeah, it's pretty easy to get the wings off for tight car stuff. So. Yeah, you're right, Dana. Listen, this stuff is so cheap to make. I know the molds cost a lot of money, but once they make the mold, the plane costs peanuts to make. Literally pennies. Okay, the foam is pennies, and then they add, $4 worth of servos, in the 911 servos. Because they don't buy, they pay practically nothing for them, and then the fan unit, and they don't have anywhere near $100 in this airplane, and they want to sell it for $400. It's ridiculous. But yeah, that offsets the cost of the mold. But once they've paid for the mold, they don't discount the plane. They still keep selling it at the $409, and it's just 100% profit after the mold's paid for. So, or they keep adjusting it out so that the mold actually only costs them, $1 per plane, or 50. Eventually it gets to 50 cents per plane. I mean, when they start off, if they've only sold one plane and it costs $25,000 for the mold, then the first plane costs them $25,000. But as they keep selling more and more planes out of that mold, the price overall of them gets the thing down to $1 a mold, $1 a plane per paid for the mold. So, it's just it's a shame they have to make that much money per plane, because, and we've had this discussion before, and the example I can only tell you is that when Horizon Hobby introduced that new Mustang, the 1500 Mustang, and it was the plug-and-play version, I'm sorry, the bind and fly version was $549, I think. And everybody's argument was, well, it's all new molds, it's a whole new airplane, blah 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 blah, and it's so then that justified the $549. And it wasn't like a month later, maybe two, they came out with the air tractor, 1500 millimeter, got lights just like the Mustang, was $269. Okay, why is that one $549? They're both the same size, 1500 millimeter. They both are brand new molds, so they have the same investment in both airplanes, and this one's twice the price. Why? I don't get it. If you can make the plane, if you can build it for $275 and make money in it, then they should all be $275 and make money on it. But because it's a Mustang, they can price gouge the shit out of it, and people are buying it like crazy. That plane will never come to my hangar, I can tell you that. There's no way I'd pay that kind of money for that plane. That's way overpriced. Even if they threw a free battery in with that plane, it's too overpriced. Now, if it was, well, it shouldn't be any more than the Havoc was, which was $399. And if they had the Mustang at $399, I still wouldn't buy it. But if they threw a free battery in like they did with the Havoc, then I'd buy it. I'd be all over that plane at $399 and a free battery. I'd be all over that plane. I love it. I think it's beautiful. But it's just way overpriced. I wouldn't pay that. So, I mean, here's a perfect example of a plane that's $1,450. It's got everything, lights, right? It's got lights, retracts, flaps, everything. And it's a jet. And, $275. So $275, $549. Well, I think the answer's obvious. That's my opinion on it. If they can afford to make this one for $275 and make a profit on it, then they can do it for the other one too. So I just can't justify these overpriced airplanes. They're not all overpriced. Like, I have no problem with the air tractor at $269 or $279, whatever. That's I'm all over that plane. I want that plane. I'll pull the trigger on that plane eventually. I definitely want that airplane. At that price, it's just a good deal. I bought for $279. I bought the 1400 Pitts from FMS. It was $279. Okay, I'm in. I wanted the Pitts more than I wanted the air tractor, so I bought the Pitts. But both of them were with $10 apart. So yeah, I just when I see the value like this, all of this for $275, those are the planes I buy. I in no way want a Mustang, that Mustang, bad enough to pay that kind of money for it. No, thank you. Hell, the 1700 FMS Mustang's cheaper than that. It's $499. for the FMS 1700 size Mustang. I'd buy that at $499 all day long over the $549 for the 1500 size one. So yeah, I just couldn't justify that at all. So FMS has an opportunity to really hurt. Yeah, they do. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I hope you're right, Dean. I do. I hope they lowball the crap out of that thing. You know, if it's in the $300, low 300s especially, and they're going to sell a crap load of them. So, $299, $329, anywhere in that range, and people are going to jump on that thing. So, yeah, that's how I feel too. I think when they brought the pits out at $279, I think there's a little inside war going on right now with FMS and Horizon Hobby. I think, I don't know who's mad at who. I'm guessing FMS is mad at Horizon about something. Because after they built that little tiny pits for Horizon, and Horizon selling it for what, $269, $279, something like that. I don't know. It's $299, I think, isn't it? That small pits. I don't know. I don't remember, but for them to come out with that gigantic 1400 size one and price it at $279, I think they were telling Horizon to shove it up their ass. So I don't know what's going on, but I think there's a little turmoil in the air with those two. So, and I know part of it was, excuse me, I know part of it was because FMS was selling direct. Because I bought my FMS pits direct. Who's calling me? John's calling me. And it didn't go through. John, call me again. I don't know why it didn't pick up. There it goes. Hey, what's up?
Very good. I see that ugly face.
So did you find your deer? So what's up?
I was trying to send you a video.
Oh yeah?
I'm working on it. I hit the call button by mistake.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go to your. Is it on your channel? Is the video on your channel?
Yeah, it's on the channel. But
okay.
I was just trying to send you a video.
No, that's all right. I'm gonna go there and watch it.
I'm trying to send you a video on Messenger.
Yeah, because I don't want to watch it on my phone. I'm gonna go in the house and watch it on the computer. I got a big 70-inch screen I can watch it on. so I'm gonna go watch it there. So.
Well, I'm gonna give you a quick view while you're up here.
Oh, look at this. I have that one. Yeah. Oh, what's that? Well, wait a minute. What's that? Look at you. Damn. What's that big one straight over your head? This one here with the white tail feathers and the dark fuselage.
That's the Supreme Surfer.
The Supreme. Oh yeah. Okay.
It's got a PDF on top.
All right.
And then here are the fuel. There are the fuel systems on the wall. The old.
Oh, okay.
Spitfire, Telemaster, C-34, and then on the other wall over there, that's a 4-star 120 and a 4-scale J3 with split system.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I've got 2 of those. That Red Bull plane, I got 2 of those.
Yeah, I took the receiver out of that and put in the varsity receiver and a 73D tower. I haven't run it since I've done that.
Why, were you having trouble flying it the other way?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yeah, too much fun. I tamed it down quite a bit, but I wanted to get it back nice.
Oh, wow. Yeah, man, my flight's great. I love that thing.
And then there's the 190 I'm working on.
Yep, I see it. That's the one from Hobby King?
Yeah, it's about 6 years old. The guy crashed it a few times.
Oh, okay.
And I'm putting landing lights on it now. I'm putting the LEDs in front that I can turn off and on or they come on with the track.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, I'm out here always 1:30 to 2 o'clock. That's my time to work on planes. And then just as soon as it's daylight, I'm outside taking care of that.
Yeah.
Yard work. And white. Well, Ken, this has been great. A mistake, but I've enjoyed the heck out of it.
Yeah, man. It's good to see you, man. I like the tour.
Anytime you want to cook, just give me a holler. I'm never closed. I'm here all the time.
All right, man. Sounds good.
All right, enjoy the show tonight. Like I said, I've been listening when I'm working on the plane.
All right, man. Sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
All right, take care. I love you now, man.
Yeah, man. You too. Bye. TNRC back in the house. What's up? Yeah, I'm still going. Yeah, I'm not a morning guy at all. Yeah, and isn't it hilarious, Dana, that they all release them at the same time, too? How did they do that? You know, how do they know? So here's what somebody told me. And, it kind of makes sense, actually, when you think about it. So apparently all these factories are all, like, on the same street in China. Okay? They're all right next door to each other. So when the employees go to lunch, you got FMS employees and Hobby King employees and Motion RC employees all sitting in the same proximity, eat lunch together. And you think maybe they start friending each other, and then you think maybe they talk about what they're working on with each other, and then they take that information back to work, and hey, FMS is building the pits, and and then all of a sudden they all come. When think about this one, guys. I mean, the worst one so far has been the Yak 130, the 70 millimeter Yak 130. When FMS came out with it, the same time Freewing came out with it, the planes were identical. I mean, they were the exact same size, the exact same paint scheme. They each had their thing. Like the FMS plane has all the plastic. On the opening of the intake and on the leading edge of the wing, they had little plastic, protectors and better landing gear. And the Freewing one you had the chicken wire landing gear, and it's all foam, no plastic. But to set them on the ground next to each other, they were identical. I mean, I don't think you could pull them. You could pick which one was which. If you had them sitting there where you can't see the landing gear, and just like an overhead shot, I don't think you could tell which was which. They were identical, and they came out at the same time. So, yeah, that one really blew my mind. That was the worst case of the sharing info that I've ever seen. As far as, I mean, how could they have possibly come out with the exact same airplanes size, color, everything at the same time. I mean, that was crazy. So yeah, I just think, when somebody mentioned that they're probably having lunch together, and I'm like, I didn't ever thought of that. They're all the factories are right next door to each other, and all the employees probably go eat lunch together, and so yeah, interesting. But yeah, so yeah, it's kind of strange. Um, oh, you're a morning guy. If that's what you're saying, TNRC. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a morning guy. I'm a I'm a late morning go to bed guy. So this is when I go to sleep, and then I'll sleep till noon. Um, sometimes. Sometimes I only sleep a couple hours and get up and go do something. It depends on the day and what I'm doing. What I did the day before. All these factors, come into play here. But yeah, I'm generally not a morning guy to get up. Yeah, I'm a morning guy to go to bed. 3 o'clock. I usually three to 4 o'clock is right when I usually am sleeping. Going to bed, going to sleep. Um, Almost never before 2. Uh, I watch late night TV. I mean, I watch Star Trek till 1. It comes on at 8. And every hour is a new, one of the series. It starts with 8 and the original Star Trek, and 9's Next Generation, and then 10 is Deep Space Nine, and then 11 is Voyager, and then 12 is Enterprise. So from 12 to 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock is when Star Trek goes off the air. So I'm always up until at least then. and then from there, whatever. I sometimes watch something else, but yeah, so that's how I roll. So I'm always up late. Before that, listen, I always watch Craig Ferguson do the Late Late Show. So that was until 1:30, right? 11:30 to 12:30, 12:30, 1:30. Yeah, so it was always up till at least 1:30 because I never missed Craig Ferguson's show. I would watch David Letterman and then Craig Ferguson, and then if I was tired, I'd go to sleep after that, but never before that. And then when Craig Ferguson went off the air, and David Letterman went off the air, and Leno went off the air, which, yeah, I was done with late night TV. The guys that are on there now I can't stand. Fallon I like, but I don't generally watch them. But Jimmy Fallon I kind of like. He's funny. Really don't care much for Covert at all. I don't like that guy at all. And Jimmy Kimball, he has his moments. And then the late night guys after them, I don't like at all. So I don't watch any of that. So I lost my late night TV. So that's when I found YouTube. When all those guys went off the air, that's when I found the great stuff to watch on YouTube. So, and that's what I've done. I don't watch any of that late night stuff anymore. They lost all my loyalty. I just don't like it. They're not funny. I don't think they're funny. They do too much politics. Craig Ferguson never did politics. He didn't do politics jokes. Almost never. He might stick one in there if it was a good one, but he had way better funnier things to talk about than that. So I really miss that guy. He was my favorite. Greg Kinnear was good too. Do you guys remember Greg Kinnear when he did the Late Late Show? He was good too. I enjoyed his show. Yeah, the guys that are on there now, I could care less about. I don't watch them. They just don't get it for me. And right now, with no audience, it's pitiful. I don't even know why they're bothering to air it. It's pitiful. So, well, they're not. I know for a fact, Michael, there's more than one factory. You can tell how it's made. HSD stuff is way different than FMS stuff. So there's definitely two different factories right there. So how many different ones? I don't know how many different ones, but there's definitely more than one. You know, the quality difference between some of these planes is huge. So, um, yeah, I know there's more than one factory. The just the formula of the foam alone. For instance, the LX model stuff is so different than everybody else's, and not in a good way. Their stuff's cheap. You know, their foam is very, it's porous. I'm going to say porous because I don't know how else to explain it. This foam, this thing is so dense that it feels like a wooden board. This foam is so tightly compressed. There's no sponginess to this at all. There's no way you're going to put a fingerprint in this. It's just, it feels like a board, like a hardwood board. And that's kind of how HSD models are. Their stuff is super duper pressed tight foam. So, you know, it's just made different. So if you, and there's no mold marks. Well, wait a minute, I take that back. Yeah, there are some mold marks here, but not very many. Um, Years ago, the old Dynam products, I mean, there was these little mold flowers everywhere, like especially in the bottom of the wing. It was just covered with them. You know, they weren't more than an inch apart. Every inch there was another one of these little flower mold marks. It was ridiculous. Yeah, Dana, I can't. I just don't like them. They're just not worth putting. Yeah, I never watch them. Almost never. Um, if I fell asleep and wake up, well, right now there's nothing on television anyway because nobody's doing anything. So I don't watch TV at all. I watch old episodes of Deal or No Deal. um, I like Hollywood. Uh, I like Match Game. You know, that one's good. And I like Hollywood Game Night, which has not been on recently. Um, but overall, there's no TV on right now. So I just stay on YouTube, or you know, or I go on Netflix and watch something there, or I go on Kodi. I have a Kodi app, so I'll go watch Kodi and pick a movie. But TV, I don't watch TV. I rarely ever turn on the, you know, TV channels. Um, so yeah, it's you know, it's right now it's just horrible. So what do you have, Dana? I have the Hobby King SE 5A foam plane out of production. So what plane is that? I'm not familiar with that one. What is that? Well, that's all right, Tracy. You got to start somewhere, you know. I happened to start when I was 13, um, and oh, a World War II plane. Yeah, I don't have. I think this is the only World War One plane I have. The new PT-17 that Dynam came out with. That's. Let me think a second here. Yeah, that's the only World War One plane I have. I'm not. I'm not a huge fan of the World War One stuff. Um, I don't know why actually. I saw my buddy's E-Flight one, and I liked it. It was this exact scheme, the yellow with the red bands, and it looked really cool. I liked it, but I didn't like that it was the price for the size. I wasn't crazy about that. I thought, it's too small for that kind of money. So I did a search, and bam, I was like, and I like I said, I got Dynam planes. I've had them, so I knew what to expect. I knew I was going to have to do some modeling, and I the modeling I had to do on this was not bad at all. I mean, the only thing that was really I had to do any kind of changing was on the upper wing. I didn't like the way. I think they had a good idea. They just didn't execute it very well. They didn't get that. They had a round like sleeve molded into Rich Baker seems to think it's made out of a circuit board, PC, a PC circuit board material. Yeah, really hard stuff. And he might be right. It seems like that's exactly what it might be. Nothing wrong with that, but they didn't sink it into the foam deep enough in the mold so that you could slide the spar in the trough right through the hole. You got to pick it up to get it through the hole, and now it teeters on that little thin round circle collar, and it won't sit down in the channel of the foam. It's either going to sit this way or this way because it's teetering on this, because this isn't sunk in the foam deep enough. So, it's an easy fix for them. They just have to make sure when they put these things together that they get that position to get it down in the foam deep enough so that rod will just slide right in flush to the foam. And if they'd have done that, it'd have been beautiful. But they didn't do that, so they had to. I just cut the ring out, so that it would sit down the way it needs to, and that worked fine. And that little mod, and then to glue it down, worked perfect. So, but yeah, other than that, the plane went together great. I really like it, and it's big. This is 1300. I think that one is what, 980. I think that's what size the little one is. It's like 980 millimeters, and this one's 1300. So it's huge compared to that one. So I love it. Man, I really love it. It's a good looking airplane. I doubt it. But you may be right. TNOC. It may be a World War II trainer, but God, I think we were pretty much in monoplanes by World War II, weren't we? I don't know. It's possible, when the war started, although, well, no, because when they bombed Pearl Harbor, I mean, that's when we got in World War II, was when they bombed Pearl Harbor. And there were P-40s on the flight deck. So we already had P-40s sitting there and when they bombed Pearl Harbor, which was the start for World War II for us. So, were they using PT-17s as trainers for? Well, maybe. In the movie, the Tuskegee Airmen or Red Tails, they were flying I don't think they did it in Red Tails, but in Tuskegee Airmen, they were in biplanes at the very beginning. You know, just before they jumped into well, what did they go to? They went to AT-6 Texans. So the Texan was the trainer for World War II, I believe. But there might have been some biplanes around yet. I don't know. That's a good question. They might have just been trainer planes. I don't think they were World War II trainer planes. Like I said, when we got into the war, it was in 41, and we already had, monoplanes, P-40s. I don't know what else we were flying back then. The 51s didn't come along till later. What was that one stupid one called that they had? Boeing had the Pea Shooter, which was really early mono. Britain had Spitfires and Hurricanes and that stuff. What other monoplanes did we have? We had a couple. We had some fighters. Besides the P-40. I can't put my finger on what they were at the moment. Yeah, I can't think. I can't remember what they were. Oh, the Avenger and the but I don't know, the Corsair, but I don't know how late those came along. They weren't at the very beginning, I don't think. They came along a little later. So, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Definitely, the PT-17 was definitely way before the war. Now, whether or not we already knew the war had started and we were gonna get in it anyway or not, I don't know. That was a good question too. But yeah, at least in Tuskegee Airmen, the PT-17 was the plane they flew originally, and then immediately got upgraded to the AT-6 Texan because they wanted to get them into what they consider a complex airplane. If you've got retractable landing gear and flaps, it's a complex airplane. And that's what the fighters were going to be. The Mustang, Corsair, all those. So they had to get them into those quick to get them that kind of training. And so, yeah, that's a good question. I'm going to have to look that up. I'm curious now that you say that. Right. But were they still flying them, when we got into the war in 41? I mean, was that our mainstay airplane, or had we already graduated to monoplanes and the P-40 and all that stuff? I mean, I know the P-40 was there at Pearl Harbor, which is officially when we got in the war. Now, the war had already been going on before that, but we didn't get into the war until 41. So, and I don't think we were flying any PT-17s in 41. Maybe. I mean, they could have still been building them in the 40s, but we weren't flying them military anymore. At least not, I don't know. It's possible. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to see if I can find out. It's a good question. I want to see if we were actually still training pilots in 41 in PT-17s before they went to the AT-6. So, yeah, I'm going to have to look that up. That's interesting. Yeah, that's the same one, Dana. That's the PT-17. there's two versions of it. The Army used, the Army Air Force, Army Air Corps, used a blue fuselage yellow wing one, and the Navy used the all yellow. Same airplane, just two different color schemes. You could actually, on the box here, both color schemes are on the box. You can't see the blue one because it's vertical at that end of the box, so you can't see it. But it's on that box, the blue and yellow one. So it's the same airplane. They just two different color schemes for two different, the Navy or the Army. So are those three 109s still at that field, Tracy? Holy crap, where did that hour go? Man, we're coming up on 9 hours now. Wow. You guys are hilarious. Oh my God. Well, that's interesting because there's a YouTube video of a guy that did all the flying or most of the flying in Battle of Britain, and at the and I guess he brought some airplanes with him and some stuff. And when the movie was over, they didn't have any money to pay him, so he took it out in airplanes. They paid him with airplanes, so he got like 9 or 10 109s and a couple of Mustangs and a few Spitfires as payment. And I don't think the Mustang was used in the movie. I don't remember for sure, but I think they had one, and so he told them, well, I want all these airplanes, and they said okay, and he boxed them up and brought them home, and he just got rid of them all. He just sold them all, and then he just died. But there's a YouTube video, Hidden Treasures, I think it's called, and it's all about this guy that did all the flying in Battle of Britain, and his payment was all these airplanes, and he had this giant warehouse full of Merlin engines and whatever the German engines were, and all these 109s, and some were all together, some were in pieces. Fuselages were all lined up here, and the wings were all. It was crazy, and he had all this stuff in his barn, and he finally sold it all. There were a couple of people had made videos of this guy's collection, and finally somebody came out and bought it all. Not one guy, a bunch of people came and bought the stuff, and then it was about a year or two later he died. But his big family, so his family's reaping the benefit of all these airplanes. But I mean, what a jewel of a. You have to look it up on YouTube. It's a great video. You'll really enjoy it. This guy's, he's just a, I don't know. He's just a guy, an old guy that been around the block, and he said in the video that the 109 would outperform the Mustang in every way. Lighter on the controls, more maneuverable. He said if the pilots had been even skill level, Germany would have won the war. He said hands down. He said that there's no way the Mustang would have ever survived. It was the pilots, because the Germans never kept their good pilots back like we did to train new pilots. Their best pilots were out there fighting and getting shot down eventually, and they all went away. And then they didn't have any more pilots to train the new guys. The new guys didn't know what the hell they were doing, so they were getting shot down like fish in a barrel. And that's why Germany lost the war. They just made poor management all the way around. When they came out with this damn airplane, Hitler wanted it to be a bomber. What the hell do you need a jet bomber for? I mean, what the hell good is that? Yeah, exactly. It sounds like me and all my old airplanes. Yeah, you're right, Dean. It kind of does. So, so Hitler wanted this. He didn't want this to be a fighter. He wanted it to be a bomber. That was stupid. Just really bad management. Bad, I don't know, planning, I guess, for lack of a better word. Just, they didn't do a very good job of running the war the way they should have, and that's why we won the war. Don't get me wrong, the Mustang's a good airplane, but according to this guy, the 109 was way better, way faster, more maneuverable. A lot of times too, the difference was who had more fuel on board, as a positive or a negative. The lighter fuel load means you could climb vertically a lot easier, a lot higher, but you couldn't stay in the fight as long either. So there's that. So if the Mustang's got a full fuel load and the 109 doesn't, well, the 109 can climb faster and higher. It isn't going to stall first. The Mustang's going to stall first. But if the roles reverse, then the Mustang will climb faster. And so, there's a lot of variables that have to be put into the equation before you can determine one was better than the other. But this guy flew them both, and he said that the 109 was unbelievably maneuverable. He said that stick loading was real light. You could maneuver the thing, you could throw it around. It was the visibility in it sucked, so you got to take that into consideration too. They couldn't see behind them at all. The visibility of the 109 was terrible. So, did you just look that up, TNRC? Really? They used the 17 till the end of World War II? Wow, no kidding. Right. Well, that changed too. That they did that for a while, but when I think it was it Doolittle that took over, and he changed that. You know, they didn't have to stay. Certain planes had to stay with the bombers, but they also sent planes out looking for them to go shoot them down, and that's when things really started changing. Um, yeah, that's true too, Dana. Yeah, his own generals were plotting against him. They wanted to kill him, and they wanted to get the war over. They were tired of fighting it. When we got in the war, they were like, okay, we're done. As soon as they saw Mustangs over Berlin, they were said, okay, that's it. Let's get the hell out of this. We've lost. When we got Mustangs coming in over Berlin, escorting the bombers all the way in, that was the end of it for them. Um, so, well, I can't believe it. We're still using PT-17s at the end of World War II. Wow. Man, I just can't understand why would we be using biplanes to train people to fly Mustangs. Like, really? That's funny. Uh, yeah, the production started in 34. Well, that part I believe. You know, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Um, yeah, first step trainer. Yeah, and that's what the Tuskegee Airmen movie. That's what they said. You know, they put them in the PT-17 first, and then they quickly moved him into the AT-6, and then this is the one part I don't. Um, they were in P-40s, and then they went straight to Mustangs. Okay, so what happened to the P-47 groups? You know, there was a lot of P-47 wings, and most of those, all but one, went to Mustangs. So did the Tuskegee Airmen just go straight from P-40s to Mustangs, or did they have to get in a 47 first, then Mustangs? You know, I don't. You know, I know Ryan did a red tail version of a P-47, but were there P-40 red tail P-47s or no? I don't know. That's another one I don't know the answer to. Yeah, that was a big blow to him too, for sure. Battle of Britain. Yep. So, so they started producing the 17 and 34 and the T6 and 35. Really? Damn. Those are light years different airplanes for only starting a year apart from each other. Holy crap. That's crazy. Okay, guys, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. That's 12 hours. From 9 to 9. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not 9 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. Been on the air 9 hours. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that's long enough. I'm going to call it. I'm going to go get some sleep. I might, Mike. It depends. A, I have to get some sleep. Then I have to fix my car. And if I get the car fixed, then yes, I might fly it today. If I don't get the car fixed, or if I don't get the car fixed early enough, then I'll be flying it tomorrow. But, you know, depending how things go with the car, yeah, I might be flying it today. So wish me luck. Cross your fingers. Let's hope it goes well. I don't want to lose this one. I really like this one. And yeah, that's the plan. I hope to fly it today if I get the car fixed in time. Um, Stay away from the trees. Oh, I never hit a tree. You know, I brushed a tree once. I was flying my Visionaire, and I was screwing around on purpose. They were saying, you know, how do you know how close you are to that tree? And I said, because I have good depth perception. Yeah, well then go out there and fly right up to the tree. So I said, okay, and I did, because when I pulled up, you could hear the plane brush a couple of branches as it went vertical. So I put it right on the tree, and that's the only time I've ever hit, you know, flown a tree. And now I take that back. I did lose. I bought it was brand new on the Maiden. Got another Maiden, and I lost control of it. I was flying a DX6, which is right here, actually. Yeah, here it is right here. So, I didn't know this about the DX6. I found out after I lost control of this that the DX6 had a brownout problem, right? So, yeah, here's my DX6. And the brownout problem was that you, because they only put AA batteries in this stupid thing, yeah, the lightning tree. Yeah, I'll stay away from the lightning tree. So what I did, I didn't want to ruin the ability to carry AA's, but I also wanted more power. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but when you power up a DX6i with AA batteries in it, brand new batteries, you still only get 5.4 volts, which shows up as half the meter, you know, as far as your battery meter. But if you put a 2-cell LiPo in it, like I did, when you turn this thing on, it's at 8.4 volts. So after finding out, after losing that plane into the tree, because I didn't have control of it, and I found out that they had a brownout problem, I modified this radio to take a 2-cell LiPo. And now when you turn it on, it's 8.4 volts. Right now it's showing a full meter at 7.8 volts. You know, because the battery's, you know, partially charged. But yeah, so that was so I did lose one plane into a tree. I didn't fly it into a tree. It was you know, I lost control of it and it flew into a tree. That's the only time I've ever been in a tree with any of my planes. I've never flown an airplane into a tree. So, but yeah, I did get hit by lightning under a tree. And yeah, if you're flying with any kind of smarts at all, yeah, stay away from lightning. That's better advice. So you said, what? I can't believe jets came out so fast after World War II. Actually, the jets came out during World War II. This one especially. This was the first one. But we had jets too that we were working on. We just hadn't perfected it yet. So we weren't using them in World War II, but we were building them. You know. So by the time the war ended, we had some pretty good jets, you know, coming along. We just didn't get it done in time, and neither Germany could have if they'd have done it right, you know. But anyway, so all right, guys, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna get in the house, get some sleep, get my car fixed, and then maybe I can go fly this jet. So thanks for coming to the show, guys. Thanks for sticking around this long. This is good. You know, another 9-hour show. That's great. You know, like I said, I just love doing this show. And if it wasn't for me wanting to go fly this plane, get my car fixed, I'd stick around. We could keep going because I'm not really tired tonight. I'm doing really well, but I definitely want to get my car fixed so I can go flying this weekend because I really want to fly this jet. So, you guys have a good night, good morning, whichever it is for you, wherever you are. Thanks for being here. And we'll catch you next week, all right? Talk to you later. Good night.